Good afternoon and welcome to Squeefest. I'd just like to start, before we get into the frivolities of the day, to just address a maybe small elephant in the room. So, as everyone will know at this stage, sadly, a couple of days ago, we lost the Queen here in the UK. And I know everyone's in a situation of mourning, and a lot of people have been hit very hard by this news. And some events have decided not to take place due to this. So I had a choice to make, and it did help that the Palace has released that they wanted theatre to go on, and theatre in some form I like to think is what we're doing here. But also there's the fact that a lot of people have already given money to the charity. So we're up to £140 before we've even started, which is wonderful. So I didn't really want to cancel, and there was no chance of postponing, because if this cancelled today, you couldn't postpone for another day because you have to start again with a lineup in the unique way that this is 24 shows back to back. So with that in mind, I like to think the best traditions of the royal family are about their wonderful work they do for charity and the money they bring to charities. So in that vein, and in the memory of the Queen, which I'd like to dedicate my performance in the next 24 hours to, we're going to go ahead with Squeefest. So I hope everyone agrees and understands. Thank you very much for tuning in, and let's get started on this year's Squeefest the 4th.
Welcome to the show with your friend and mine. So tell me, Dr. Squee, who's it gonna be this time? We like to hear you talk, but we love to hear you listen. And if you are not subscribed, you won't know what you're missing. So welcome to the Dr.
Squeefest.
Show. Welcome to the Dr.
Squeefest.
Show. Welcome to the Dr.
Squeefest.
Show. Headphones up. Here we go.
Don't know if anyone noticed my subtle slight changes to the theme tune from the Dr. Squee show, because of course this is Squeefest, the 24-hour event which sees me live for 24 hours, save for a few video clips which I'll be playing, which this year we've got highlights from previous Squeefests, which we're going to be playing in when I need to either use the loo or grab some food or anything like that. So I'd like to thank, first of all, my first thanks of the day goes to Fred Rawlins, who very kindly edited together those videos. I think you're really going to enjoy them. So going throughout the day, amongst the other advertised frivolities, we've got an interview with Alex Siddiq from 2020. We've got an interview I did with Louise Jameson in 2021, an interview with Paul Gross, best known for Due South at which is from 2021 also. And also we've got Trevor Simon from 2020 Squeefest. So that's just little bonuses to the lineup. We've also got a lovely message from Shelter, which we're going to play in a minute. But first of all, let's go through the lineup for Squeefest. This is the biggest and most ambitious Squeefest we've done yet. And as I've been joking to my friends, it may seem like I'm always doing the 24-hour same challenge. However, every year I'm a year older, so that challenge gets greater. In fact, just my bladder alone is more of a challenge to go through 24 hours. But we will never mind that now. Here is what you can look forward to on today's Squeefest. So we're going to kick off in about 5 or so minutes with Gareth's Random Ramblings podcast. At 3 o'clock, we've got Ian McNeice. These times are all in BST, so please do look against your own times. Ian McNeice from Doctor Who as Churchill, and of course from Doc Martin. Outrageous Liars is with us from 4 till 5. At 5 till 6, we've got Nicola Bryant, the Doctor Who companion, Perry. 6 till 7, we've got another Doctor Who companion, Yee Jee Tso, from the 96 TV movie of Doctor Who. At 7 p.m, Steve Ashton joins me from the Ralph Report, Lights, Camera, Ashton, and the Holistic Buffet. At 8 o'clock, we've got Retrek, where we're going to be talking about Galaxy Quest as a little bit of a sidestep from the usual Star Trek. Talking Codswallop joins us at 9. At 10 o'clock, we've got Due South by Southeast, where we're going to be talking about the first episode of Series 3, Burning Down the House. At 11 o'clock, we've got the Shrewsbury Biscuit podcast. At midnight, we've got Midnight Ghost Hunters Live. So this is going to be my friends Andy and Mary live at a ghost hunt, and they're going to be talking to us about the investigation. At 1 a.m, we've got Brian Mallow, the science comedian, joining me. At 2 a.m, we've got Netheads. At 3 a.m, props maker extraordinaire to Star Trek, amongst many other things, Michael W. Moore. At 4 o'clock in the a.m, we've got Rick Sternbach, who was a producer and created a lot of the art and looks for Star Trek over the years. Round and Round with Jeff Feitner joins me at 5 a.m. At 6 a.m., all the way from Australia, we've got Rob Lloyd in the house. We've got at 7 a.m., Blaine and Squee Talk Trash. So this is my yearly catch-up I do with the amazing Blaine Garrison. 8 a.m., Unclassical, where we're going to be talking about a weird mermaid-type creature, but instead of a fish, it's an otter. So that's going to be an interesting one to talk about from classical literature. At 9 a.m., we've got Geeks Quad presents Mad Max 2 Fury Road. Not Fury Road, Road Warrior even. At 10 a.m., we've got Samantha Lee Howe, who's going to be joining me to talk about her book, which is now a major motion picture, The Stranger in Our Bed. At 11 a.m., we've got Sue Hodge from Aloha Low fame joining us, Mimi LeBonc. At midday tomorrow, we've got Lee Sullivan, who's the artist who's worked on Dog 2, 2000 AD, RoboCop. Like, the properties he's worked for are vast. Then at 1 a.m., we're going to end Squeefest with Wrestling Top Trumps with Lizzie, Kingy, and Spindles. So that's your lineup for today. I really want to thank everyone for joining us already. We've got a few comments, so let's go. From Retrek Model Studio, so that's going to be Elliot there. Good luck for the day, mate. Speak to you in a few hours. I cannot wait. It's going to be great. Mary Thompson, one of our intrepid ghost investigators. Hello, looking forward to talking to you later. Very much looking forward to it, Mary. And thank you to everyone for allowing permissions for comments to go on, because that means I can see who's made the comments. StreamYard just needs permission for that. It's not used for anything else. And I'd like to give a few words just quickly for StreamYard, who are one of our, our sponsor this year. What they've done is they've given us a free upgrade to their deluxe package, their professional package, which means we can stream the entire 24 hours, which wouldn't usually be allowed on a lower tier. However, the basic version is amazing. You can download it for free. If you want to go to one of the paid versions, it allows you to stream to for a few more places and have a few more features. It is so plug and play and so easy to use. I'd highly recommend it. As I've been saying, trust the duck. So that's that. Also, of course, the day is being run in aid of a great cause. So we're raising money for shelter. You can give now at justgiving.com/sheltersquee. And as I say, we've raised an amazing £140 before we've even started the day. And I want to thank everyone who's donated already. If you can afford to, please donate. If you can't, we do understand these are tough times for a lot of people. That's why we chose this charity. If not, please just watch the day and have a good time. That's also what it's here for. To help people escape from a lot of the challenges which a lot of us are going through during the financial crisis. So I'm now going to just play a very quick clip. This was sent across to me from Shelter. This is, so I'm going to forget her name now, the Power of Live TV. So this is a message sent to me by Kate from Shelter, of course, and it's just going to be telling you a little bit about the good work we do. And then hopefully Gareth will be with me in just a minute.
Hi, it's Kate from Shelter. I just wanted to let you know a little bit about our work. We help people who are struggling to keep their homes by giving them legal advice, representing them at court, and also by assisting in more practical ways, like helping them prevent damp and mould or getting repairs done. We also support people who are street homeless, who perhaps have never had a tenancy, by getting them into their own homes and being there and supporting them every step of the way. By connecting with local communities, we're understanding more and more about what housing difficulties people are facing. Our focus is on solutions, and we work with individuals and community groups to improve people's situations and also to help them speak up for better housing. Our national helpline gives advice to people in housing emergency 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Shelter believes that a home is everything, and we're doing all that we can to defend this human right. We're asking for more affordable and safe homes for everyone. Thanks to Dr. Squee and for his fundraising efforts and for raising awareness of Shelter and Shelter's work. You can show support by donating at www.justgiving.com/sheltersquee. Many thanks.
So that just gives you a little bit of background on the day and why we're doing this, why this charity is so important. Alex Whiteley, who's going to be joining me for the Outrageous Liars as well as for the Shrewsbury Biscuit podcast. Let's do this. Yeah, come on, let's go, guys. I'm just waiting for Gareth to join the link. He is on his way in, I am assured. So just a little pause for the cause. Not great when you're starting a 24-hour marathon and you already get dry mouth like 3 minutes in. I will also apologize. As part of the day, one thing you're going to have to get used to is me eating and drinking on mic. Unavoidable. Unfortunately, I do still need food. I'll try and grab some snacks in between shows when we're playing the videos. But hey, just in prep for this, I was cooking some sausage rolls, which I thought I'd have for my lunch, which took longer than I expected. So you're already going to get eating on camera very early in the event. As well as that, I was also cutting out the names of wrestlers. This is the fun of prep for Squeefest. Right for the last minute, cutting out names of wrestlers and also of categories for wrestling top trumps. So straight from the start, I mean, it's just glamorous. I'll also be cutting out some of the names as we're on broadcast because I didn't quite get through them all. Prep on one of these 24 hours events is a nightmare. What can I say? Just going to check to see if we've got any messages from the man himself. He's saying he's already here. Okay. You're not, mate. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to drop the link. Okay, this is a good start. Okay, such things are expected. It does happen with live broadcast. Hopefully we'll be able to see Gareth in just a minute. Okay, we got another message. Sarah Kirk from the Due South community has said good luck with this event. Thank you. I'm just going to share the link again if you want to donate now, justgiving.com/sheltersquee. And hopefully my guest, the other show, will be here momentarily. Again, tech problems are always expected, but yeah, hopefully not on the first show would have been ideal. But never mind that now. It's fine. We will go with what we got. I'll give him just a minute, and if not, I will play one of our highlights earlier than planned, but it'll give me enough time to just sort out this little problem. Please do drop your messages. If you've got any questions for any of my guests over the event, please feel free to drop them in. As I say, if you give StreamYard permissions, we'll be able to see who's commenting. But I think, we might have Gareth here to be able to see.
Hey, mate.
I don't know what happened there. Did you have a different link?
You gave me a link yesterday or something like that, and I'd clicked that, and it's been running for like the last hour, and I've been sitting here watching, going, "I'm here, I'm here,
okay.
I'm here."
Could you see what was happening?
No, I just thought it kept saying you're in backstage and you're waiting, so I was like, "Okay, I'll just wait." Being a nice boy.
We'll not worry about that now. Hopefully, I haven't sent the wrong link to everyone. That's a little bit disturbing, but. How are you doing today, my friend? So you're a Kiwi in Australia.
That's correct. Yep, we born in Invercargill, which is like the coldest part of New Zealand, like way down the bottom, and now I live here in Brisbane. So it's a bit of a change. We've been here for 10 years now, I think it is. So I've kind of acclimatized. I mean, kinda. It's. I'll send messages to my parents in Wellington and be like, "Oh, it's so cold over here. It's like 18 degrees." And I don't think I should reply with what they will tell me, but we get there.
Excellent. Well, you'll just pardon me a second. If you can just vamp for 1 sec, my friend, I'm just going to check the link, which I have sent to everyone else, just in case.
Yeah, try the second one. Try the one you sent me like about 2 minutes ago. That'd be fine. It'd be fine.
Yeah, I know that's the right link. I'm just checking to see which one I've sent everyone else. Hopefully, somehow I've just sent you the wrong one. Otherwise, I'm going to have some work to do while we're talking.
That's all right. No, as I said before, I worked in radio, so if you want me to just ramble and talk and all that kind of stuff, I got to do. You do the behind the scenes stuff. It's all sorted.
Ramble away, buddy. I'm just going to look at these links.
So good. I was thinking the other before because I was looking at the list again as to because I was meant to be here at 2:00 in the morning our time, and you lovingly moved me to 11. Is it 11 now? Yeah, 11:15. So I appreciate that. I have had a little nap after work and then came back, as you can probably tell. But it was really cool. I was thinking about it, looking at the lineup, and you got all the Doctor Who people coming up soon as well. Yes,
I'm a big Doctor Who guy, I've got to say.
I've watched like 3 episodes, and Everyone that I've watched seems to be the ones that are like, they're always in the top 5 of best episodes ever. And I'm like, yay! I don't want to watch anymore if they're the best ones because they were cool. I don't want to ruin it. Yeah.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, mate. So thank you very much, Amy. We're going to a little bit earlier than planned. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play a quick video and just resend out the link just to make sure everyone's got the correct one. So if you're okay standing by, we'll take this up in just about 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, all good, dude.
Okay, so early on in the event, we're going to go to one of our highlights packages. Look, this is what they have here for emergencies, if nothing else. I'm going to start you off. This is from 2020 Squeefest, and this is Alexander Siddig, which you'll know from Dr. Bashir and Deep Space Nine, 24. He was in Gotham and so many fantastic shows. Game of Thrones. So let's hear from 10 minutes of Alexander Siddig, and we'll be right back with you. Thank you. Please welcome from 24, Game of Thrones, Gotham, and of course Star Trek Deep Space Nine, Alexander Siddig.
Thank you. Thank you. Really kind. And what a great job you're doing. Excellent work, Dr. Squee.
Thank you. Well, like speaking to a fellow doctor, like I just have to check before we get into everything else. Have you at Starfleet Command come up with anything for COVID yet?
Yes, but we won't find out for about 400 years.
Damn it. I thought we had an answer there. I feel the need. I know you probably get asked this in every interview you do, but you've got a slightly longer name in the full.
Yes. Siddig al-Tahir al-Mahdi, but it is very long if I want to do the whole thing. Siddig al-Tahir al-Abdurrahman al-Abdul Kareem al-Muhammad Ahmed al-Mahdi. But and people will correct me because I'm always getting it wrong.
I almost introduced you as that, but I thought I wouldn't show off, Sid. I think there's also, I think especially because I feel like, again, we'll get into this in a bit, but like, I feel like there is kind of two Bashirs, like before and after kind of the reveal that he's got this extra intelligence. And I feel like the second one, you've got a more of a, everything he's saying is kind of, he's thinking about everything he's saying particularly. Is that, again, is that something you try to put in there?
There could be some subconscious thing, but I mean, I was livid when I was first told that I was genetically engineered because I just was like, that is so not what I planned for this character. But hey, the best plans go awry, especially when you've got wonderful writers. And they just imposed this on me one Thursday for the following Monday's shoot. And it was like, oh, I could have prepared. And I didn't, but and then I started fighting it all the time. If ever I had to do a quick sum in my head, it would be Bashir would do it really easily because he's now, a genetic super being. And I fought against that, but we kind of found a human compromise where it was really more of a sort of stigma than it was a Data-esque, if you're a Star Trek fan, thing. And I was worried about the data-ness and didn't really get a handle on the stigma problem until a bit later, and then it became something interesting because there are lots of people whose lives are affected by decisions that parents and doctors make that affect the rest of their lives, and that Bashir falls into that camp a bit. So I probably did consciously alter the way I delivered lines and stuff like that, but that was really me rebelling against the fact that I had become this. I didn't want to become Data. I wanted to just stay, silly old human Bashir. And that was really important to me. And I think we just about put that off.
Getting on to your earlier stuff. So you went to the London Academy of Music and Dramatic Arts. There's a quote which I absolutely love, because it kind of reminds me of podcasting a bit, but way before podcasting. Because you said, and this might be made up for the internet, I don't know, but it said, I was in a situation where I pretty much had a theatre company at my disposal and a theatre. I could do whatever I liked as long as I did it for nothing.
Yes.
Isn't that what we do on the internet now all the time?
That's pretty much what most people do on the internet. Exactly. Yeah, I was really lucky. That was just after acting school. And my mentor, basically, a teacher called Brian Astbury, who had been in South Africa and worked at the Market Theatre there, and came over with all this knowledge of how to deal with theatre on the fly at very budget levels, especially in complicated situations, because apartheid was alive and kicking in South Africa, and he partnered up with one of the finest playwrights ever called Athol Fugard, and they put on play after play after play. And then he said he was a teacher with us, and then he said he knew I wanted to be a director, which was kind of anathema acting school. The vice principal, Colin Cook, who is a phenomenal human being, but he was so angry with me. He was like, "You wasted another kid's opportunity at being an actor by wanting to be a director." And I was like, "Okay." And he kept on going. He didn't stop there. We were in a pub actually having a pint of beer, and he's like, "You are the second worst actor in this school." And I was like, "Okay, that would be me then." And obviously we were getting drunk, and but eventually I got to the point where I actually took Brian up on his offer and said, "Look, I'd love to be one of the new directors of this company." And he said, "Great, find a play, do it, and we'll do the rest." And so he found a pub we could work in, and we raised, whatever it was, 350 quid a week in order to pay for the room upstairs at this pub. It was probably a bit more than that, but nevertheless, that's how I saw it. And we didn't make any money. We didn't take any money. Everybody sort of made an effort, contributed, building sets, painting stuff. And the only important thing was that we'd use just acting school leavers to be our actors. So we couldn't go into the professional world, pick them out. This was designed to showcase to agents and whatnot that these actors were really good and they couldn't get a job anywhere else. And so that's what we did. We did about 4 or 5 plays. In fact, bit of trivia, Rufus Norris, who is now head of the National Theatre, was the other director. So together we were the 2 directors working eventually in a church basement in Paddington, or actually a church in Paddington. And Rufus was doing his thing with his incredibly talented writer wife at the time. I think they're still married. And I was doing my thing with a wonderful writer I found called Simon Andrew Sterling. And I also did a bit of Shakespeare. So we just had a really good time. And then everything got train wrecked because I became an actor. By mistake. They paid me. I just couldn't turn it down. £1,000 a week I got for my first TV show, and that was like crazy money for me. Still is.
I think something which I found interesting was I want to get onto a few of the other shows you've been in. So 24, I find obviously from your own experiences that gives you a particular viewpoint on tackling some of these characters. That was an interesting show because I think although it was coming from the point of view of authoritarianism a lot, you had characters where, just one moment which always sticks with me was Jack Bauer goes at these guys who are business owners about because basically they're Middle Eastern, so he goes at them and interrogates them, and then they end up helping him in the long run to defeat some actual terrorists coming at them.
Yeah.
How did you find that show for how it kind of portrayed the Middle East and how well it did? And
I can't speak about the whole show, but I can speak about the bit where I was in. And when my character arrived, I was really driven at the time because 9/11 had happened, and and everybody who was even vaguely brown was suddenly a terrorist or potentially one, and there was an enormous amount of hysteria and tension. And I was really unambiguous with my agent that I just really didn't want to play terrorists who were there as a tool for someone else to be heroic. And so that part came along, and he was a terrorist, but he was much more ambiguous and interesting than that. It came from a character actually on that I played in Spooks before that, which was also a terrorist sort of coming in from the cold, who had changed his mind, who had grown up a little, who had decided that the way he had been was really not the right way. It wasn't going to get what was needed done. And I love that element of that character on 24. So obviously we got together, Kiefer and I, and kicked it around. Kiefer, by the way, has a eidetic memory. He rewrites the whole show every day, every morning. He gets out of his trailer and just starts rewriting everything. The writers must have just gone nuts. But he would do it every morning, so I would have to wait for 25 minutes while he'd rewrite the scene we were about to do. And then, because he has this wonderful memory, he doesn't have to look at it again. He wrote it, he saw it. I, on the other hand, I'm like, I've got 15 minutes to learn 3 pages. What am I going to do? And that was hell. But the characterization was really great. And in fact, there's an anecdote about that. They wanted, once that started, to get Kiefer and I together long term. They wanted now the show to be these 2 characters as a double act. And they told me, and I said, but I'd already made a promise to this young person who was making a movie for peanuts, but in August. And I said, well, I can't, because I've got this little art movie to shoot. And they went, well, I can't say what they said, but you can bet it started with an F and ended with an ED. And they were like, you, Das, you. And I told you right away, I'm doing this little art movie.
And thank you very much to Alex Siddig, back from the archives there, from Squeefest past. So sorry about that little snafu at the beginning of the event. What a way to start with a wrong link. We're here now. We're back in the room. Everyone has got the correct link, so we should be good for the rest of the event.
Oh, good. It's good that I was the one that was the. It wasn't just me. You know what I mean? Like I was like, I'd be sitting there going, "Wait, hold on. I'm sure I clicked the right link."
I can't even identify that link to any of the other events in the lineup. I don't know where that came from, so I'm deeply confused. But I think everyone's back on the right page now.
I did realize, I was trying to work out why it was getting sent to a MySpace page or something like that. I was like, okay, sure, whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, you had to ask Jeeves just to get in there.
Good old ass Jeeves. Oh man, now that brings it back.
Yeah, I do have to just give some breaking news as we speak. I'm going to try and write in the title as I'm speaking to you. Ignore that banner which just came up. So we've got some more donation, another donation. So our total is now up to 150 quid. We're right at the beginning of the event as well. £150 already. You guys are beautiful. I'm just going to check who made the donation. This is breaking news. Marcus Z. Thank you very much, Marcus Z. Actually, I think there's been one since then. But anyway, okay. I think Marcus Z might have been the previous one. I think whoever's donated has chosen not to leave their details. But whoever you are, thank you, mystery person. We really appreciate your donation. Getting us up to 150 quid. That's amazing.
There we go. Wonderful. Don't you just love live stuff?
Oh, it's great. I mean, our target for the event is going to be £600, but I don't know. Look, it's such uncertain times, such difficult financial times for people. I just appreciate anyone giving whatever they can. But that's just such a wonderful start. So thank you very much, everyone who's already donated. Sorry, Gareth, back over to you, sir.
Oh, good, mate. No worries. As I said, it's exciting just watching you just doing your thing. So yeah, mate, go for it. I'll just sit here and drink my tea if you want and be fine. It's good. You do what you gotta do, man. It's all good.
Oh, God, no, please talk. I need a break.
You got 24 hours ahead. You need a break.
Just going to leave that up there just for anyone who wants to know. But yeah, so like it's your show, sir. What have we got planned today for what we've got left of your show? Sorry, it's gotten into a little bit today already.
It's all right. I'll be brutally honest with you, mate. At about I was working this morning till about 4:35, and I may or may not have had extended eye blinks today. I didn't sleep. I didn't go to sleep, but I had extended eye blinks.
Okay. So I was just going to say, what are they?
Yeah, no. It was just me just sitting in my chair, just going. No, I'm good. I'm awake. I'm here. Hello. Yep. Luckily, there's no boss there. So
as long as I don't do that during an interview, eh?
I imagine you just going, so yeah, with your thing of the... Be like, no, don't do that. No. Hey, Gemma.
Gemma said hello to Gareth, and also an anonymous user. I'm going to guess it's Mark Who 42. It's going to be Mark Baumgarten who put that. So good luck from Mark Who 42. Thank you very much.
It just goes to show how tired I am. That is, yeah. Clearly says Mark Who 42. I looked at that going, Mark Woa? Who's Mark? I'll just let you do all the little inlays and the little bounce ups and go from that.
I'll do the inlays. You do the rest. It's
I'll just do that. Yeah. But as I was saying before, like, yeah, I've only watched, I think, like a handful of Doctor Who shows. So I've got people at work that know it inside out, upside down, back to front. And I just sit there going, Can we talk about the 3 episodes I watched? Then I can join in the conversation. No, okay. So,
Can you name any episodes that you have watched?
I can tell you what was in them. I don't know the names,
Yes,
but I
yeah,
know.
yeah.
First one was the Fallen Angels one, which scared the
Weeping
bejesus
Angels, yeah.
out of me. Was
The
that sorry?
Weeping Angels?
Oh, that's how much I know. The one where the angels are moving when they didn't look. That one.
I think that's Blink that you're referring
Blink.
to, unless it's
Okay.
a later one. Was it with David Tennant?
Yes, they had him
And
in
he
it.
was kind of a minor role in that episode. So yeah, that's Blink. A fantastic episode.
That was my okay. This is cool. All right, scared the bejesus out of me, but it's fine. I've grown up from it now. The second one that I watched, I don't think it was in any order. Like I didn't go, I need to watch next week. So these could be totally random and stuff like that. But it was one where they were on a train, or it was just like all basically in one train carriage, and they were on a planet, and they were driving, and there was things hitting the roof, and I remember just going from a dark episode with these angel statues to a small. I'm like, doesn't they go outside at some point, or is it like space in the space show? But
well, I mean, look, the angel one went to a few locations, but Midnight is the episode I believe you're referring to, where they start repeating each other.
Yes. Yep.
You see, the thing is with that, it's that's the episodes which you use to save the money for the bigger episodes. But it's a really great little haunting. It's a wonderful little what they call a bottle episode because it's in one location. Just for the amount of money they saved on that episode, it's still very haunting, very nicely done with them repeating.
And it was still well done. Like it wasn't just like, oh, we just sit here. Yep, cool. It still was. Once again, there was parts in it that I was like, okay, what's going on? And there was a third episode, another episode I remember. Once again, I don't know if it's part of these ones or if I'm just getting mixed up. But there was ones where they had the spacemen, and they had the covers over, and then they kept saying things, and then they got closer, and it was skeletons.
Oh, the Science in the Library, and I forget what the second part's called. It's a two-parter with David Tennant and with Donna Noble.
Yep, that's the
Catherine
one.
Tate.
I remember her because she was the Catherine Tate. Sorry, is that right?
Yeah.
See, I remember things. It's all good. But yeah, I just remember watching that one too, just going, okay. 3 episodes that have so far been quite interesting and scary, of like the normal, where's the comedy, and isn't there meant to be funny stuff? So
you really have gone for the most spooky episodes there. It seems like you only tune in when it's the most frightening of episodes.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of watching The Simpsons just for the Treehouse of Horror. It's just like, yeah, that'll do. I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. But no, all I remember just watching those ones and just going that they were really cool and really I could see what the love was about. Like I haven't watched any since, but it's quite fun. I still pick up all the little references in games, like when they've got the character looks away and something comes up to the front. I'm like, Doctor Who. That was the episode I watched. Don't ask me anything else about it, but I know that much, and that's about it. So yeah, I don't know why I started talking about Doctor Who when I don't know anything about it.
Hey man, I was just happy that you were talking anything that saves my voice. It's all good.
There we go. See, I should just come on and go, right, Simpsons, here we go. We've got an hour of The Simpsons.
Although I don't know anyone, Simpsons, it's agreed by everyone that it's one of the best shows of all time for what it's done, but I don't think I know anyone who watches it anymore. I think it's just if it happens to be on, you catch any episode. It could be one you haven't seen before or one you have.
Yeah, well, it's probably me then just watching it. Yeah, I'll sit there and I'll legitimately be like, I have no idea what to watch on TV. Simpsons, that'll do. Disney Plus kicks in, done. That'll do. I remember when they first announced Disney Plus, and it was all like, "Oh, hey, you're gonna get this and this and all these old Disney movies and all this kind of stuff." And my wife and I had a big discussion about whether we should get it because another streaming service, another pay, blah 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 blah. And then they went, right. Oh, by the way, that's right. We own Fox, and it's Disney, and The Simpsons are on here as well. I was like, yeah, cool. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. That's fine. We can do that. That's cool. Hey, this is my wife right there, Rebecca.
Oh, it's your wife. I was going to say we've got another view, but no, it's just the same.
It's the wife in the other room through there that I would love to bring out, but she currently at the moment has got bronchitis. So that's
I'm
probably
saying
the
all
most extent that she's going to be doing is writing up like that. So
Rebecca,
yeah.
thank you very much for watching on your ill bed. I almost said deathbed, but that's not correct. Ill bed, Fred. Ill bed, I'm pretty sure isn't a phrase, but while you're ill, thank you for watching.
Yeah, the sick/deathbed, the no deaths is just sick. Yeah, we understand.
Yeah.
Well, that was the thing. Like, so we just got a brand new like couch that folds out, and we had that awkward discussion before of who's going to get the couch. Who's going to get the couch? Oh, there you go. Thanks, Bex. And honestly, my wife and I, if we have an argument, it's nothing really massive or huge or whatever, but we were getting quite aggressive on this one. But it was the weirdest thing. It was like, you take the bed. No, you take the bed. It was like, I'll sleep on the couch. No, you've got work tomorrow, Gareth. I'll take the couch. No, and this huge argument that we had to like stop and go, why are we fighting so strongly about who's going to sleep on the goddamn couch? It was like, we were just like, this is stupid. And
It's
so
like an aggressively polite argument, it sounds like.
Yeah. No, you will have the last cupcake and you will enjoy it. I'm just saying, you take it. Yeah. And so yeah. I knew
Because you get TV, fair enough. And just quickly,
that's fair.
Gemma, no, it's not 2 a.m. there. It was going to be 2 a.m., but Gareth's on an early 11 a.m., isn't there now?
Yeah, what do we got?
11:35.
Yeah, 11:35. So
yeah, we moved you to a more civilized slot.
yeah.
Geez. Oh, this was a fun and games because thing is, I just finished the lineup. I'd got one of my friends to do a retrek podcast. We're going to do a 2-hour slot.
Yeah.
Just about plugged it all in. Okay, ready to publish. Then I get a message from Nicola Bryan, Perrier Self-Doctor, Doctor's agent or person who booking agent anyway. And he message going, it's like, oh, she can do it now. It's like, okay, that worst problems to have, but now I have to rearrange the schedule because I couldn't move you later, which was the only when I reduced retrek back down to an hour, the only slot I had was a later one, and it's like I'm not going to get you up any later than 2 a.m. So I'm like, right, let's see who will move. So I end up moving 4 shows to make this all work.
And then you get me, and the first thing that happens is the link doesn't work.
Which is generic. Somewhere along the line, I swear I checked and double checked against the link in the room. I don't know how I did it, but apparently I can screw up very impressively with no logical explanation to a link which I don't think actually exists.
Well, yeah, I could vouch for that. Yeah, I sat there and it was like going, the person can see you now. They're clicking at any time. I'm like, cool. I can't see anything. I don't know if this is good enough, but I'll just play on. It's cool. It's fine.
I will say I was literally getting stuff ready to the last minute, so I was here about a minute before live time. Carl Greenhalf, my good friend who's been helping me do the few little bits around since this. Love The Simpsons, yeah. But are you still watching live? Because other than this couple, I think it's just you two right now. Are you still watching new episodes? Is what I want to know.
Yes, yeah. Well, that's the thing. So I can watch the old ones, right? And no word of a lie, because Bex will vouch for this probably as it pops up in a second. Give it 6 or 7 seconds at the beginning, right? 6 or 7. I'll be able to pause it and go, right, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. Here's a storyline. This is a quote from it. This is what's going to happen. And my funniest part of it is this. And I can do that up until about season 9. I can just sit there and go, yep, da-da-da-da-da, that's that. Quote random stuff. Sorry. I like to swear, so I'm trying not to swear. So quote random stuff and totally out of left field. And nowadays we'll watch it and I'll enjoy it. I might not laugh as much because they're getting a bit more serious and a bit more, hey, let's go this kind of thing. But I remember as I said, when there was a really cool Simpsons episode where they got Flight of the Conchords on, which is Kiwi band, awesome guys who I don't know if this is telling too much, but screw it. Both of them used to bang with my mum. Cool. Used to bang with my mum, who used to run the bank that they would go into. And I remember going to my mum numerous times saying, when they come in, please, can you get an autograph? Please, please, please. And my mum, with the greatest comedic timing that I could ever imagine, I was like, please, just anything, piece of paper stuff. My mum goes, how would it look, Gareth, if the bank manager gives a celebrity a piece of paper that's blank and says, here, please sign this? And I went, yeah, okay, Mum, yeah, you got a point. Yeah, fair. Okay, that's fair. I was like, okay, that's fine. That's totally fine. I understand now. So they were on it on The Simpsons. And, Kiwi accent, totally fine, beautiful, wonderful. And then about a season later, they've got an episode where Hank Azaria voices a Russian spy who's trying to get through to Marge, to Homer through Marge by using a Kiwi accent. And his Kiwi accent would be like right now if I tried to do an English accent. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's real like I'm trying to think. The only one I can think of now is Korg. Korg is the from the Thor movies. The real g'day bro, you know sweet as we've got the things going on right now. He doesn't try to do that. He tries to do why can't I hear you? Did something happen just then and I've killed it again? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I don't know if anyone else can hear you or if I've screwed something up. Yes, welcome to the thing. I have screwed up the show for the second time. There we go. Sweet.
The wire literally just fell out of my mixing board. It's always a simple explanation. So I'm just going to mute for a second while I sort this out. It's all going well so far.
I'll keep talking about Cork if that's okay. I'll just keep talking. So yeah, so it's quite funny because they try and do the accent of the Kiwi, and it does not work at all. It's almost like they did an episode early on with the Australian guys, and it sounds like someone trying to do an Australian accent via England and Ireland, stopping off and Easter Island to then come to Australia. Like, it just does not work. And the Kiwi accent does not work. I know it's pretty hard to do, but when you've got Kiwis like a Caesar back, just go listen to that first and go, okay, I understand. Let's try this. Because, it does not work at all.
Yeah, it's like whenever there's a British accent attempted on TV, I say British, it's usually the English accent they try and do. And they always put in words we haven't used in centuries. Like, they think bumbershoot is used in daily conversation over here. We don't say umbrella, we use bumbershoot. Yeah, that's the modern Britain that you got there. I mean, I'd sort of let The Simpsons off because it's trading on stereotypes and stuff. And Carl apparently waits for the new series to be uploaded on Disney Plus, then binge watch it. I think this might have been what's resurrected live watching of The Simpsons. Yes. I think when it was on TV, people had given up trying to work out which ones were new and which ones not. It's just whenever you're on TV, A Simpsons is going to be showing, and it might be one you've never seen before, it might not. But binge watching, I think, is where The Simpsons lives now. That's probably given it another 10 years now.
Because it's one of those ones you just go, oh no, I've seen, click next. Oh, there it is. Cool, I'll watch this one. You know what I mean?
Rebecca's just saying that you do that too, the binge watch, I think.
Yeah, we will watch that. We've watched that. What else we've been binge watching? Gosh, sorry. 12 o'clock. What time is it? 11:45. Mouth's not working. The Orville. We've been watching The Orville.
I love The Orville. I think this series, especially since it's relaunched, has got even better. Like, I think they've sort of dropped a bit of the tongue-in-cheek they were doing in the first few series, which was fine, but it's like it was a very weird hybrid. I didn't actually mind it, but I think they made a right choice of going towards just make it in earnest now.
I'll be brutally honest with you. Star Trek, cool. If someone likes it, awesome. That's your thing. Well done. It's a weird-looking guy and a bald dude, and this guy that sits, swings his leg over the chair when he sits down. It's not my thing. That's fine though. Star Wars, Bex loves Star Wars. I just sit there and go, hey, look, is that the one with Harry Potter? Just to annoy her, kind of thing, that kind of stuff. The Orville, though, I must admit, I started watching that because it had Seth MacFarlane in it. And I was like, I want to see what this is going to be like, Family Guy, but doing Star Trek. And I think we were halfway through the first episode, and I paused it, and I said to Bex, yeah, we're going to binge this. Like, we're just binging this. We're just going to keep going. And we did. It was great. I think we spent the day doing that. We binged watched the next day, because we had like a week off. We binge watched The Boys.
Oh, I love The Boys. So good.
It's really weird, once again, watching two Kiwis in the key roles doing two totally different accents. It's like...
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
I love watching the bloopers of it, because both of them are doing the accent, and I'm really sorry. I'm going to put on a really bad English accent, and I apologize now for everything, but it's kind of like when he's being the butcher, he's like, all right, mate, we're going to be doing this. You know what I mean? We're going to run down and do the, sorry, I messed that one up. Can I do the line again? Yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. all right then, mate, you got to do. And I'm sitting there thinking, how do you just do that straight away? Like, like accent key. Like, I'd be sitting there going, all right, sorry, mate, cocked up. Yep, I need to do the line again. Yep, all right. Just because I can't do accents, but just to keep it going, so I knew what it was about.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, by the way, not the worst English accent I've heard that you just did.
It's on the spot,
also,
mate. I didn't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, because a lot of actors decide to just stay in the accent while they're on set, and they just won't break it at all. So, yeah, I agree with you. It's one to pitch hit like that between them.
Yeah,
and I've got to say, his English accent is pretty damn good. I've heard people with that accent from London.
I've had a couple of mates that were I had a mate that was in Manchester and he flew over to New Zealand to work for us and he had that accent and I just remember going, how like it was the full on proper thick one. I'm just like, nah. And then I moved here and people doing the same thing going, I heard words, there were sounds coming out, but how did they make so I've had to learn to speak slowly. I go back to New Zealand and hi mum, hi dad, how are you? By the end of it, I'm just like, I'm gonna go home now, so I gotta really go do things. And sweet, cool, lovely.
So you're saying, Gareth, that you have to speak slowly for the Australians? Look, I wouldn't say that, but Gareth just said that. Look,
yep, only because my accent is just so awesome. That's all it is. Coming out of this face, as people get distracted, so I have to slow it down so they can hear me clearly. It cuts through all the sexy, as you can see right here, all the sexy.
I mean, I don't know if there's an Australian or New Zealand equivalent. I don't know if you know of our politician, Jacob Rees-Mogg.
I will probably, if I saw him, I will quickly.
I mean, not my favorite politicians, but the problem is we're telling people that we don't speak like that. And then this guy is something out of a Dickens novel and talks exactly like that. And you can see from the photo exactly how he speaks. You just need to look at him. You go, yes, he would definitely talk in an aggressively over the top past world English accent.
Yes. If you'd have just sent me that and said, guess his accent, I would be doing that. Although, can I slightly embarrass you here? Just ever so slightly. I've just got a message from my wife, just on the thing, saying that you very much look like Simon Pegg.
Me?
Yes, not me, because I look this.
I wasn't seeing it with me, but I appreciate it. I love Simon Pegg. I'll take it. I mean, we both kind of got the crinkly forehead nowadays, but
she just flicked the through going, this guy looks a lot like, so I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see that now.
I will definitely take it. Look, in the build up to Squeefest, not only do I have this week, but on Thursday during the week, I'm officiating part 2 of my stepdaughter's wedding. So basically, it's my stepdaughter from my previous marriage. She got married during lockdown.
Yeah.
And so they're having a part 2 so they can celebrate it with all their friends, which couldn't be there previously. So they got me to officiate because there's no legal requirement because I've done that bit. They said, hey, did you want to officiate this? I'm like, yeah, cool. So this week I've got to do this and I've got to write perform a wedding. So I was like, right, so I'm going to be on camera for 24 hours. Then I'm going to be in front of everyone taking photos. So I have lost so much weight for this. I think it's around 3 stone. I started doing intermittent fasting, but I did it for quite long chunks.
Yeah.
And it paid off. But I'll take Simon Pegg. He is not overweight these days, as I hope I know. He went a bit chubby at one stage, but.
That's why I'm sort of down because then you just don't see once again the bigness that is Gareth. I'm just like, I look nice and skinny, something like this. It's fine. The only weight that I would lose right now before I jumped on here was I took off a big thick shirt and put this one on. That's pretty much it, really. I'll be honest with you. I got big that Bex and I met Simon Pegg, Nick Frost, Edgar Wright, Peter Jackson, or Sir Peter Jackson. Benedict Cumberbatch, and there was another one whose name, Martin Freeman.
That's not a bad little lineup.
All of them, bar Benedict, have signed my. And Peter, because I've got a Hot Fuzz Blu-ray, and they've all signed that. And it was quite funny because we put the photos on, and I had a little bit longer hair at the time, and Nick Frost came up to me, who's only like about this tall on me. Like he's not tall. I thought he'd be taller. And he just comes up to me and just goes, you've got a luscious beard. And I was like, thank you. So do you. And I was like, no, I don't want to fondle his face because he's security guards are right behind him. I'm just going to let him do it. And so he goes, right, we need to take a funny photo. And I'm like, okay, how about we just look dead at the camera? Just dead, just like. He goes, brilliant, awesome. So my lovely wife, who comes up to about here, didn't hear us. Even though we're about this far away and she's right here, she didn't hear it because it was so loud. So he gets a security guard to take a photo of us. And so there's me and him, deadpan face, just my wife in the middle, square in the middle. And what makes it even funnier is that I put on Facebook, and you know how they do the automatic face finding and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. It got us confused. So I was like, I'll be a stunt double, bro. I got it. It's all good. What do you want me to do? But yeah, it just made me laugh. The fact that we just the same face, big bushy beard, long hair, staring at the camera, wife going, and Facebook's just like, sure, that'll do. We'll add you in there. That's fine. So yeah.
I love it. I mean, it does also all come around because Nick Frost played Santa in a Christmas special of Doctor Who. And speaking of Christmas episode, like apparently you like to skip the Christmas episodes. I'm guessing that's back onto The Simpsons.
Any TV show, any
also,
show.
Gemma, Bex needs glasses. That's just rude. Look, I get paid.
Hey, Gemma.
Jim's there to just wheel over it.
You just look. Oh, you're over the side. Simon Pegg, Nick Frost. It's a new comedic duo. Look, don't worry about the time delays. We're going to sort it. We're there.
We're going to be the pan shop or dollar shop for you, I'm guessing. We're going to be the dollar shop version of
yeah,
I'm just going to close my window because there's planes going overhead. Yeah. 1 sec.
Oh, good, mate. No worries. But yeah, any TV show, if it's got a Christmas episode, I'll skip it. Only reason why, and I know this sounds really dumb and stupid and all that kind of stuff, but when I was younger, I worked in radio, and because I was the single guy that had no kids, that was just, there to make up numbers, I do all like the public holidays. So I was doing like the Christmas shows, the New Year's Eve shows, the Queen's birthday weekend shows, the Labor Day show, all that kind of stuff, right? That was me, because they would all go off and do this stuff with their families. And hey, you're single, you don't care. Here you go. So for me, Christmas is just like another day, pretty much. It's more of a sleep in. I did say to Bex, like, who loves Christmas, and we get massive arguments every year about whether Die Hard's a Christmas movie or not, which it is. That just slip that in there. Once we have kids and once we, all that kind of stuff, I'll probably change. Look, my beard's going grey. I'll probably be looking like Santa by the time they come out anyway. But that kind of thing, like, I'll change. But until then, go Christmas next. Like, no matter what show it is, if it's Christmas, like, see what I mean?
If I the room, it's not.
Bex could have been not watching this at all, would have still heard me say that, and would have gone, right, I need to find out. Jumped on Twitter, it's not. Oh, she's got this movie thing, like, every day before Christmas, you got to watch a Christmas movie, and I was like, nope, not watching that list. No, doesn't have Die Hard on it. Don't care, not watching it. So
I'm sorry, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It's set at Christmas. That was the
yep. Christmas. He's going back for a Christmas to go see his family.
There's a Christmas party in it.
Yeah, and of course he's like, I've got a machine gun, ho ho ho. Like, I don't understand. Christmas trees, it's fine. But this was the argument. So this is the key one when it first started. So Bex would be like, no, it's not a Christmas movie because it's violent. It's violent. I'm like, okay, well, it is violent, but it's a Christmas movie instead of Christmas. She goes, it's not, it's too violent. I'm going to go watch Home Alone. To which I would sit there and go, Home Alone is the kids' version of Saw. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's the same thing. Like, granted, Die Hard, you'll just see they get bullets, they get shot, they get dead. That's it. Where with Home Alone, the guy gets like what gets the flames put on his head. They fall down the shaft. He gets something dumped on his head. He's dead like 8 times over. This guy's just dead once. That's it. Like, it's fine. But now I'm all warmed up, ready to go. We got another hour in us. We can do this.
5 minutes. The other thing is, though, that you've got to bear in mind, like if we're going to say Violence Route, It's a Wonderful Life. I mean, you see James Stewart getting a good punch in the kisser.
Yep. That one's talking about wanting to like off himself, isn't it? Oh, yeah, Bad Santa. Bad Santa.
Bad Santa is my favorite Christmas film, or Black Christmas. I don't think I've seen Black Christmas. Bad Santa, I must admit, I don't get it. I know it's very popular with a lot of people, not my cuppa.
The part that I liked was I used to have a crush, or still kind of do, on Lauren Graham, who's the mum in Bad Santa, who then ends up sleeping with Santa in a car, saying a full-on sentence of very high expletives, which I don't think I could probably say right now. But I remember just sitting there just going, I can keep watching this movie. It's fine. It's good. It was a very good movie. But what was I going to say? I was going to say something else then too.
But while you're thinking of that, just so you know, donations now at £190. We're nearly at the 200 mark. Only on our first show, and I'd like to thank it's my good friend John Wright, who does the Due South events over in Australia. Actually, funny. Oh, sorry, he's in Australia, but the events he does in Canada where it was shot. Very good friend of the show Due South by Southeast. So thank you very much, John. Oh, and before that, it was Carl Greenhalf. It's now appearing, who made the donation before. So thank you both, gents.
There you go.
I couldn't be happier with that at this early stage in the event.
That's wicked. I don't know if that's $40 of people enjoying our conversation for the last hour or however long it's been, or it's 40 pounds of people trying to get me to shut up. I will shut up if someone gives me another 30 pounds right now. 30 pounds right now.
We won't mention it's 4 hours, but 4 minutes before the end of the slot. That's immaterial.
That's fine. That's fine. I was just sitting there. All of a sudden, Gemma pops up. I've donated 50. Go away.
If you're okay, just to vamp again for a second, I'm just going to check the other studio that I haven't lost my other guest to there.
Yeah, no worries. All good. But yeah, so there were times when I was younger, as I said, when radio, they would just be like, yep, you're done. You go do all that kind of stuff, which was kind of cool in a way, because you'd have little kids ringing up going, I got this on Christmas. I got this. Other times I was hungover from the night before and I didn't care. So I remember once going to a school because we had to go doing this book reading thing or something like that. And they were asking me all these questions, do you know Rihanna? I'm like, no, sadly. Do you know Robbie Williams? No, sadly. Do you know? Yep. No, this. And one of this little kid goes, what do you need to do if you need to go to the toilet? I remember going, everyone started laughing, and I was like, no, that's fair. If you ever hear Hotel California, answer the toilet song. 6 minutes long. I can go make a coffee, do what I need to do, come back, and it's all sorted fine and dandy. Now, this is back when we had our playlist programmed by Auckland, so they would spit out, hey, this is what you're playing today and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, all right, cool, lovely. And kid you not, round about 7:15 that morning, Hotel California was played. So all I could imagine was that class going, he's taking a dump now, Mom, he's taking a dump. And I was just like, this is hilarious. I did, but I was like, this is hilarious. It's fun. Sorted, done. See you later. And I was just like, at the end of it, I went, that goes out to the school classroom that I saw yesterday. Hope you guys are all having fun. And it was like, no one else got it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm being very mean here. Great job, Gareth. Bex, quickly donate 30. He won't speak after this. I don't know if it works quite like that, but
yeah, it'd be very, very lopsided. Our podcast would be very lopsided. Just be Bex talking, and that would be about it. So, yeah. But no. But it's been fun. I think, I don't know how you want to do this. Do you do just cut and go, or do you want me to?
Well, what we're going to do is, if you don't mind just hanging on for another minute, we haven't got my next guest yet. And again, I'm going to just keep checking the
yeah.
I've sent the updated one.
Yeah.
Keep talking, keep talking.
Thank you for letting me just vent, by the way, about Simpsons and stuff like that. Like, I legitimately was like, I've got all these topics I've got to talk about. It's going to be fun. It's going to be cool. And yeah, I'm talking about Simpsons. It's like, sweet. It's fine.
I'm not going to complain. Simpsons talk is all good.
Yeah.
Me and my friend Steve, we still, like you were saying about the, all the things with the earlier series where you can just quote them just off the top of your head, everything that's happening in them. I am the same way, except for it's me and my best friend Steve, and we just always just talk in these very old Simpsons clips. Our references are so outdated. It's like whenever someone says about like a skin tie up, it's like nothing at all. Because Flanders line from it's got to be in the first few series.
Yep, and then see that's the one that I was also going where he's sliding down the hill and he splits his legs and then the snowballs start hitting him in the balls. He's just like, that hurts way more than it. And I've done that a few times. Even earlier today, I hurt myself. And I'm just Beck's like, you okay? I'm like, it's more painful than it looks. And I'm sure she understands. I think she's got to the point now where if I say something that's funny, A, it wasn't me. I probably stole it from someone. And B, if she can't work out where it came from, it was probably Simpsons. And it's just like, yeah, it's about right. It's about right. So, yeah. But I must admit, my favorite.
We've got no Ian McNeice at the moment, so we're keeping our eye out.
Okay.
Again, this is the fun and games of going live on an event like this.
Exactly. And as I said, I'm all cool. It'll probably be that 10-minute delay with the other video with the other guy. So just like.
I'll tell you what. Could you just do me a favor, Gareth? Can you for a second hop off this stream, check in the stream which I sent you just to check. And just check that Ian McNeice is not waiting there. And if he is, could you please share with him the link for here? I've checked all the links that I've got, so he shouldn't be.
Yeah. All right.
So
Give me a second. I was about to just go, you know what? Goodbye to you. All right, give me two. Give me two.
Oh, we've got an interesting challenge here. Bex. Alex, I'd pay 20 quid to have Bex say Die Hard is a Christmas movie. So the ball's in your Bex. This is for shelter. This is for people struggling to put a roof over there. Come on, you know you want to. Plus, it's getting Alex to part with his money. Come on, if there couldn't be a better reason. Yeah, as he says, it's for charity. Come on now. Okay, we got Gareth back. Any sight?
No, there's no one else down the thing. Yeah, that link worked. So yeah.
So it wasn't in the other link.
No.
Okay, Ian McNeice potentially just running a little bit late today. That's absolutely fine. So, Gareth, tell us a bit while we're waiting. Oh, well, man, that's so rough. Yeah, I know. We will use emotional blackmail to try and get you to donate. So, Alex has challenged Rebecca to say that Die Hard is a Christmas movie and he'll donate 20 quid. So, I'm just saying, good girl, it's not a Christmas. It is. Gemma, you're wrong. I'm sorry. You're just blatantly wrong. Does this just go down male and female divide?
I'm going to put this out there. I've been telling Bex this for like the last 11 years. So if you can make her say that Die Hard is a Christmas movie within an hour, you're a much better man than I am.
And by the way, Bex, they didn't say that you had to, that you couldn't say afterwards, but not really. Just
you don't have to agree with it, Bex. You just have to say it's Christmas, not a Christmas movie.
We could have a little, we could cheat a little bit here, just for a donation.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll double check that link again. Hold there 2 seconds. Sorry.
Thank you very much. So very tense moment as we're waiting for Ian McNeice. Hopefully everything's okay. We've got Gemma here. Alex, don't let the charity suffer. Donate anyway. Well, look, he's given away what you can. Retrack Model Studios, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It gets re-released every year at Christmas. Thank you very much. Elliot will be the man behind that. Mark Who 42 says it totally is an Xmas movie. Die Hard 2 as well. You see, that often gets missed out in the controversy. By the way, you may have tuned in for Ian McNeice, which hopefully we're going to have with us soon. If that's what you're waiting for, hopefully he'll be here any minute. Ian McNeice, here we go. As I mentioned him, come on, how's that for timing? Gareth, we're just going to join you back on stream. Thank you very much for joining us. Have a great day.
I was helping out. Now he's back. I'm out. Bye. Thanks, mate. Hey, enjoy yourself. I enjoyed that 24 hours. Cheers to everyone watching. Don't forget to donate. And thank you for letting me ramble for an hour.
Thanks, man. We're going to have to go over to Ian, though. Thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a man. He's known for DocTube, Doc Martin, Ace Ventura 2. This this intro alone may take the whole time. The Sandman, Bergerac, Whoops Apocalypse, Lovejoy, The Ruth Rendell Mysteries, Inspector Morse, Watching, Cluedo, Minder, The Tomorrow People, The Bill, Pie in the Sky, Sharp, Cadfile, Our Life Less Ordinary, Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, A Christmas Carol with Patrick Stewart, June, Blackball, and 142 credits in total on IMDb. Please welcome the heavy hitter of the TV world, Ian McNeice. How are you doing, sir, today?
I'm fine. I was blocked by my Safari. My Safari wouldn't let me in, and I had to try and struggle in with Firefox, which I have, which was great. So I'm here. I'm here.
And when you say Safari, you don't mean the type which was featured in Ace Ventura 2.
No, that's right. What's the name of your dog behind you? Look at that sweet little thing. What's that?
That is Dottie, which you can see there.
Hello.
On the other side, if I can get it, that's Willow.
No, other side. If you go the other side.
That's Willow. Oh, sorry, that's Willow, and that's Dottie.
And then I can see the dog. Yeah, there's a lovely dog. Beautiful.
Can you see the other side, just the dog's head?
Okay. Yes, I can. That's great.
Oh, it's all backwards, so I've got to remember to shuffle the other way.
Are you doing this for 24 hours? Is that what we're talking about, or what?
I'm on for 24 hours. Different guests join me for an hour.
When did you start?
Just an hour ago. So so 1 hour and 5 minutes in, only 23 odd to go, or about 23.
Are you going to do it literally for 24 hours?
This is the fourth one I've done, and what I do is I have some clips from previous years which are saved up, so I play those for 10 minutes just to give me bathroom breaks. But apart from that, live for 24.
Unbelievable. So you got 24 guests?
Yeah, 24 guests or different shows.
Different shows. Brilliant. Well, good for you. That's amazing.
Thank you very much for giving up your time, sir. It looks like you've been a busy man with all those credits. How do you fit it all in?
I'm very old. That's how it works. I'm very old. That's why there are so many credits. I tell you what, they're still going on. Can you believe it? There we go.
Yeah, even with an actor who has got the experience which you have, which is the way I'm going to choose to frame it, that's still an impressive career. Like, a lot of people get much less for a lot more time.
Well, look, I'm hugely lucky. I really look back on myself as being very, very blessed, really, with the amount of offers and jobs and things that I've been and places I've been to, which is fantastic. You know, it's a job that keeps on giving, which is great.
Well, we do want to do a little bit on Doctor Who because I know some of our viewers have joined just for that. But I want to go through some of your other credits first because, as I say, it's been a stellar career. So your first credit on IMDb was Warship. So what was that story? Do you remember that one?
Yes, I do. I do remember because as a child I had a stammer, right?
Yeah.
And so trying to become an actor was a little tricky if you've got a stammer. And I do remember that I had two lines on Warship, but one of them I could say, and the other one I had a real trouble with. So in the rehearsals at the BBC Acton rehearsal rooms, the line I had to say is, the first lieutenant wants to see you, Sheriff. I had to come in through the door and I had said, the first lieutenant had to see you, Sheriff. So I came to the mess deck. And as I came through, I went, the first lieutenant wants to see you, Sheriff. And he said, just do that one more time, Ian. That was the director saying to me again. And I stammered again for the first time. And I had a week off before I had to come back again and rehearse it before we did the actual take. So I was in my bedroom. I was going, the first lieutenant wants to see you. I could say it in my bedroom. So I came back. He said, Ian, let's rehearse that a little bit while you're coming through the door. And so I came in through the door with the first same thing, right? And the director said, you know what? I've been thinking about that, Ian. There's a nickname for the first lieutenant. It's Jimmy. So what you could do is you can say, but Jimmy wants to see you, Sheriff. I said, thank you so much. Thank you. So I came in through the door and I went, Jimmy wants to see you, Sheriff. I said, same thing. And I remember thinking that there was a woman, script supervisor, reading in announcements from time to time. I said, what's that? She said, well, there's an announcement that comes in from time to time over the tannoy. So I went to the director. I said, look, I got two lines. One line I can say, the other line I can't say. Can we put that line through the tannoy system and I'll have half my fee? And the guy said, Ian, you can have your whole fee and we'll put it through the tannoy system. And 6 months later, he gave me another job. What about that? The lovely director he took me to Bergerac, and I did a Bergerac with him. So God bless him. Bob Tranchell, I think his name was, and thank you so much for believing in me. So that was That was Warship. There you go.
We will talk about Bergerac in a second because I remember that one fondly. But just very quickly, we've got some business from the last one. Rebecca has said Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Someone said if she said that they would donate £20. So Alex, you're on the hook for 20 quid. We'll expect that in the donation shortly. Thank you very much. So that's that business sorted out. But she did want me to add, she said, but not really. So everyone's got their way there. So 20 quid to the donations, please. So you mentioned
all the time with people chucking in money the whole time.
People can donate throughout the whole thing, so they can go to, I will just find the banner now, justgiving.com/sheltersquee and donate whatever you can. In fact, let's just.
Oh, isn't that great? That's fantastic.
Yeah, and we're already up to, look, when I last checked, we're on £190. So
when you did the last time, how much did you make?
Say again, sorry?
When you did this last time, how much did you make for all the 24 hours?
We were just over 600 quid last time.
Oh, well done you. That's brilliant.
Yeah, we really hope to at least equal that this time, but we do know there's tough financial times for everyone. So we really thank everyone for their kind donations at a difficult time. So thank you very much. Ian, though, you mentioned Bergerac there. I do have to ask you about the John Nettles vehicle, which was huge.
John Nettles, that's right. Absolutely. Went over there and I had to play
over in Jersey.
An arms man from Birmingham, I did a Birmingham accent. This time I had more than 2 lines. So I had a whole scene, which was great. So I could do that. I could do a whole scene. It was the 2 lines that killed me. Just waiting around to do 1 line with all the people watching, it was horrible. So this was better with the whole scene. So that was great. No, that all went well. And going to the Jersey, I think it was shot in, which was lovely. With the and I'd worked with him years before because he was a big RSC guy. John Nettles, and we both were at the Royal Shakespeare Company together at the same time, I think. Yeah.
Brilliant. I mean, my parents were always a fan because they actually met in Jersey. So it was a nice kind of like remembrance of when they lived there.
Lovely guy.
Top Secret is another one. So you're the second person I've spoken to who's been in Top Secret. We had Mac McDonald quite a time ago. David Zucker is the producer who went, or the director, sorry, went on to Naked Gun and the Airplane movies. What was going into a mad world like that like?
Oh, well, I tell you what, the thing was, the thing that cracked me up about that, right, was that I turned up and I had my first thing to do where I got shot, right? So I said, look, I'd do this other scene on next Tuesday. Now, who's playing the other part in it? And they looked at the scene and said, oh, that's Omar. And I said, Omar who? And they said, Omar Sharif. And I went, oh, come on, stop taking the piss. I said, come on. No, it really is Omar Sharif. I said, yeah, right. That's right. Yeah, sure. So I turned up on the day. Who's there? Omar Sharif. I'm actually doing the scene with Omar Sharif. And I couldn't get over it. It was just fantastic doing the scene with him. And then I remember the second assistant director coming up and saying, look, we booked a table in the dining room for you and Mr. Sharif at lunchtime to have lunch together. And what was hysterical was that I went and got my lunch, which was like a sort of carvery. I had a whole full plate in front of me. I get back to the table. He's just got a green salad, hasn't he, in front of him? And so there I am with this huge plate of food. And there's Omar with just a little salad because he's a gourmet. He only has 1 meal at night. In the evenings, he doesn't eat at lunchtime. They all came up and talked to him. All the people came by. So I was lucky. But it was great working with him. What phony dog poo. I remember there was a thing at the end, which was great. No, good. I still get people coming up to me and doing lines from it. You know, novelty tricks and what phony dog poo. They come up and give me those lines from the show, which is great.
I mean, this is the thing. You've not only been in so much, but so many with wonderful, like outrageously good cast. Like next one I wanted to ask you about was Whoops Apocalypse, which starred Graham Garden, Loretta Swit from MASH fame, Peter Cook, Richard Wilson, and Alexei Sales, amongst many others.
Yeah, but you know who was the lead in it? Was Kramer. Kramer from Seinfeld.
Yes.
That guy. You know, Kramer, the great. This was before he'd done Seinfeld, so no one really knew who he was, but he was brilliant, absolutely.
Do you remember anything about shooting on that?
I remember because there was we shot in Miami, right? And I played this rather sort of I played a newsman, a journalist, and we were trying to get a story on this thing. And I was a photographer, that's right. And we were lying on these jack chairs outside in the sand. And that's right. And the scene had me eat a banana and then chuck it away. And I remember when we did the next take, they came up to me and the props people said, look, we're terribly sorry, but we've only got one banana. And I said, what do you mean we've only got one banana? So they sort of washed it down and tried to keep the little bit inside. And we've sent out for some more, but just until they come, would you mind just working with? I said, fine, no problem. I always remember saying, we've only got one banana. Haven't you read the script, love? You know, I throw it away in the sand. So that was funny.
Please say, if you ever get around to writing your autobiography, you call it "We've Only Got One Banana." It's got to be.
Would be good, wouldn't it?
One which I did want to ask you about, because this is the Ruth Rendell Mysteries. It was shot in my hometown of Romsey. They even used my dad's shop. My dad was a chemist in Romsey, and they used his shop in it a couple of times. Do you remember shooting that? And do you remember visiting Romsey?
Where was it?
In Romsey.
Is that where we shot it, in Romsey?
It is, yeah. I'm not surprised you don't remember it either, because it's a small little market town. No.
The Ruth Rendell Mysteries, wasn't it, right? Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, good. Is it with Baker? Baker?
Yes, yeah.
Was he the detective? Yeah. George Baker, yeah. No, I think I turned out to be the naughty boy. I think I was the one that did it. I think I remember that, yes. No, a lot of fun.
I just remember when they were filming, I didn't know they were filming at my dad's shop. They were doing a wide shot, so they had the guys walking, cameras at the other end of the street. And I walked to our front door, we lived above my dad's shop. Walked to the front door, and then suddenly I heard this director very grumpily shouting, "Cut! Sorry, what are you doing here?" And I go, "Sorry, I live here." And he goes, "Oh, I'm really sorry, you're Richard's son." And George Baker came over, he chatted to me for a bit.
That is funny. That's very funny. That's very funny.
Oh, look, I'm wondering if you got any inspiration from this next one. So Lovejoy, where you end up on to your character in Doc Martin is in that roguish mold. Did you get any notes from Ian McShane?
Do you know what the thing is? The thing I remember so well about Lovejoy, right? It was that McShane would turn up in the morning. He'd be wearing a black leather jacket, a white T-shirt, jeans, and cowboy boots, right? So he'd turn up in that. He'd go into his trailer and he'd come out in costume. He was wearing a white T-shirt, a black leather jacket, jeans, and cowboy boots. I kid you not, he changed, right? He changed, but he was wearing the same bloody thing that he'd come in the morning. But he changed. He'd gone into costume because he must have told them, this is what I want to wear, right? It just cracked me up. It really cracked me up. No, that was very funny. I played a character called Gervais Rackham, and I think I was an antique dealer. And I remember being on a staircase with one of those, those Hoovers without any power, just doing something rather camp on the staircase. I remember that. Very funny stuff.
Brilliant. Just some late breaking news. We don't have the name yet. It hasn't come through, but we've just gone up to £200. So thank you very much to whoever.
Well done, you. 200 already, and you did 600 last time. Well, you're a third through.
Fingers crossed, my friend. Fingers crossed.
Already.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Cluedo, the TV show. I remember this very fondly. This was a fun little interactive, like it's a TV version of the board game they had for a while.
Which one?
Cluedo. So they had different celebrities coming on. They had to guess who did it.
Oh my God! And look at the cast list. There was it was Mick Jagger's girlfriend. She was a model.
Hall.
Yes, Jerry Hall.
It's not
Jerry Hall. Jerry
Hall.
Jerry Hall, and that was Ab Fab. She was in it. Who's become a dame? That one. The one recently. She was in it. That's right. And I remember the vicar was that man from Just a Minute. He was that the guy who does the radio show for Just a Minute.
Great.
Yes, Nicholas Parsons. He was hysterical. Yeah, and also Dirty Dan was in it, playing Colonel Mustard. Dirty Dan.
Dirty Den, Leslie Grantham.
Yes. What a cast! Yeah, and I turned out to be the guy that gets murdered halfway through, I think. So I ended up on the floor. I remember that.
Well, I hope they didn't half your feed that time.
No bananas. There was no bananas in that one.
Just very quickly, Amy Liddington. Yes, I did just see that was her with that donation. Thank you very much, Amy. So the bill next. It seems like this was certainly a credit, which if you were working in the 80s or 90s, you needed the bill on your CV.
Yeah. The bill that I remember because they had this thing when you did the bill in those days, you had to go down to somewhere like Morton or somewhere outside of London, and you had to travel down there, and then there would be blue and red groups. You'd get in a bus and you go up and do various things. And I said to them, look, love, I'm too old, too talented, and you've got to give me a car, right? I don't want a posh limo. I just want, just a taxi to pick me up and take me to work. That's all I want. And they came back and said, we don't do cars. I'm sorry, but we don't do cars. And there must have been some guy in the office saying, who the hell does he think he is asking for a car? And I said, you know what? I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it because I'm too tired, too fat, too talented. Just give me a car. Okay, they came back. You got the taxi. The taxi took me to work, which is great.
I love it. Very quickly, we've got a question from Alex. And Alex, by the way, she did say it was a Christmas movie, so you've got to know that 20 quid when you get a second. Alex has asked, regarding Ace Ventura 2, there was a post on Facebook that said Jim Carrey improvised the chitty chitty bang bang part of the Land Rover scene. Is that true?
Absolutely true. Yeah, he improvised that on the day, and it was absolutely stunning. I have to say that he improvised most of the scenes. I mean, it was nothing like the script I got at the beginning. And I only stayed on the movie because I suddenly thought to myself, I could just pretty much guess when he's going to finish. Because they were all riffs. He would do riffs and riffs and riffs. And when he got to what I thought was the end, I never trampled on his stuff, right? So I stayed with the show. Otherwise, I would have been fired ages ago. So I was lucky to stay with it, really. But that was, yes, she's absolutely right. That was improvised, as a whole lot of other stuff was improvised on the day. Incredible.
And what was Jim Carrey like to work with? So it seems like, certainly in recent years, he's, I think it's that genius and insanity thing. Like, I don't know which line of it he's on, but he now seems to have, he talks about escaping his body to be the essence of Jim Carrey and things like this. What was he like back then?
Well, the thing is this, is on those big movies, right? Lighting changes can take anything, because you shoot one way and then you shoot the other way, and then that's known as turning around and doing it the other way. And that can take, on those big films, that can take 2 or 3 hours just to change the camera and to do all the lighting, because it's so vast, right? You'd return to your caravan or something like that. You'd sit down, have a cup of coffee, read a magazine, just make a phone call or so. Jim would stay on the set and entertain the troops. He'd be doing funny walks. He'd be doing juggling. He'd be doing, songs. He'd be doing this and that, just to keep the crew happy and make them laugh as they were working. So he would be doing stand-up. He'd be doing stand-up in between. So, I mean, he never stopped. He was on it 24 hours a day. I mean, he just didn't stop. So it was extraordinary, I have to say. No. I mean, the guy is, well, he was then. He was just a tour de force. I mean, he really was.
It's amazing. One which, so I mentioned before, Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Do you enjoy doing the stage work side of it? What are the extra challenges of that?
Absolutely, because that was, I didn't actually do the stage myself. I got cast to do the movies. So that was, but I've done a lot of stage work myself. Funny enough, I actually did a lot of stage work in my early 30s, and then I suddenly had kids and I couldn't really do any more stage because it doesn't pay very well, and I had to pay for the kids, really. So I stopped doing stage work specifically to do television and film. And I didn't do any stage work for 17 years, right? And then eventually my agent rang up one day and said, look, I've got an offer. I said, great. I said, that's lovely. She said, it's the National Theatre. And I said, hang on, I can't do theatre. She said, no, wait. It's to play Winston Churchill in a play about Harold Macmillan. Jeremy Irons is playing Harold Macmillan, and they want you to play Winston Churchill. And I went, oh, hang on. That sounds really interesting. Yes. So I looked at what I'd already put two kids through college, and I only had one to go. And I thought, you know what, I can do this. So I went back to do it, and I remember standing on that stage at the National Theatre on the first night, the opening night, just all coming down the back of the legs. I was just absolutely terrified, absolutely terrified. 1,000 people in the audience, and I thought, what am I doing? I hadn't told anybody I hadn't done any theatre for 17 years. And there I was, shaking, quaking in my boots, right? But, you know, I got through it, and then I got another offer of another play at the Globe. I did Henry VIII in the Globe, and then another play I did in London in the West End, the King's Speech, playing Winston Churchill again. So that was great. So coming back to do theatre was a great thing. And of course, that led to me playing Winston Churchill on Doctor Who. So there you go.
And we will get to that in a little bit, but something which actually links in very neatly here is Patrick Stewart, when he was had a time of not working on the stage, he did a one-man show expressly because he was worried about going on stage and worried about getting nerves. So that became the film version of A Christmas Carol, because he did a one-man show at first, which you starred as Mr. Fizzywink, which is a small but such an important role. I feel like you've got to bring the energy in that and the kind of joyfulness against his misery.
Yes.
So what was that?
That's totally right. And that's what it was like. No, that was great. Basically, we had to sing and dance and do all those sort of things. Look, there were Joseph is one of my favorite musicals. It's got there. Thank you, Amy. That's very nice of her. Thank you. Yeah, no, Fezzik was a lot of fun. And of course, we had that actor who'd been in the movie Cabaret. If I could only remember his name. But no, he was brilliant.
Absolutely fantastic.
Joel Grey, that's who it was, Joel Grey.
Excellent. One which I think is an overlooked, amazing British film is Blackball. I found that so hilarious. I don't think it gets enough love.
Yes, of course. Well, we're all playing bowls, aren't we?
Yes. And it's about America getting hold of the sport and trying to make it a big stadium event.
One of my favorite lines is he talks about all these old men, playing bowls and going into the change room and all their trousers smelling of mince and wee. I remember that because they all sort of piss themselves down the front. Yeah, very funny. No, and he was so good in that, wasn't he? The lead guy,
Paul Kay.
What's his name?
Yeah, amazing.
Yes, so good, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. No, that was a lot of fun, and directed by Mel Smith.
Yes, the late great.
Yeah, the late great Mel Smith. I worked with him in the theatre years ago. I'd done My Fair Lady with him up in Sheffield at the Crucible when he was going out with Ruby Wax of all people. What a teamwork that was! Mel Smith and Ruby Wax. How about that then, eh?
I did not know about that coupling. That's very interesting.
Yeah, that's a couple. That's a couple.
And in, of course, Blackball, there was, again, the late great, the recently departed Bernard Cribbins. Did you get to work with him at all?
Of course, yeah. Because what we did, we had several scenes where we're the collective, where the group of bowls players, there's me and God, I just can't remember names anymore, but several, including Bernard Cribbins, and we're there. And yes, so we used to hang out together, and then we'd have lunch together and stuff like that. But great stories that he would tell lots of stories about, working on the railway children and stuff like that, which is fun. And of course, there was that guy from Babe. The movie Babe about the pitch?
Yes, it was
Cromwell.
He was also in Star Trek First Contact. His name is Cromwell. Come to me in a second.
Cromwell.
James Cromwell.
Yeah, James Cromwell. Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much for sharing that. So, pardon me, I've just completely lost my place. Sorry. Let's get on to the Doctor Who of it now then. So you got cast. So you got cast because of the play where you were playing Churchill.
What happened is that when I was doing Winston Churchill, the National Theatre, people from Doctor Who, the casting director and I think the director, came to see the play because they were looking for an actor to play Winston Churchill. And I think that's how I got it, really, which was great. But I mean, it was wow. I mean, what a gift, because I didn't realize that really that what it led to was all these conventions all over the world. And so, I mean, on the back of it, I've traveled to America multiple times. I've traveled to Australia, to New Zealand, to Europe, all on the back of Doctor Who, and including, get this, a cruise around the Caribbean. Can you believe this? They have Doctor Who cruises where there's 3,000 people on the boat. There's 90 Doctor Who fans. There's a group of 5 of us who've been in the show, and then we have to have dinner with them in the evening and maybe chat to them during the daytime. And then we go to all these wonderful places like Jamaica and Aruba and places like this. What about that? That's incredible.
That's not bad. That's not bad. And when you were first playing Churchill, did you do a lot of research into him? And
yes, I did. When I did, I remember when I was doing it at the National Theatre, I did a lot of work there. In fact, I went to Blenheim Palace to see where he was born, right? And he's actually buried in a little cemetery not far from Blenheim Palace. And I went to see that, and it was very dark and it was quite misty when I got there because it was like about 5 o'clock. And I saw where he was buried. He's buried next to Clementine, his wife, the 2 of them together. And it's sort of quite spooky because there was this little sort of fog just appearing over the grave. And suddenly, as I was just about to play him as well, I remember that suddenly there's a whisper came up from the ground saying, "Don't muck it up, boy." And there it was. There he was saying to me, "Don't muck it up." He was actually saying don't, but I can't say that on the radio, so I better not do that. He said that. Yes, he did say that.
Wow. That's that's spooky. And as if it wasn't surreal enough to be playing Churchill and Doctor Who, you're then added to the layers of it. It's a Dalek episode as well.
Yes, I couldn't believe it. I was so excited when I found out that it was Daleks, and it was written by the tour de force who writes all of the shows. Fantastic stuff. What?
Stephen Moffat, that one?
No, that was the other one that's the actor that does all the stuff as well. Who does all the
oh, sorry, it's of course it's from the League of Gentlemen. Mark Gatiss.
Yes, absolutely brilliant. I remember being in the breakfast room of the hotel in Cardiff, just about to do the first scene, and I walked by this table and he said, "Hello," he said, "my name is Mark Gatiss. I actually wrote your episode." And I went, "Oh, thank you so much." And since that time we became friends, which is really because we send each other little texts when I see he's doing something on the telly. What a charming man, and what a brilliant man. Not only because he's a great performer, but he's a great writer too. I mean, what a talent. No, and to actually have I always remember there was this one thing with the Daleks, right? Okay, where Matt Smith had to hit the Dalek on the top of its head of the Dalek, right? And they got 2 spanners. They got a spanner that was the real spanner, which was like quite made of sort of steel, and then they had one made with rubber, so it wouldn't harm the Daleks. I always remember this point where he attacks the Dalek, and suddenly you could hear this voice coming inside saying, "Please, that's the wrong spanner." So he'd been hitting the hell out of this poor little guy in this game. He must have been seeing stars inside with this steel spanner being smacked on his head. Poor little thing.
Wow. And I can imagine it's quite a challenge as well. You're there in the kind of like the bunker, which looked absolutely amazing. You've got to get into the reality of that moment. How do you keep the reality of the moment when a Dalek shows up? How do you kind of keep yourself grounded in the scene?
What can you do? How can you be grounded on something like that when a Dalek starts talking to you and all the rest of it? I just don't know. But I mean, I tell you what was brilliant was that Matt Smith, right? It was only like the second second one he'd done, and I think he was still finding his feet. But he was such a joy to work with, and he was like so inventive. He tried something one way, then he tried another way, and just such a nice guy. And so, and her legs go all the way up, don't they, with Karen Gillan? I mean, she's an absolute gorgeous lady, I have to say. No, she was lovely too. I always remember coming in one morning, and apparently Matt had rung up Karen and saying, turn on to ITV now, turn on the telly. It's McNeice. He's in 8th Ventura 2. You're not going to believe it. So they came in the next day and went, hello, all righty then, all righty then. That was sweet. That was nice.
Oh, so they were as much fans of you as you were of them.
Oh, please. There you go.
Can we just talk a bit about them a bit more? Because what I love about Matt Smith is he always seems this big bundle of energy, and especially on Doctor Who, it was just so wonderful to see him just darting across the screen with energy.
That's what he based it on, and I think he did such a good job of that. I really do, and I think he was, you know, I mean, I think out of all the Doctors, I think he was airing to be my favorite. I think because of that. I mean, I think he was a really, really good Doctor Who, and such a charming guy too. I remember because having done the first episode and then being asked back to do others, that was where I came back and I had to do. I always remember when I came back with Doctor Who, I always remember having a scene with a man with a green face with scales on it, and I thought to myself, you know what? I can come back at any point now as Doctor Who and be at any point with anything. If I'm talking to a man with a green face with scales on it, I can do anything now, which was great.
And you've also
available to come back for Doctor Who.
You also got to play it where in a Roman. I believe you're in a.
Yes.
Am I remembering correctly? Yes. In a toga, playing Churchill in a toga.
No, he was in a toga.
Oh yes,
he was in a toga. That's right. Yeah, he was in a toga. But coming back during that period, that was fantastic too. No, that was great. And being invited back as a long lost friend, I remember walking through the door and going, Ian. So that was lovely. That was absolutely lovely.
And moving on to Karen Gillan again. So yeah, as well as her legs, which may not have gone unnoticed by myself as well. She was just so wonderful in that role, and she's gone on to do so much since. What was she like to work with?
Haven't they? Because I think I mean, isn't yes, no. I think that's stunning that the way they're going to do more, because I think is Matt in this new? Is it the Hobbit thing? It's Game of Thrones, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, the House of Dragon.
Yeah, but he was so good in The Crown, wasn't he?
Amazing.
Just outstanding as that naughty boy.
And also, did you have to talk to him about seeing other Churchills though? Did it get personal?
No. Luckily they kept that out. No. I do remember being in the street the other day, and someone came up to me and said, "Oh, congratulations with the Oscar." I thought to myself, he's got the wrong boy here. He's got, I'd like to have done it, quite frankly, but no, I didn't win the Oscar. But it was nice of him to thought it was me, I have to say.
Oh, brilliant! And since you've gone on to work with other Doctors on audio, so you've now been welcomed by Big Finish, does the audio dramas for Doctor Who. How's that been?
Well, first of all, I did this like a box set, right, of Churchill stories, right, which was brilliant. But the Little Devils, they were, it was like doing it for cut price, because they had me do all the stories, but then I had to do all the voices of the Doctors, right? Because they didn't have any of the Doctors in. So I had to do, as Churchill, I said, okay, and so, came in now, and I had to do David Tennant. I had to do, all these people. I always remember getting these notes from the director saying, with David Tennant, can you make it a bit more London, I said, yes, I can, but it's Churchill. He's not an actor. He just did it as, Anyway, eventually I got to work with some, I didn't have to do it in the end. They actually got in some of the Doctors. So I worked with Paul McGann, which was lovely, and also with Sylvester, which was great. So that's been a lot of fun. Yeah, it was so nice, and I'm sure that people who talk about working for Big Finish production talk about just one thing, and that's the lunches that they provide. Oh my God. Have you been there? Have you done it?
No, I've just heard tale many a time.
Oh my God. I would do it for free. So long as they would provide the guy that makes the lunches. What a star. And everybody talks about them. And it's just a joy turning up and having his food at lunchtime. Oh, he's a gourmet, absolute gourmet, terrific.
So
that was all a lot of fun.
It was hilarious during lockdown because I listened to a lot of the audios. And during lockdown, all you'd hear on the extras was it's like, oh, it's quite nice working from home, but I miss the lunches.
Yes, of course, because you wouldn't be having it. No. I mean, they were just so nice.
Because that was an incredible thing in itself. The Big Finish kept going throughout, and they just had people recording at home. And I know from doing a bit of audio work before how difficult it is to match up everyone's audio and everything. It must have been such a task.
No, it is. I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. But I mean, brilliant. All power to them that they can make it work like that, which is great.
We will go on to Doug Martin in just a second. Just very quickly, though, I know you only had a brief role, but you popped up in The Sandman, which I was very happy to see you in that.
Can you believe that I've had so many comments from that? I've had so many people email me and so many people text me. They say, "Good God, saw you in The Sandman." I said, "Well, isn't that incredible?" It's a tiny little scene playing the barman, but you know what? I mean, what the hell? Because he's my what would he be? Because he is my ex's sister,
right,
is called Phoebe Nichols, and she is the mother of Thomas Sturridge. So would he be my nephew or something like that? Would he be that? I suppose.
You've lost me, I've got to admit, but my brain is slightly addled from all the prep for this. But apart from that, I think you're right.
I think he's connected. I've known him ever since he was a kid. Let's say that because my ex is Kate, and so her sister is Phoebe, and Phoebe's the mother of Thomas Sturridge. So it must be something like a nephew or niece or something, niece, nephew, cousin, twice removed, something like that. Anyway, charming boy, Thomas Sturridge. What a great performance! What a great show! I mean, it's hit the roof, isn't it? People love it.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a loved property already, and Neil Gaiman is so beloved. But this gets back to my point. Not only have you been in so many credits, but you seem to have a very good track record of getting into the winners. Like, I have no doubt because of your talent for getting through the door. But you never know when you make one of these things if it's going to be a hit or not. But you've had a good hit rate. Yeah.
And Foundation, I did a little bit in Foundation, which was on Apple recently. I did that as well. No, it's great. And I just did one. Got a tiny little cameo on Napoleon now, which is going to come out at Christmas time. With it's playing Louis the 18th, and Napoleon's Joaquin Phoenix. Is that right?
Joaquin Phoenix?
Yes, Joaquin Phoenix is playing Napoleon. Wow. And I play Louis the 18th, and it's directed by Ridley Scott of all people. What about that, eh?
Which channel's that one coming out on?
Say again?
Which channel's that coming out on?
Oh, that's a movie.
Oh, it's a movie, big screen. Awesome.
Big screen movie of Napoleon, directed by Ridley Scott, and with Joaquin Phoenix as Napoleon, which would be cool.
Fantastic. And you mentioned, sorry, what was the other thing you said, which was out on Apple TV at the moment?
Foundation.
Tell us a bit about that, just to give it a plug.
It's a little spooky. It's a really sort of set. I suppose it's like an early Star Wars thing. It's worth a look anyway. It's on Apple TV. Look out for it. It's called Foundation.
Brilliant. Just a bit of praise for your work on Big Finish, Philip Nichols. Listen to Subterfuge the Big Finish Ian McNeice did with Sylvester McCoy.
There you go. Thank you very much, Philip. That looks nice, doesn't it? Yeah, great.
Excellent. Cool. Now we have had quite a few people saying about Doug Martin. My father is also a fan of Doug Martin. We've had Amy. You're very welcome. Great cause. My mum is a Doug Martin fan. I absolutely love it. So this has been going. It's now in the 10th season. It's just hit back on our screens, and you have a year off between. So you've been playing this role for 20 years. Is it now?
extraordinary, isn't it? We started doing it in 2004. So what's that make about 19 years? And this last series, which was series number 10, that'll be the final one.
It's the last
So
one.
we've got last one. So the one you're seeing now, it started last Wednesday, and there are 8 of them. That'll be the last one. But ITV have commissioned a Christmas special, which we did during the just before we did the final down in Cornwall. So we were in Cornwall since February, making the Christmas special first, and then the series. So that's coming out on Christmas Day, and then on Christmas Eve, there's going to be an hour documentary of the making of the show. So that's going to be it's a win-win. It's a Doc Martin Christmas. What about that?
Oh, that's amazing. I look forward to that. Very sad to hear it's going away, but it sounds like it feels like maybe the right time after so many years. But this is the longest you've ever played a character, am I correct?
Oh, totally, absolutely. Goodness me, to play Bert Large for all that length of time was extraordinary, and such a fun character to play because he was a naughty boy, always getting it wrong, always in trouble, and is seriously in trouble. This final series, he gets into trouble 2 or 3 times, big time. So it's going to be fun to watch him go bad, really, in that area.
And it
Naughty
seems
boy.
like he's an extremely endearing character, but he is one of those rogue characters. So I mentioned maybe a bit of the Man of Lovejoy and Del Boy and all those great rogues that we love.
All those
How fun is
rogues,
that
a
to play?
total rogue, always fun to play. Those characters are the best to play because they're the most fun, which is when something is going wrong the whole time. And he's such an optimist, so he'll say, "Don't worry, something will turn up." It's like Mr. Micawber from Charles Dickens. It's like you'll turn a corner, something will happen. The grass is always greener, and of course he gets into so much trouble. And his poor son, played by Joe Absalom. And Joe Absalom is on tour at the moment. My friend, I'm going to plug this. My dear friend Joe Absalom, who plays my son Al Large, is on tour at the moment with The Shawshank Redemption.
Oh,
He's
wow.
playing the lead in that, so go and see him if it comes near to you. He's just finished 2 weeks in Windsor, and I'm not sure where he's going next, but I'm going to go and see him in Guildford in October. So it'll be at the Even Arnold in October, so have a look for him down there. But great guy. I always say to my kids, he's the son I always wanted. It went down so well with them, I can tell you.
With the schedule being 1 year on, 1 year off, is it hard to refine the character when you come back to it?
Not at all. Because when we return, it's like a family because the cast was still the same, and a lot of the crew loved the show because they love being down in Cornwall, they love being down in Port Isaac, so a lot of the crew returned to make it, and certainly the lighting cameraman was the same, the director was the same. And then a lot of the heads of departments, like the costume people and stuff like that, makeup people, all were the same. So it's like a big family returning, which was great. And then working with everybody, it's just like, you slot back into it very quickly because it's like you've got shorthand with everybody. So it's really nice. And then you've got all the guests that come in, which are fun, like Sigourney Weaver at one point. Goodness me.
Yes.
What about that? I mean, crazy. Alien. There she is walking through the door. I wanted to get her autograph for a friend of mine, so I knocked on her trailer door, and it made my day because she opened the door and went, "Mr. Large, come in, Mr. Large." So she knew who I was, which was sweet. Because what had happened, right, was Mrs. Tishel in the show and her were at drama school together. So Selena Cadell, who plays Mrs. Tishel, and Sigourney were at drama school all those years ago, and they've kept in touch ever since and see each other a lot. And she's the reason that she came into the show, because she watched the show and Selena said, come in. And since that time, someone texted me. Apparently, it's been in the newspaper. Apparently, that Harvey Keitel wants to come and do it. What about him? The guy from the bad boy from all those sort of Martin Scorsese movies. You turn around and it'll kill you in 2 minutes, Harvey Keitel. So what about him then? Apparently, that would have been extraordinary if he'd shown up in Port Isaac, wouldn't it?
Have you filmed the Christmas one yet? Could he still show up?
He could still show up.
Speaking of Port Isaac, that's such an important location. It seems so integral to the character of the piece. What's it like going there and filming every year?
Extraordinary, because
Every
what
other year.
happens now, it didn't, I mean, it took a while to sort of kick off, but then for the last maybe 7 times we've been down there, we're surrounded by fans, right? So
Yep.
there are people, I mean, on a day, there's, 200 or 300 people walking through, coming to see where Doc Martin has filmed, and they see us filming in the village. And it's like doing live theatre. They're all watching paint dry as we do these shots, and they just can't get over the fact that we're there. So yeah, so because and during the high season, hundreds of people come and see, and they come from all over the place, from Russia, from Poland, from Iceland. They even came from all these people who say they come all the way from New Zealand, all the way from Australia to see you, and you go, oh goodness me. A lot of people from America, and in fact, this woman called Gloria, right, who lives in Ohio, started to work out a fan club for me for all these Americans. And suddenly, over the years, this has grown to like 4,000 women. I got into trouble one year, calling them, all over 60. And they say, well, not all over 60. So I have to say, no, women of a certain age, right? Who've been a chubby chasers. They like a man with a bit of flesh on them. You know what I mean? So they're all there. They all turn up there. They all turn up. And Gloria comes for a month while we're filming. And on a Thursday, she'll have the Burt Large Lovers Group, which is the Facebook page, right? They're all there having supper on a Thursday night. I've got to pop in and say hello to them. It's hysterical. Hysterical.
And I mean, come on, you have to be the envy of every other actor that you've got these 4,000 women just waiting at your beck and call.
I said, what? Put it in the Sun newspaper or the Daily Mirror one point. I said, I turned into a sex symbol at 72. What 71? What more could you want? You know what I mean? Ian McNeice, the sex symbol of Doc Martin.
You're just waiting to grow into your sex appeal there.
Dotage, love, dotage.
I did want to talk a bit about Bert, because what I find must be so interesting for you is each series has got a new scam, a new thing that he's doing. He's running the inn, then he's like selling whiskey. Do you have a favorite kind of period in Bert's history?
Well, the thing is, I mean, I can let you into a little secret now, because the episode started on Wednesday. He's now going to be running with his son a caravan park.
Yes.
So this is the new scam that he's got going. So there's going to be fun and games. Do tune in. Tune in Wednesday nights, 9 o'clock on ITV, to watch Burt Large get into trouble with his caravan park. You've got to come and see it.
That's a great hook to get people in. And what have there been people you've known like Burt over the years that you kind of put into the character?
Oh yes, I think so. In fact, there's a little sort of nod I do to my friend Brian Cox, the actor who I used to stay with in Camden. His builder, who used to come and see him all the time, always came in and no matter what he was doing, he'd have his overalls on, but he always wore a tie. And I put that into my character. So you see Bert, and whether he's wearing his overalls or his outfits or so, he's always got a tie. And I made that specifically for this friend of Brian, who was a builder. That was a nod to him wearing that tie. Yeah, that was nice.
Oh, that's lovely. And have you filmed the Christmas special now? Is it all wrapped?
Yes, we have. Christmas special is all done, and apparently the director has seen it and says it's fantastic. There's going to be a bit of snow in there, so it's going to be very Christmassy, this one, which would be lovely. Seeing Port Isaac with all the Christmas lights up and a Christmas tree. It's going to be very special on Christmas Day. Very nice. Good storylines in that too.
And after so many years, how difficult was it saying goodbye to such a wonderful part and a wonderful show?
Couldn't wait to get over it, quite frankly. I wanted to get out quickly, you know what I mean? I'd had enough, you know what I mean? 20 years, move on, love, move on. It was very sad saying goodbye to everybody, I have to say. There was a wrench. It was a wrench. It was a wrench.
Just to wrap up, sir, with such a storied career, so many credits to your name, is there a favorite of yours that you've worked on over the years?
Favorite?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's going to have to be, isn't it? It's going to have to be Bert Large.
Excellent.
I would think. I think the two favorites are obviously Ace Ventura, because the kids love that. They still can't believe these people come up and say, "Weren't you in Ace Ventura?" And they're like 6 or 7 years old. And I said to myself, "You weren't even born when we made this. I mean, come on, what's going on?"
That's amazing. Thank you very much, Ian, for giving up your time and for joining us today.
Well, I'm just going to say, I'm just writing it down now. www.justgiving.com /shelter squee. I'm going to put £100 in, love. What about that?
Sir, that is amazing. Thank you so much.
I should come up the screen and I'll put that in for you. There you go.
Ian,
all right.
I don't have the words. Thank you very much. That really means
a hell of a lot. It's been a pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure. Nice talking to you. On behalf of the Rocking Horse Media.
On behalf of Rocking House Media, I would like to thank Ian for his support with the crowdfunder for Henry House. I'm a producer on the project and support is much appreciated. So,
oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's lovely. Great. Well, good luck with you. Good luck with your 24 hours. I have to say, that's incredible and special. Well done.
Thank you very much, Ian, and take
good
care,
luck.
sir.
Keep going, man. Keep it up. Keep it up. Let me know how much you get at the end of the time.
I will do. Thank you very much, Ian. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Wow, Ian McNeice, not only an amazing actor, all those credits to his name, but £100. When that comes in, I'll give you an update on the total. What we're going to do, just allow me to quickly pop to the bathroom, is we're going to play a short video. I'm hoping he's okay with me sharing this because I was given this to use in previous Squeefests. So I'm going to take that as an extended license from the wonderful Professor Elemental. And this is his video in At the End of Time. Here goes.
Warning. Trouser malfunction. Trouser malfunction. So sorry about this, sir. Warning. Resetting for 1913, 12 AD,
2001, 2000 nothing.
In the edge of time. Did we have a lovely time?
The time we met the Mark.
Mark, got this. Tick.
My God, we're outside of time itself. A swirling mass of colours and lights, abstractions and new dimensions. Terrifying, beautiful. Oh, look, there's a pub. The Inn at the End of Time. Well, I suppose it won't hurt to have a quick breather. Been on a tour, lost in time, not been here before. I mean, I've seen all sorts of things, but I'm sure a pub at the beginning of the end has me floored. From outside it looks sort of Tudor, but from another angle it could be from the future. Can't work out if it's bricks or made out of computers, but I can hear music inside. How super! I'm new to time travel and it is a bit lonely. Thrown me all over, maybe someone can show me how to get home or how to get Jeffrey. I step in, even I'm impressed. See, there's plenty of travellers all getting messy. Let me get these, we're all getting ready. The band's coming on, they look like they might rock. Here where the travellers come on a night off. It's the Inn at the End of Time. Time for a pint, all welcome fine. All time travellers are friends of mine. Everybody in at the end of the line. The Inn at the End of Time. Time for a pint, all welcome fine. All All time travelers are friends of mine. Everybody in at the end of the line. It's our pleasure to introduce a super group with new music for you. Romana on percussion, Morlock on a sousaphone, Jules Verne on flute, Isaac Newton looking right at home. Hitchhikers been guided here. Vikings and pirates sip finest beer, with Kang in competition imbibing by the gallons, while live and on stage it's the Wild Stallions. Time bandits decide to throw food. Ted Theodore Logan is like, whoa dude. And I haven't eaten since later this afternoon. I grab what I can and then dance like a loon. Hey, it's a party starter. Barman, get me a Pan-Galactic gargle blaster. Oh, and then it really gets trippy.
I think he might have slipped me a Mickey.
It's the in at the end of time. Time for a pint, all welcome fine. All time travelers are friends of mine. Everybody in at the end of the line. The in at the end of time. Time for a pint, all welcome fine. All time travelers are friends of mine. Everybody in at the end of the line. Go back into time.
Looking back like a time machine.
Let's travel at magnificent speeds around the universe.
Go back. Way back. Time traveling.
It's getting rowdy, a Yankee holding court, arguing with a couple of chrononauts, and Sam Beckett's a little bit new in here. Spill drinks on Doc Brown, doing cheers. Get another round, order new beers. It's truly weird, every night's New Year's. No day after, there can't be hangovers. In no time at all, there's nobody here sober. It's getting dicey, nobody knows who gave Gary Sparrow that bloody nose. Is there a doctor in the house? Oh, there's 9 or 10, 11. The barman shouts, and I shout, no there's not. And more came pouring in. Time bandits joyriding a DeLorean crashed into a TARDIS. Zapod Beeblebrock shouts,
Party's over, someone called the time cops.
That was, of course, the one and only Professor Elemental with the in at the end of time. We thank him for that. So now it brings us to the Outrageous Liars. Please first welcome your host, Ed. How are you doing, sir?
Hello, and welcome to Saturday.
Yeah. Is it still Saturday? I have no idea. I've already cracked early.
It feels like not a Saturday. No, it feels like something from beyond time. But
I mean,
this is where we are.
I had to call you Ed because the name Fortune had slipped out of my mind there for a second. But this is Ed Fortune, of course.
Hi.
And let's welcome our other players. I will have to get the banner off the screen for a little while so we can see the other players. But let's welcome, in his returning to Outrageous Liar, please welcome back Kenton Hall.
That's Kenton Fortune, I think you'll find.
Kenton Fortune, who was last seen at Christmas Outrageous Liars for my radio show. And a new player to the game. Please welcome Alex Whiteley. How are you doing, Alex? I mean, you're muted, so...
Oh, sorry about that. Hey, how's it going? I'd like to make an entrance, please.
And before we hand over to Ed, Alex, you owe the pot. Like, she said it was a Christmas movie. The fact that she withdrew afterwards is neither here nor there.
I'll definitely put the 20 quid in the pot when she officially says that.
No, she said it. You only said if she said it.
She said in air quotations. So I mean,
no one said anything about that. It's like the genie wish. You have to be very specific, and you weren't. That's on you, sir. Sorry, and over to you.
That's on Rebecca. We'll see how it goes. All right, we'll see how it goes. I'm going to keep it.
You owe the pot 20 quid. I'm just saying it.
You know what works really well with strangers? In jokes.
Yes, no, I get all of them because I'm a telepath. And okay. Keeping in theme with all of that, this is Outrageous Lies, and as the name implies, this is a game where we all tell the absolute truth, and at the end of each statement, we will confirm that this is the absolute truth, because this is a game about some fine chaps telling stories about their fantastic adventures, which are completely verifiable, completely true. There is no falsification within any of these. This is not a competition, of course. We're just politely politely, talking to each other about our adventures, and of course, I'll be keeping score. Some of that may not be true. Some of it might be true. I'll leave it to you to figure it out. You're probably a grown up if you're watching this. Maybe you're not. Doesn't. Anyway, let's get on with the actual show. But before we start, we've kind of introduced ourselves already. So can I hear your buzzers, please? Let's start with Dr. Squee.
It's always got to be the Sonic.
Alex? And what I'll do is I'll invite one of these fan gentlemen to start regaling us stories of their adventures, and they will receive a 1 minute warning. 3 minutes in total, 1 minute warning, which will be, and then once we have completed, it will be which are two slightly different honks, obviously. The way this game is played, of course, is our memories are not fantastic, and every once in a while we will interrupt to ask what's going on with that story, to add extra bits and pieces. And this is a system without points, but if this was a system with points, then points would be in fact rewarded for correct interruptions and also for adding to the noise, as it were. Now, with the rules of this game completely clear to everyone watching, let's begin. And I'm afraid I'm going to have to start with Dr. Squee himself, because he is, in fact, the doctor. Dr. Squee, and obviously, gentlemen, feel free to interrupt at any time with your buzzers. But the clock starts as soon as I finish asking this question. And Dr. Squee, please, tell us about the time that you became the King of Ducks. Remind me.
Okay, I do get asked about this a lot. It was all a massive misunderstanding. So I was out at the park. I was walking Dottie and Willow, having a lovely time. We just come out of the water because we've been scuba diving, as we like to do on our walks. This is just an activity that we get up to. When suddenly these swans came up to us trying to pick a fight. And we'll get on to why this is relevant in a minute, but these swans were coming at us. So I was kind of like just kicking at them to just trying to encourage them away, because I had the two dogs in my hands on the leads. So what I could use was my feet. And obviously, with my scuba diving flippers, that created a kind of duck-like look. And the ducks suddenly started looking around, started gathering as I was kicking away. And they mistaken my nose, big as it is, as a bill. So they've already got 2 points where they think I'm a duck. And I scare off these swans, which, as we all probably know, was told in the Great Book of Duck Fortunes, will be the sign of the bringing of the King of Ducks. I'm sure you've all read it. And the problem happened was they weren't quite convinced. They thought I was, but they weren't quite there yet. And then this doctor, who I thought wasn't really that good, went past, and I went quack. And thus it was established that I was indeed their King of Ducks. The ducks all gathered round me to give their praise and to put offerings of bread down in front of me. I was all very confused. They thought that the dogs were my duck acolytes because they also had their flippers on from being scuba diving as they were. And I tell you, it is not a quick job to put 4 flippers onto some dogs while you're going scuba diving. It's not easy, guys, but we had achieved it. So thusly, they thought they were the duck hound hybrids, which were also foretold.
Kenton, or was it Alex?
That would be me. I mean, it's a fascinating story. I always love hearing it. But I think you've missed out the sort of the legal challenge that happened due to the difference in dialect between the local ducks and your sort of interpretation of quack. When in fact, what was it you'd actually declared yourself of in their dialect?
Well, we found out that I was the King of Ducks. Like what happened was I do duck in a regional Hampshire accent, and some of the ducks which have been visiting them from France, which is perfect in Hampshire for "Hello, yes, I am your King of Ducks." In French is a very rude insult about your mother and an aubergine, which I won't get into exactly what it said. But then I had the Duck High Council of France sending cease and desist letters saying this is not okay.
That's me.
Sorry, Alex.
I've got a question. What are your thoughts on the anti-bread movement amongst the ducks?
Yes, please regale us about the anti-bread movement.
That was my fault as well, actually. Hands up. They were delivering their offerings of bread, and I said, I mean, this bread's nice and everything, but if you tried chocolate, the ducks got hooked on chocolate. Suddenly, bread is not good enough. They're all kind of like they're mugging picnickers just for their chocolate. They're going up to picnics and just having some of that. It was then it got a bit nasty, to be frank, because they had been wooed by this life of crime, going around stealing chocolate.
Kenton.
Is it not true, however, that chocolate is extremely dangerous for ducks? So technically, wouldn't that be an act?
And the dogs with the flippers.
Yeah.
Oh, the dogs. Look, as much as the dogs would have loved the chocolate, I kept them away from it. These ducks, though, you try telling an angry duck he's not having chocolate, he'll peck your bloody eyeballs out. Is what he'll do. There's no messing with these ducks.
So it's full points to Dr. Squee for going when the goose honked.
And of course, what I've just said is completely and absolutely true. Thank you, Ed.
And bonus point for, of course, being a gentleman and confirming that is true. And currently, weirdly, after the first line, it appears that Kenton is somehow in the lead. But that's because this is a game without actually any point scoring. It just appears to be a roll of some random dice. Alex.
Hello.
How are we doing today?
I'm all right. I'm good. Thanks.
Fantastic.
Now he's adjusting his football jersey.
Yeah, I'm getting ready. I'm getting psyched up. I'll get some war paint on.
Alex, could you tell us about the time that you woke up and discovered that you were, in fact, a bunny rabbit?
Who told you about that? Who have you been speaking to? Because this is one of the most embarrassing stories of my life. I can't believe you've even brought this up, if I'm honest. Okay, so this is a very traumatic story for me from when I was younger. I, in fact, moved from England to Wales, which is, as an Englishman living in Wales, is actually quite... It was really bad for me. They don't like the English, weirdly. Oh, just over the border. I thought they were really welcoming. And I remember my first day at school. And my parents were at work, and they're like, right, Alex, make sure you get up and you go to the bus and you get ready for school. So I did. I got ready, and I walked to the bus. My walk was a bit odd, though. I couldn't quite get a correct normal stride. I felt like I was walking like a bit of an idiot. Have you ever felt that? When you're walking past a group of people, you're really conscious about your walk, and I'm waiting for the bus, and everyone's looking at me weird. Well, I'm thinking, I'm getting self-conscious because it's a new school, new country. I get on the bus, and for some reason, people are trying to get around me, and I'm like, what? I'm not that big. What's going on? And then I get to school. And again, everyone's looking at me. We sit in the classroom for the first time. People are refusing to sit around me, and I just lose it. I'm really pent up. I'm really angry. I bang my hand on the table. I'm like, look, I'm English, all right? I get it. I can see why you're all being awkward with me. I come from England. That's my problem. I'll deal with it, but you don't have to be awkward around me. And the teacher actually calmed me down and said, Alex, it's absolutely fine. We don't mind that you're from English, but why are you dressed as a bunny? And I was like, what? And I'm looking and I can't see it. And my friend who I met on the bus takes me to the bathroom, shows me the mirror, and there I am in my school uniform as a bunny. I couldn't see it in myself, but in reflection and to everybody else, I was.
Kenton.
This is... would it not be more correct, considering the importance of maintaining the Welsh culture and language, for them to have told you that you were dressed as a gwingen, which is in fact the Welsh for rabbit?
This is Wrexham. They're kind of more Scouse than Welsh. You can pull me up. I grew up there.
Then would it not be correct for them to refer to you as a bastard bunny in that case?
I got called a bastard all the time, but there was nothing to do about being a bunny.
Okay. Dr. Squee.
Just for a correction for Kenton there, actually, I think Welsh rabbit is a dish.
That's actually I
didn't think we were going for cheesy humor on this particular episode.
Hey, I love that. I like that. But yeah, this is about me. Can we concentrate on me, please? Because this is all about a very traumatic part of my life. So anyway, I'm studying school. I'm a bunny, and I don't even know how this has happened. But then things start to change for me, because in the next class for me is PE. Now, bearing in mind, I'm in a school with people I've never met before, and in PE, we are doing athletics, and they start bringing out all the hurdles, and we're going to do hurdling, and I was like, oh my god, how am I going to do this? I got the quickest.
And you might have been getting onto this already, but Ed, I'm just wondering if Alex was going to tell us the wrinkle that it was at this stage that Paul Daniels came in to make you part of his act, and he pulled you out of a ginormous hat.
Oh yes, tell us about the horror that is Paul Daniels and Debbie McGee, please. Kenton.
I want to point out that when the official term for when you're chosen out of a group to participate is called splitting hairs.
That's a rabbit and a hare, two different species. If I see a hare
that is
today,
actually quite rabbit racist.
But as we established, this is Wrexham, so.
Well, the thing is, the difference between English and the Welsh is that rabbits and the hares actually sort of sorted out their differences, and they can now communicate without any issues. And to go back to Paul Daniels, it's actually false. That's a myth, a rumor. Paul Daniels can't actually be within 100 feet of a school, so that never happened.
Can we just throw into this that Paul Daniels is dead and maybe not suggest anything about it?
I think
this was 2000.
What the point we're trying to make is that being dead, a cemetery cannot be within 100 feet of it.
This was in the year 2000.
Most schools are consecrated ground, and zombie Paul Daniels would not be anywhere near the school.
We're not talking about now. We're talking about the year 2000. I was a child, guys. Come on. It's not all about today. It's all about, sometimes you have to go back in the past. But yeah, he couldn't be within a school. He tried. But I had to get an injunction against him because he was actually, he was actually a real big fan of human-sized rabbits. This is a common thing, and he would chase children out of schools trying to get them to be part of his rabbit trick. It's a huge thing at the time, and that's why he could not be around schools, because he was chasing children-sized rabbits outside of the school. But anyway, back to PE, doing PE. We were we stop with the honking of the geese. In addition, for bonus points for a potential injunction from the estate of Paul Daniels, points lost for the lack of veracity as to whether it is true, and currently we are, though I'm sure it is absolutely true, of course. And we are currently everyone was on 9 points, which is my understanding of the German languages means that you've got no points at all, which is very interesting. Moving swiftly on with that misunderstanding of a foreign language I do not speak. Kenton, talking of languages, didn't you discover the secret language of hamsters? And could you tell us all about how that happened?
This is actually quite interesting because it kind of ties into the other stories that we had before. One, in that it was initially the result of a misunderstanding. Secondly, that there was a legal aspect to it. When I first moved to England myself, and I was living in a very sort of horrid, tiny little bedsit, and it was infested with hamsters. A divorced man had gone somewhat overboard trying to overcompensate with his adult children, and they kept sending the hamsters back. It was a whole thing. But I was bitten one night by a hamster, and had been advised to take legal counsel against the landlord. But to my surprise, when I arrived in the court, not fully understanding the English court system, being a Commonwealth boy, I found that the hamster had taken on its own legal counsel. And that immediately sort of threw up some questions of translation. And it seemed as though that the hamster was communicating in some way with its lawyer, because it kept making some rather salient and deep-cut legal points, particularly with regards to me being sort of a foreign national. So I began to investigate whether the hamster spoke English in some way, or whether there was a national or sort of species-wide language for hamsters, and it turned out that it was Esperanto. I'm not sure why, but during the time that Esperanto was beginning to be developed, it took hold in the hamster community in a way that it absolutely hadn't in the human community.
Dr. Square.
What Ed, what I've heard about, and I was just wondering if Kenton could clarify why you were, during all these proceedings, dressed up as a hamster yourself.
Well, I was a visitor to these shores. I felt that, the best thing for me to do was to try and integrate in as much of a way as I could. It was sort of a when in Rome situation. I didn't want the hamster to think that there was any animosity. I mean, as far as I knew, the hamster was simply acting according to its nature. And I thought that perhaps by presenting myself in a way that was familiar to him, it might sort of ease tensions a little bit. Of course, now I think about it and think, well, maybe I was sort of...
Alex,
isn't that the animal equivalent of going blackface or cultural appropriation?
Well, this is what I think now as I've gotten older, that I definitely, that's not something I would do now. And you grow and you evolve, and you realize that it would have been better to sort of meet in the middle culturally rather than try to sort of appropriate something I obviously didn't understand but the Esperanto, it meant that it forced me to sort of go back and start learning some of the basic Esperanto that I had learned in Canada, because we, in Canada, as you know, we speak English, French, Esperanto, German, Klingon, and High Valerian as our native languages, which means that the back of the cereal boxes is just ludicrously crowded. But when I finally kind of got myself up to speed with the hamster language, which was a sort of modified version of Esperanto, I realized that the hamster was actually incredibly racist against Canadians. And some of the statements that he was making out loud in court that none of the court recorders or the judge could hear were so offensive. So it was stuff.
Dr. Squee.
So, I mean, what I'm finding interesting, Ed, is they're at loggerheads here, it seems, with this hamster spouting racism. But later on, you went on to have quite a torrid love affair with the hamster, Kenton.
I remember the news articles at the time, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we were introduced by Richard Gere in the end, socially, after the court had finished. And it was simply one of those cases where the hamster had never met a Canadian, and it was a case of fear rather than sort of actual hatred. And once we got to know each other, we realized we had a lot in common, not least that we could sit in bars and make fun of people in Esperanto till the cows came home. The cows, of course, spoke German.
Alex,
I want you to did you learn a lot about the again tensions everywhere, but the tensions between Serbian and Russian hamsters? I know there's a lot going on there.
It's weird because they were initially part of so we're talking about Pangea at times, but they were initially part of a sort of a single family group that had sort of spread across the world as the continents separated. But it wasn't a national thing as it is with people. It started as a very minor argument about the properties of a particular cheese and how long it should be fermented. And of course, that's all incredibly true.
And bonus points to Kenton for verifying the truth and also talking whilst the goose was honking, which is not a code word. And Mr. Smith, you have not been activated. Please stand down.
May I just quickly jump in? I mean, first of all, it's very sad that we didn't get into fermented cheese being one of Kenton's earlier bands, but that's another story. I have some late breaking news right now. Donations thanks to Mr. Ian McNeice himself are up to £300. Whoa, we're halfway there, guys. We had a target of 600 quid. Don't know if we're going to get to it, but this is amazing so early in the event. So I want to thank Ian McNeice and Alex. Ball's in your court now. Just say.
And the scores as they are currently, and after round one, are very good and doing very well. Thank you very much. So moving on to the next round. Well, I desperately try and remember who I started with, which of course was the good Dr. Squee.
Yeah, I think it was Alex.
As opposed to the evil Dr. Squee, who I believe is on later.
Try.
Dr. Squee, could you please regale us about the time that you invented a disco? Well, reinvented disco, to be correct.
Yes, I just finished going to the donation page, justgiving.com/sheltersquee to donate what I could to Shelter. When I suddenly came up with this idea, I was thinking, it's been a while since disco. I think it's due a comeback. But how am I going to reinvent it? How are you going to put your own little Dr. Squee spin on it? And of course, as you all know, I came up with half disco. So it was mainly fashion-led to begin with, if I'm honest. I came up with a half row, which was just an afro on one side of the head, a bit more like Kenton's look on the other side, shaved to the bone. We've got, I came up with the flare. So instead of a pair of flares, you just had it going down one leg. You had to be very careful about how you moved around. Otherwise, slippage could be dangerous for men.
Alex.
It was me, actually.
Sorry, I appear to have lost both my ears.
Conflicting buzzers. I think the fashion aspect was very important, but don't you think that the real point at which half disco caught on was with the release of the feature film Saturday Night Mild Cold?
Yes, Saturday Night Mild Cold. In fact, it was a theme which I went for. I tried to sort of like reinvent the disco hits. So instead of the hustle, it was the get round to it when you can. Didn't chart that well, I've got to admit. But it was with the film that we did really well. But the problem was that I then, after the success of the film, and along with the fashion lines, people were very, very pleased with the mini skirt, or at least a lot of men were. Women not so much, but it had its audience. And I'm so glad those men wore them so lovingly. I thought it was difficult to keep in the flair, but the mini skirt, wow! I mean, the Scottish were just flashing everywhere with their predilection for wearing kilts with nothing underneath. I then decided that it was time to put on a massive gig. I thought this is the new feeling of love and peace, except for obviously it's half disco, so it's just love. We left the peace aside. So we came up with Oakstock, not too obviously very legally distinct from Woodstock. And it unfortunately went the way of the 90s Woodstock. It was not pretty. I'd booked all these bands and they're all agreed to play. And then the drug taking, I thought the drugs were going to be a problem because, in these events, they sneak in drugs, they get high, people get ill. So I thought I'd start providing them at the door. It turns out not legal.
Alex,
I would not recommend it.
I do have a problem with this, and I do remember it in the paper, and I think you got a few answers for us. You must have, because you're very inclusive, and I really do appreciate that you bring everyone in. But why did you ban Jamiroquai from your new disco movement?
Well, I mean, have you heard Jamiroquai? Come on now. Underground?
Kenton.
I would like to counter with, why wouldn't you ban Jamiroquai from any gig?
Yeah, I mean,
and I would like to counter.
Underground? Just going to reuse that punchline. Cool.
I would like to counter to say that Jamiroquai had his moment, and it's all about the hats. I mean, hats are important with your new DJ, your new disco get up. The big hats, Jamiroquai, they go hand in hand, right?
Dr. Squee, how do you counter the accusation of a twat and a hat? Sorry, Kenton.
Oh, I think if I remember the news correctly, I think the biggest problem, and yes, Jamiroquai had their moment, and I wish them well, but I think the real problem was the milliners' strike that occurred when the half hat was insisted upon as part of the disco outfit. The work cut in half for milliners across the country, the unions getting involved. Obviously, that must have had an impact on the whole movement.
So yes, just to clarify, a milliner is when someone's got £1 million, yeah?
Yes.
Right. Just no sell that joke, please, everyone. Just leave me out in the cold. That's fine. Okay, so the half hats, of course, they were selling really well, and the beauty was the police liked that, because after the drugs raid, which went on for quite a while, I thought, if you have a half hat, how's Jamiroquai going to sneak in drugs then? You see, always thinking half hat, nowhere to hide the drugs. There was also a copyright infringement between the Cat and the Hat and Jamiroquai. It got very nasty, but that's really another issue. Blondie wasn't happy because it wasn't selling well. I mean, she may seem very happy and everything, but after she's gone up to sing A Heart of Glass and everyone's arguing over half hats, she's not a happy bunny. Bunny's being obviously Alex's issue. But I'd invited the Ducks to take part because they were big disco fans. So it all came around, really, as their king. And suddenly, Oakstock was awash with ducks.
Kenton.
I have a factional objection in the fact that it is well-known fact that ducks are into funk.
Yeah, and this was some funky disco.
Oh, we're cross-genre now. Okay, fine. If we're going to play by no rules.
Alex.
And to add, rabbits are absolutely more into hip-hop. So no disco bunnies, I'm afraid.
Well, that's the thing. With my half music style new kind of inventions, they were just in a hop. No hip. And that got mistaken for dance moves for disco. It was all part of my plan, you see. It was all part of it.
And for Dr. Squee for talking while the goose was honking.
Oh, thank goodness. And that was absolutely true.
And confirming that everything he said was completely true. He gets some additional bonus points. And I'm just totaling up the scores now and realizing that I in fact can't do maths. Moving on. Alex.
Hi.
What was it? could you please regale us about the time that you and your fellow scholars stole the moon?
Okay, so regardless of how I may look now, I'm a lot older than I look, and I've been around for quite some time. And what some of you may not realize is when NASA landed on the moon, I actually sort of embezzled them out of the moon. They were commissioned by myself and my friends to collect the moon. I said I would look after it for them, and it's now gone. And I'm sorry, NASA. I did the crime. I did my time. I don't care what people say. Right? I wanted the moon. I took it. What you see right now is now it's an illusion to keep people safe and to make sure people believe that the moon still exists. I'm sorry, it doesn't. And the reason why we did this is because we're in
Dr.
university.
Squee.
Well, I was actually going to ask about that. I believe for a while you ran a moon illicit gambling scene.
Well, this is the thing, right? Moon rock can be used for a number of different things. Number one, the moon was hollow. It wasn't filled up. And they're great building qualities, and when ground up, they can be used as an illicit drug. So we can use it as currency, move it around, and it's so rare that it's more valuable than gold. So we can use this as currency. So we were for a while, we were in the late 90s, I believe, we were running an underground gambling scene where instead of money, people were gambling basically for moon dust. And the reason why we did this is because we're in university. We got into a bit of trouble. We ruined quite a bit of the university, and we said we would gravel their driveways, and they wanted a specific type of rock, and that was moon rock. And I'm very sorry, but we went and we took it. We took advantage of it.
Clinton.
I'm less interested in sort of the buzzer than the legal aspects of it than I am in the incredible technological advances that came out of the requirement of replacing the moon when you were able to replace the tidal effects of the moon using magnets and a 7-inch single of Van Morrison's Moon Dance.
Okay, so first of all, the imagery of the moon is owned by Google. If you look at any image of the moon, somewhere within a certain scale point, there has to be Google written on it. You have to zoom in really, really close. So any pictures of the moon you find, look for it. It'll be there. You just have to spend some time looking for it. As far as the tidal movement is concerned, that's all done with satellites now. Wherever the moon was, you don't see what's behind there. There's so much machinery running this earth and making sure that the tides continue and that the rivers keep flowing and that the wind everything is all done by technology now.
Dr. Squee.
And I understand at one stage the moon got quite political. Tell us a bit about that, please.
Well, that's all to do with the drugs, really, because the certain high that you get when you're on the moon, it can only ever be moon dust, and it got into high places. And so the problem we had was Tony Blair became extremely addicted to moon dust, and in a whim, whilst high on moon dust, he invaded Iraq. So this is the problem we have with moon dust. It wasn't anything to do with weapons of mass destruction. It was an action that was committed whilst high on moon dust. So that's the reason. And do you know what? I still have some available, but it goes for a very high price. And I'm sorry, NASA, for what happened. And this is all true, of course.
And for speaking whilst the goose was honking, again, Mr. Smith, sit down, that's not the code word. And also confirming that this is true, that you get bonus points. And thank you very much for confirming the fantastic tale of your ownership and fraud relating to the moon. Obviously, and nothing that can be said on the show is submissible by court, but that's a different story that we'll deal with on a different show.
Come at me, Tony. I'm joking. Please don't.
And moving swiftly on before our lawyers catch us. Fortunately, we are we're on a hill, so we're ever so slightly above the law, but only if we don't walk down. Please, Kenton, tell us a tale of the world's largest sunflower and the president of Sealand.
Wow, that's a story. Now, again, this is one of those ones that's become kind of a game of telephone through sort of history. It gets forgotten about mostly, but when it is, it's often inaccurate. For instance, Sealand, I believe, is often spelled on maps SEA Sealand, as though it has something to do with the ocean, which isn't true at all. It was an attempt. It was an attempt from within the UN to kind of even the playing field when it came to sort of national pride and sort of the over patriotism that was starting to cause tension starting throughout history. And so they began to just sort of alphabetize the countries. You had A land, you had B land, you had C land. But of course, just removing that sort of outward national identity did nothing. You just had the letters of the alphabet competing against one another. And of course, once you got past Z, you had A1, B1. It was a mess. A good idea on paper, but also a bad idea on more paper. And one of the things that Sealand, basically trying to not let people get confused by the idea that they were some kind of ocean based nation, when in fact they were incredibly landlocked, decided that they would focus their national exports on horticulture, particularly flowers.
Dr. Sweet.
And actually, I believe, Ed, this confusion did lead to Kevin Costner suing you because he thought you were doing a cheap rip-off of Waterworld.
Yes, he did sue, asking us to please take responsibility for the film Waterworld in all future press and to take his name off of it entirely, which we were not willing to do, and it was a long and protracted battle. I coming from Sealand myself, was born and raised there before being transplanted to Canada in an accident. But the largest sunflower, now this was not the intention. They had tried growing gargantuan varieties of sort of every popular flower. But what happened in the end is that due to a mix-up in a DNA lab, they in fact grew an enormous Vincent van Gogh with his original ear, which was been passed on to sort of cloning labs as a kind of an interesting derivation. But so in order to keep him busy, because he obviously a tourist attraction,
Dr. Squee, who is muted but also using Sonics, and obviously as I'm tuned to Gallifreyan, I can hear it.
If I stop mute, sorry, one of my dogs is snoring very outrageously at the moment.
we can't hear it, but it is also adorable at the same time.
Excellent. Just Kenton, I was wondering if I can remember what I was going to buzz in with. Of course, the Vincent van Goghs. You actually had many Vincent van Goghs which were grown in the lab, and you got into a Jurassic Park Vincent van Gogh kind of situation, I believe.
Yeah, well, what you actually had, you had a series of Vincent van Goghs in a kind of declining scale of height. But in order to try and keep them balanced, we started experimenting by creating a series of various size Theo van Goghs, in the hopes that the brotherly connection would balance each other out. But as they started developing their own individual personalities, being born in a different age to the original Vincent, they stopped trying to cut off their own ear and started trying to cut off the ears of others. And that became an enormous sort of conflict across the country, which was only...
Alex? Did you not listen to what Dr. Ian Malcolm told you? He warned you about this, right?
Yes, I have to say, with the benefit of hindsight, everything that he said came to pass. He was thought at the time to be purely a Cassandra, and we had 17 of those, all between 6 and 15 inches high. So it was easy to get him confused with the Cassandras that we had on staff at the time. But yeah, looking back, I hold my hands up. All 3 of them, since I had the 3rd one installed in the second wave of the DNA Wars, and say that we were mistaken. We should have listened to Dr. Of course, all true.
And on that, a reminder to renew our subscriptions to the hit park, Impressionist Park, full of genetically manipulated impressionist artists. We head into the 3rd round of Outrageous Liars, a show that's the name, of course, itself is a lie, because everything we say on the show is entirely true. So, moving swiftly on, he said, taking up as much time as he possibly could. Alex? Oh, no. Sorry.
I was dancing, sorry.
It's all right. My God, my brain's gone. Which is also a lie. Dr. Squee. Not that this is going to absolutely conflict with anything that any of us have already said in any way, shape, or form, but could you please remind us about the time that you discovered Earth's secret moon?
Well, yes. It was a time when I was around visiting Alex, and what I found out was the awful truth that someone... Oh, no, we're exposing you now. It's time the truth was told. I discovered Earth's secret moon because Alex had stolen it. I was as shocked as you. There was talk about legal proceedings. I actually then took a rocket up to visit what I had up until then thought was the moon. I thought Alex, to begin with, had just been really creative and made his own. He actually said that. He said, it's like, look, this is my own moon. I made it. It's rather nice, isn't it? Of course, you can see the real ones up in the sky, but I went there. Then I saw those magnets and mirrors, and it was all a lie. It was just like that rubbish episode of Doctor Who when it became an egg. It wasn't really a moon after all. Thank God it wasn't an egg, though. That would have just been awful. But so then we got into the situation where Alex, when I went back there, he just go through the letterbox. There is no Alex here. I don't know what the hell accent that was meant to be, quite frankly, but he pretended as if he wasn't there. He was keeping that moon all to himself. So I had a little confab with my duck brethren.
Alex.
This is all false, by the way. We met at one of my casinos. Remember?
Sorry, say again. I didn't catch it.
We didn't meet at my house for the letterbox. You met at one of my casinos.
Oh yes, the famous moon casinos. Yes,
Moondust Casino.
Well, I mean, once I got through the door, then yes, we went on to your casino.
Kenton.
Just to explain, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Squee's misconception about was in fact the casino was known as the Letterbox.
Yes, the Letterbox Casino, famously on the moon. I think we've all heard of it. I think we've all lost a few nights and a few pounds in there over our time. But yeah, so after whatever this voice was that Alex was doing.
Obviously, we lost pounds at a moon-based casino. It's just about the gravity, certainly.
Yeah. And also there was the aliens with their amazing weight loss program. They just put the tube right in the belly button and suck away the fat. It was
Kenton.
I buzzed by mistake.
Okay, I will figure out what that means in terms of points.
Anyway, I mean, I've had to lie all this time over the last few months. I've been losing weight due to intermittent fasting, but it was actually, one of the aliens. Just they attached to the belly button, they just sucked the fat out. It was an amazing program, but it was something that hadn't launched at the time. Now it's been launched. Now Kenton's brought it to everyone's attention. I think we can talk about it. It's okay. But I digress. Of course, I went through Alex's house, wondering where he was. He'd been called into the casino, as we now all know. And I found the back doorway because it was a bit of a speakeasy kind of joint, this casino. And I found my way into the casino. Alex turned around in shock. I was facing him. He was facing me. The dealer stopped dealing blackjack. The guy at the duck at the piano, because he was with me, stopped playing the piano with his feet. And of course, it's absolutely true.
And for telling the absolute truth whilst the goose was honking.
And that's not metaphor.
No, that doesn't mean anything else. Please do not start an investigation again. Whilst the goose was honking, you get a maximum point. Thank you very much, Dr. Squee. Continuing our third round, as I realised that I should have organised my notes much better. Alex, could you please regale us of the story about the time-travelling tiger and its magical crown?
You mean Neville? Is his name Neville? Neville, the time-traveling tiger. Yeah, of course. So I was bored one day, going through my family history, Bamble albums, things like that, looking at past members, and I realised I had an uncle from the 60s that was in a university in Oxford.
I'm curious as to why you keep your family's members in some sort of box. I'm assuming are they petrified?
Do you not have photo albums? Like we can look back and You can sit
Yes,
with the
but they
family
have
and look-
photographs in rather than the actual members of my family. They
Oh no,
tend
no,
to be
no! My
buried
uncle wasn't actually in a box. Well, he is now because he's dead. He's in a box in the thing. He's in an urn in the box. But at the time, this was a photo of a book inside a book, which was inside the box.
Oh, that's all. I was just looking for clarity.
Yeah. So my uncle Phil, I was like, oh my god, this guy who went to Oxford. No way, I really want to see this. And I always really wanted to see him. And during my time as a bunny, I met up with other people.
Dr. Squeak.
Well, I just believe, I know it's a little bit of a digression, Ed, but I understand that your Uncle Phil was also the inspiration for the character on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Oh, yes. I heard that as well.
He is, but we can't go into that for legal reasons because of the show, of course. I don't want to, I've already had a cease and desist from them to not talk about
No
it.
one wants to deal with Will Smith, especially.
Would you be slapped if you were to break this injunction regarding the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Not again, because I put a restraining order against him. He can't come near me. Sorry, that's why. Anyway, so I'm like, oh man, I really want to go see my uncle at Oxford, and I bump into Neville whilst my bunny.
Now, am I correct in also saying that as well as the restraining order, you put other restraints on Will Smith?
I did, but that's from a previous relationship I had with him, and it was consensual. Don't tell him it wasn't, because those restraints were a part of our lifestyle, which I
Let's
won't
just
go
say
into.
the Oscars wasn't the only time
Show.
when a slap was involved. I know.
Yeah. Anyway,
sorry, I'm just enjoying the slap pun. Anyway, Alex, please carry on.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I met Neville. Nice guy, really nice guy. Got a bit of a lisp, which is not a problem, but sometimes it's really hard to understand him. And we were having a conversation, and I said, "Look, I'd really love to go and see my uncle. You know, I know that you've got this crown that gives you the abilities to go back in time." He's like, "Come with me, Whiteley. Let's go and see your uncle." So me, Neville, we went back to Oxford, and we went to my uncle's dorm. We had such a great time. We had a rave, but we caused so much damage that the university were like, "You need to repair all this." And my uncle Neville's like, "Well, there's only one thing for it. NASA are about to go to the moon. We need to try and get some of that moon material to fix these holes." And so we got involved with NASA. And the only problem is Neville's crown was a bit wonky. Have you ever tried to put a hat on a cat before? It doesn't sit properly, right? It fell off. Neville was really annoyed by it.
And I believe Dr. Seuss was there as you were putting a hat on the cat and got the idea for one of his stories. I believe it was the Lorax.
Oh, yeah, tell us more about that particular legal action.
Well, yeah, that was actually, it wasn't that time. It was at one of my casinos while we were, taking some of the moon dust. And I was like, "Yo, Dr. Seuss, I got this amazing idea for, I was struggling with this huge cat, and he had, I guess you could call it a hat." And he was like, no. I have this idea for a Lorax. Hold on, wait a second. So it's one of those conversations that we can't really go into too much on a family-friendly show, but that's what happened. Anyway, crown fell off Neville. I said, "Neville, I'm sorry. I need to see what happens in the future. I'm really nervous about, we stolen the moon. People are after us. I need to know what's going on." So I put the crown on. And then I end up in 1998 into the Letterbox Casino, and I'm getting really confused. I'm like, "Where am I? Who are all these people? Why are there so many people doing drugs?" And then weirdly, Dr. Squeak comes walking in, and he's like, "Hey," and I'm like, "I am really confused. I do not know who you are. Why are you in my face? I've just stolen a crown off my buddy Neville. I want to know if I'm going to jail because I stole the moon." And of course, it was all true.
And with that piece of splendidly tied together continuity, which are smoother indeed than the Marvel MCU universe could ever achieve, which, let's be honest, it's not that hard. We can move swiftly on to the third story to be revealed to us from Kenton. Please, Kenton, tell us how you acquired and then lost Scrooge McDuck's treasure.
Right. Well, and there's first a couple of things I need to make clear. This isn't the Scrooge McDuck from the famous DuckTales cartoon and other Disney-affiliated animation programs. Again, probably best for legal reasons. This was, in fact, a character from an off-brand Scottish Gaelic translation of A Christmas Carol made for fowl and other avian creatures. After the revelation that Hamster spoke Esperanto, obviously, as soon as there's a bit of money involved, people start looking into it, and they realize that the other languages have been taken up by other creatures, and that most birds spoke some version of Celtic languages. Unfortunately, the translation into the particular dialect was half-assed at best. And I was brought in to try and kind of clean up A Christmas Carol for ducks. And it was incredibly popular, but mostly because I accidentally mistranslated several references to Jacob Marley's chains as being Jacob Marley's concubines, and the whole thing became increasingly pornographic. No,
Dr. Squee.
But where you were translating into this vile porno that you ended up with for ducks, this is where you and I came to blows as the king of ducks, and you were writing for the ducks. And tell them all about that thing which we got into there.
Well, I was, coining it off the sort of 50 Shades of Ducks, and the character of Scrooge was spun off into a number of straight to streaming erotic thrillers. There was Christmas Carol, of course, which is one of the most popular ones. What else? Not So Tiny Tim. That was a big one, as it were. Yeah, that's it. Another fine Christmas themed porn.
Alex,
how did Scrooge McDuck feel about the anti-bread movement?
Well, in reality, he was a very reactionary character in the translation, and he never felt comfortable with the depiction of sort of the crusts of bread given to the poor. He said it was a terrible representation of him as a character, that no fictional porn Gaelic character had ever been attacked as often as he had, and that in fact the bread that he provided was the best bread ever, and never had there been any bread as good as that. And so it became rather sort of something of a polemic, which is a small African cat. And frankly, it split the country straight down the middle, which was a shame because Edinburgh ended up in the sea.
Alex,
did Scrooge make ducks great again?
He tried. He certainly tried. Unfortunately, he made them grating more than anything else. They became very, very bitter. So you had to double up the amount of orange sauce to get them to be even edible. In the end, he lost his position. By dint of being associated with the lunatic, I ended up losing all of the treasure that I had accumulated over the time of being the head of his publishing arm of his
Dr. Squee.
And I believe that's when you turned to duckograms, dressing up in the outfit.
Oh, I'm not proud of that, but I was on an extraordinary amount of moon dust at the time, as I had been laid low by losing the treasure. And these things happen, but I made some friendships that will last the rest of next Thursday, and I can't really have regrets, but that's largely due to the medication that I'm on. So in the end, I think that it's all true.
What was Scrooge thinking when he signed the restricted swim bill?
The restricted swim bill?
Yes.
Yes. Well, when he signed it, he was thinking largely about lunch. That's according to sort of sources close to him. Might have been thinking about The Bachelor or something like that. So it's all true, of course, completely true.
If you can just bear with me for one moment while I try and calculate all of this complete mess. And also, I'm reminded that a substantial bribe of moondust has been made to Outrageous Fortune Enterprises. Not that you can see it on screen. I'm more discreet than that. But not so discreet that I wouldn't mention it on the show.
Ed, if we could end it at that round, please.
And totaling up all the totals, I can confirm that the winner is in fact Dr. Squee's dog, who for some reason is decided to win by simply barking, which the rest of us, of course, also are. Thank you very much to Kenton Hall, Alex Whiteley, and of course Dr. Squee. I have been Ed Fortune, and now I'm going to go and lie down due to an overdose of truth and of course moon rocks.
We're going to join Willow later for her acceptance speech, but thank you very much, Ed Fortune. And
Thank
to
you.
our players,
Pleasure.
Alex and Kenton.
Thank you. That was fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was.
Alex, I will see you later on the event. Kenton, thank you very much for joining us. And Ed, I'll speak to you later. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
And as I remove people from the stream, we've just got a few minutes until Nicola Bryant's going to be with us. I've got 2 doggies who need feeding right now, so I'm sorry to have videos 3 slots in a row. However, rather appropriately, because we're going to be talking to Nicola Bryant very shortly, I'm going to play you a video from Squeefest. Oh no, actually, this isn't from Squeefest. This is from an interview I did in 2021 with Louise Jameson, Leela from Doctor Who herself. So let's go over to that now. But now on to my guest today. And you might know her as a companion to the Doctor as Leela in Doctor Who. But if that's all you know her as, then you have not been paying attention. She's done numerous stage shows, including Shakespeare, Panto, Death of a Salesman, The Mousetrap, and The Madness of King George III with Mark Gatiss. In her TV credits, they include Bergerac, Tenko, Silent Witness, Doctors, Toaster of London, Holby City, Doc Martin, and The Bill and EastEnders. In the world of audio, as well as reprising her role as Leela for Doctor Who for Big Finish, she has now been flexing her writing muscles with such productions as Attagirl and directing some of the action too. As if that wasn't enough for you now, then she's also able to be caught in a new online short, Stuart and Dumplings, alongside Mina Anwar. Please welcome to the show, Louise Jameson. How are you doing today?
Oh, very well. Thank you for having me.
Is that intro okay?
Yeah, it's a lot there, isn't there? Next May the 1st, I will have been in the business 50 years. So I suppose it's going to be quite a long CV by now.
I can't believe it. You're looking wonderful.
Thank you very much. I'm also 70 next year. So I think there's got to be, if we're ever allowed to gather in one room together again, there's got to be a big party somewhere.
I'm telling you, like, why do you Doctor Who's companions never age? What is the secret?
You're very kind.
Where did you first get the idea that you wanted to be an actor? Where did you get first excited?
4 years old. 4 years old, playing Little Miss Muffet at school, and I was rather good. And Judith Black was my spider, and she came crawling across the floor, and I screamed and ran out, leaving my curds of whey smashed all over the floor. Literally stopped the show. They had to stop and sweep everything up. And I remember standing the other side of the classroom door, hearing the parents clapping and laughing, and loving it. Thinking, oh yeah, might do this forever. And I have.
And from that, obviously, that starring role right there, you know, how do you then start building it from there? You know, and what were your influences actually? Let's go there first.
My mum, really. My mum was queen of the Amdram. She was a terrific actress, and I think in another era would definitely have mixed being a mum with being an actor. But she was a 50s housewife, you know, and obeyed the rules and gave up work in order to bring up my brother and I. And look after my father, you know, meal on the table as he walked through the door. It was all very, very traditional. But she had her amateur dramatics 3 nights a week, all the way through the year. She directed, she wrote something, she performed brilliantly. And we've doubled, as I've got older, I've doubled up on some of the roles she did. I saw her play Elvira in Blithe Spirit. I saw her play the mother in All My Sons. You know, so I've kind of jogged along in her wake, really. She was terrific.
What age was that when you started with the Shakespeare Royal Shakespeare Company?
I joined I think I was just 21 when I joined the Shakespeare Company.
That's heavy for a 21-year-old as well.
Yeah. I know I had my 22nd birthday there because when I went to the stage door, which used to be like a little, the stage door person would sit behind this cubbyhole. You couldn't see through the cubbyhole for presents because everyone thought word had got round it was my 21st, which was then very important because the voting age had only just changed to 18. I actually was 19 when it changed from 21 to 18, so I sort of missed out on that great big celebration of finally being able to vote. But yes, I know I was I turned 22 when I was there, and then I spent the next 2.5 years there and in Stratford, in London, and touring all over America. I got my first tour of America.
Oh, tell us a bit about that in America. That must have been very exciting.
We opened Brooklyn Academy of Music. I mean, when we say we opened, it was the first time the RSC had been to the Brooklyn Academy of Music. So we had 3 or 4 months in New York, and then we went to Denver, and then we went to Omaha. Yeah, 12 weeks of it. It was a glorious welcome from them. We were so hugely accepted and respected and wined and dined. I just thought life was going to be like that forever.
And there is this thing of, you get to experience going through all these wonderful places, but sometimes you go there, you're on stage, and then you're back again, or you're on stage for a few nights, and it's just all about the work. So you don't get to see, you've been to some of the most wonderful places in the world and not seen many of them.
I know, and the worst for that is the Doctor Who conventions, because of course we work from 9 in the morning till 11 at night on those. Yeah. So that's 3 solid days. The next day you're recovering, and the next day you're probably flying home. I always try and stay out another 3 or 4 days just so I can get a flavour of, Chicago or Boston or wherever anyone's been gracious enough to invite me.
And from those earlier theatre productions, is there one which sticks in your mind, one which was a favourite of yours?
At the RSC?
Generally, just RSC or wherever.
I think probably my favourite Shakespeare was As You Like It. I played Rosalind in Regent's Park in the open air. And I'd been to the open air theatre as a child. It was my 9th birthday present, I think, to see A Midsummer Night's Dream. And apparently I said to my mum, oh, that was wonderful, but it couldn't have been Shakespeare.
We did over 200 episodes of EastEnders, which I believe was over like 2 years. Okay, we're going to cut into that a bit short there. We will play that again during the night. Don't worry, I will need the toilet again, or the dogs will need to go out for a wee or something. So I've got to have something to get away to the toilet. We are now going to welcome onto the stream a very appropriately another Doctor Who companion. Please welcome Purple Gillian Brown herself, Nicola Bryant. How are you doing tonight, Nicola?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm only 3 hours in, so this is the easy yards.
Oh, yes, okay. And who's this lovely chap or lady behind you?
Okay, if I can lean the right way, that is Willow. And somewhere at my feet, we've got Dottie as well, who's my Labrador.
Oh.
I did see you're a dog lover. Tell us about your dog.
I've got 2 dogs, Harvey and Marnie. They're currently on a walk, which is why you may not hear them. Because otherwise they scratch at the door. Or sometimes I did, interviews with them.
Well, during the last lot, Willow decided, I think it was Dottie who started snoring behind me, which is just winding me up that I'm not going to get any sleep tonight. They're just rubbing it in now.
Oh, yes, they can do that. I did, during the first lockdown, I did a little show with James Kerwin, and every show, Marnie was just sleeping in the background. Couldn't leave Harvey because he just, he's way more active somehow. But Marnie will just sleep in my presence, which is quite sweet. But she literally slept through all the shows. But that was great, far better than being interrupted when we were interviewing other guests and stuff. But yeah, it's lovely to have them around when you can.
Well, I did want to start off. The thing which always amazes me, like you saw the wonderful Louise Jameson there, all you Doctor Who companions, you just don't seem to age like the rest of us. What's the secret, please?
Well, I think we do age, but
certainly at a slow rate.
We all feel like that. But I think it's a youthful attitude to life, and I think that's something that a lot of actors have, because we are less attached to how many years are there, what our age is and our birthday, and more attached to a character we're playing. So we may be much older and much less able-bodied playing one character, and yet much younger and actually probably even fitter than we are. And so we find ourselves having to be, fitter. But I think it's because also it's a tough job and you need to be fit. You need to eat right and get your sleep and take care of yourself, so that you're ready to devote that amount of energy and hours to your job.
Yep, that's certainly true.
Perhaps, or maybe it's the magic of the TARDIS.
I think I once heard you said also the cheekbones help.
I think those definitely help because everything's hanging on or off them.
I did want to take you right back. So when you first began, your kind of first interest was dancing at the age of 3. Is this correct?
I think sort of music and dance, because those were, dancing was, I wanted to be a ballerina, definitely. But I started sort of piano and dance at about the same age. I loved my dance classes. I really enjoyed playing piano. But I think my music playing became more influenced by the teacher that I had than by the actual joy of the piano. So let me say, I didn't particularly enjoy my piano teachers.
Right.
The slapping of the ruler on the hands,
Was...
on the wrists, and the only play this. Whereas my mind and my imagination and my creativity wanted me to start to make my own sounds. And it did really even start with sounds very young. I think pre-Jaws, I'd sit my parents down and say, now you have to guess what this is. And then I finish this composition of noises and then go, well, it was a shark, of course. But I was much more interested in creating my own, perhaps even my own dance, always choreographing things in my head and writing music. And I was far more interested in that. But my piano teacher was only interested in how good was this scale and how much of this piece had I practiced. And it became a bit stifling, I think, in the end. Whereas my ballet teachers, albeit quite monstrously strict, some of them, because that's the way ballet was, they were always inspiring. And so I think that's where my sort of early ambitions lay, in being on the stage as a dancer.
And it sounded like it was going pretty well by all reports, and then asthma struck. And
it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't that the asthma struck. I had it from a very young age. You can blame genetics, except that I love reading medical papers because that's one of my obscure late night insomniac hobbies. And they're now proving that genetics have very little to do with anything, which I find absolutely fascinating. Oh. And it's more likely the genetic eating habits that you've learnt from your family that are the cause of passing on whatever this particular condition may be. The studies that they've done so far only involved 2 diseases, but they believe quite clearly this may be true of all. Oh. So we don't actually have to inherit things from our parents if we live a different life or lifestyle. So I had asthma. My father was very asthmatic. My father's brother died of asthma. So my family had it very seriously in their lungs, and I'd had it all through my childhood. And when it comes to dancing studios, they're pretty dusty places, especially as soon as you're on point, because you've got all the chalk in the corner to sort of put onto your point shoes so that you don't slip, and all of these things. So it wasn't an ideal scenario for me to want to be a ballet dancer. But it was much more the case that, a ballet dancer's education is half a day of ballet and half a day of studies, as opposed to a full day of studies. So my father was not very keen on me doing that with my life. And perhaps annoyingly, if I'd been sort of less successful academically at school, they might have let me go. But because all the teachers were like, no, she's very good at this, it was a case of my parents really not wanting me to go. So my dad had slightly mistakenly, I think he'd say this was one of his one of life's decisions that he made on the basis that he thought if I was allowed to audition for every ballet school that I was interested in, I probably wouldn't get in. So then that would break that desire and stage of my life. Unfortunately, I got into all the ballet schools that I auditioned for, including the Royal Academy. So then we were with this dilemma of, well, she's got into all of them and now she wants to go. So my father ruled against it, which was really upsetting for me, but then supported me greatly after I'd completed my O-levels and A-levels, as they were then called, and went to drama school. So perhaps the ballet world's loss, I'm not sure.
We will never know. Maybe in like a parallel universe, there's the Nicola Bryant, the famed ballet dancer.
Yes, who knows? Who knows?
So you got a scholarship, is that correct, to Webber Douglas?
I did, yes.
Yeah, how was that? It sounds like it must be very tough drama school. It sounds very disciplined in a different way, I suppose.
Yes, I mean it's very much a classical school, in that it was a great deal of studying the classics, Shakespeare and Chekhov, and the sort of more modern classics like Pinter and Stoppard. So we did a lot of classical texts, far less of the rawer, more new, very modern texts. And that suited me because I did feel very much that I was destined to be a classical actress, not knowing what actually was going to lie ahead. You know, I was really lucky to be accepted by Webber Douglas. I thought it was a wonderful school and I really enjoyed it. And I also had a scholarship to, well, I was offered a scholarship to Central School, but there was like a scholarship boundary, like how far you could go, and I was like 2 miles outside. So I got into Lambda and I got into Central and I got into Webber Douglas, and I didn't because I got turned down by them all for being too young, and then went back under a different name with a different look 3 months later.
I love it.
I know. Honestly, the chutzpah of it all. But
I mean, it's not easy to get one scholarship, and if it wasn't for a catchment area, it sounds like you would have got two.
I'd have got, yes, I would have got more, but it was further south. And I could have got the scholarship to Lambda, but Lambda were offering a scholarship for September and Webber Douglas were offering one for April. And at this point, that meant, and according to the timing, having auditioned for them all the previous September, because Webber Douglas had an April intake, I thought I'd rather go to Webber Douglas and start now than wait to the following September and start with Lambda. So, because they're very close geographically in terms of schools.
Yeah. Just very quickly, shout out. We're just going to leave the link there now on the bottom of the screen. Please do give everything you can to Shelter. Nicola and everyone else is very kindly giving up their time today. So justgiving.com/sheltersqueeze. So thank you for that. We're now currently at £100 thanks to the very generous donation by Ian McNeice there. So I want to get on to, so at the end of drama school in your last year, you did No No Nanette.
I did, yes, the musical.
Was that one of your first like lead roles, or had you done a few by that stage?
I wasn't expecting to be a lead role in this at all. I did have lead roles in other shows that we'd done over that year. And this was a show that was meant to be for all the musical actors, which I had not been included in this category. I was considered to be the straight actors. And it's just that they decided also, as part of experience, to give us an outside director instead of an in-house, one of the teachers directing everything. And so there would be a proper audition process, which was, good for us to go through, because hopefully in the future we'd be having auditions. And of course, what happened was the director who came in to audition us all decided that he was going to ignore their recommendations of these are the ones with the singing tutorials, and he wanted to audition people fresh and just have his own opinion on it. And he was clear that without a doubt I was the right person for the role. And they were like, oh, but she's never had a singing tutorial, which was really mean, because they gave the singing tutorials to those who were brilliant voices, who were destined to be in West End musicals, and then to those who were tone deaf, who completely had no musicality at all, so that they could maybe gain a more musical ear. But those of us in the middle who could hold a tune with a reasonable voice, but not, something, God-given splendor, never got a look in. So surprisingly, there were two of us that hadn't had singing tutorials that both got the lead roles in the show, because, I don't know, the better actors, the closer to the actual character, and the director decided that was more important.
Feels like there must have been a lot of confidence with you from a very young age to be going into all these things to kind of get these roles. No?
Well,
you must have bluffed it very well.
I think that there was a false confidence, certainly in the auditions for No No Nanette and for my first auditions for Doctor Who, in the fact that I thought, I'm not going to get this, so I'm just going to have fun and show them what I can do. So when you're in that sort of relaxed state, I think that helps you. Whereas if you're really tense and you're like, I really want this, I really need this, I want this part, then I think you're less likely to give your best performance. And with the auditions for drama schools, I was less worried about those, because they were pieces. It was just 2 minutes, 3 minutes, this piece and that piece, and a chat. And I know I interview well, which is why I absolutely hate the state of affairs that we are in now, where casting directors and people just want you to tape yourself on a phone and send it in. I have to say some of my best roles came from not auditioning, from just talking with the director. When I met the late, great Brian Forbes, I kept waiting for him to ask me to read the script. And no, there was 3 meetings in which we talked. And eventually, once I got the part, I said to him, well, why didn't we read for the parts? He said, well, I get a really good feel for the person, and I know whether or not they're going to be right for the part. And he said, some of my dearest friends, referring firstly to Sir Ralph Richardson, cannot do a reading in an audition. Just can't do it. So why would you stop hiring an actor of that caliber because they don't audition well? They come to their fore through 3 weeks of rehearsal. So I thought that was really interesting and incredibly intuitive. He cast so well. All of us, the younger actors, were so right in our parts. We looked right, we sounded right, everything. It was a very cohesive cast. So there is more to it than what you can do in front of your iPhone.
Yes, and it does seem I've heard some actors saying that it's moved more towards the model of recording and sending it in an audition, especially since lockdown, and because they're forced to work like that, a lot of them haven't gone back from that.
I know. I've got a lot of friends who refuse to do it. They're older and they're like, no, look, for me, it's like, I'm not a lighting cameraman. I've got friends whose husbands are in the industry and they're cameramen and they're getting all the work. And that just seems, it seems a little odd that we're now more concerned about, oh, how does that person look? And I'm sitting here in my recording studio, so it's not the best lighting, but it's the better screen and everything like that. But when I'm trying to record on an iPhone, you've got a dark day outside. Am I supposed to have studio lighting?
Yeah.
Am I supposed to have all of this now? It becomes very difficult. And then you're more focused on how you look than when you're auditioning for someone. You're not thinking about how you look because you're there now. You're actually focusing on the part. Because when you film, you're not focusing on your look. That's somebody else's job. That's the makeup department, that's costumes department, that's the lighting cameraman, that's everybody else's job. I know I look right before I start the part, and then I forget about my looks, because otherwise you have a very self-conscious performance, and you're just focusing on your role. But just getting sidetracked there as to
no, please, this is great stuff. But I did want to move on to just a couple other jobs before we go into Doctor Who. Because I absolutely love Blackadder. Must have been so much fun to even have a small part in Blackadder's Christmas Carol.
I loved auditioning for Blackadder. That was great fun, and I loved playing Millicent and finding everything. But it was the most difficult time of my life because my father died literally the day before I started Blackadder. Oh, no. So I had just finished playing, doing Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. I'd finished that sort of on a whatever it was, a Friday, Thursday, we'd finished that show. I'd driven down, come straight down to see my family. My dad and I were supposed to be going out for lunch. He didn't feel well. By the end of that day, he died, completely unexpectedly. Then I had to do all the ringing round, arranging the funeral, sorting all that. But on the Monday, I started Blackadder. And I don't think this reflects badly on the people that I was working with, but I asked for time off to bury my father and I wasn't allowed it. And I think that was perhaps a BBC policy or whatever at the time. So everyone had to wait to bury my dad, until I'd finished doing Blackadder. So when I was actually filming it, I was feeling that final stress of this is the last day before now I get to go and bury my dad tomorrow. And I was still making a lot of the arrangements and sorting things. And that was tricky. So the idea that it was so much fun, which of course is understandable that everyone would think that, I wasn't quite in a fun place. In some respects, it was great to focus on the job. And in other respects, then sitting in the rehearsal room when it wasn't my scenes, of which there were many that weren't my scenes, that was quite hard to just sit there and not be, at home.
Yeah, and I can't imagine the mental gymnastics of dealing with that. And then you've got a part which is a very high-pitched, very kind of, it's a very comical part and a comical...
Very comical part, exactly. And it was Ben Elton who had the idea that she should have this horrendous laugh, a very mannered woman with, just dreadful sounds, quite a dreadful voice really, but even more dreadful laugh. And then trying to find that voice, that laugh was in some respects a lot of fun. I enjoy, characterization. I am, as I've always said, bizarrely, a character actor trapped inside a leading lady's body. So I would love to have had a career as a character actor, but I don't look like a character actor, so you're leading lady material. And so in a way, that was so much fun for me to play that role because it was definitely a character part.
Yeah, and it just shows you the grass is always greener. Whatever you're born to be able to play, you'll always want to play the other bit.
Very much so. I think that can be the case. I think there are people who aren't, who are leading ladies and men who are not character actors. A great many who are, just destined to play those lead roles, but not. Whereas I'm looking forward to my old age because I'm thinking more and more character roles.
Yeah, because it was a couple of shows ago. I was just talking to Ian McNeice there, and I can't think of many character actors who have been in as many different TV shows as him. But I suppose it's that against doing the deeper dive into a character as a leading part.
I don't think one dive is necessarily deeper than the other. They're just very different roles. And in theatre, often if you're playing one character part, you may be playing two or three. So you may have several roles to sort of double up in. And you may not get the opportunity to put the same level of depth, but I don't think, well, many of my character actor friends approach them with any less.
Oh no, I didn't mean to suggest that. Pardon me. So I just meant as in you get to play it for longer, so you get to do more things with it through dint of that. Not that anyone puts less effort into it. Ian is wonderful, and I would certainly not. Did not mean to suggest any other. Anyway, digging myself out that hole.
Oh no digging necessary.
No, certainly that wasn't my intent. Thank you very much for letting me clarify that. Star Trek continues. Now, this wasn't a fan production, but one on such a grand scale that it's so fondly remembered by Star Trek fans. I felt I had to mention this. So we played
Lana. Weird thing, isn't it, saying fan production? But I think it's amateur in the original sense of the word amateur, as in doing it for love.
Yes.
So we did it for the love, but everyone involved was professional.
Yeah.
So all professional actors, professional crew, and then extra helpers, extra people involved, playing sort of minor roles who weren't necessarily professional actors before, but a lot have gone on to do acting afterwards, which is very interesting. I mean, for me as a Star Trek fan, the idea of walking around these sets where they've done it so accurately, extraordinary. I got such a buzz out of doing that. And Colin had told me how amazing it was working with these guys.
Yeah.
And I'd said, oh, I would love to do that. And he was like, really? And I was like, yes. And he said, well, I'll introduce you. And they were kind of annoyed because they had previously just cast a role which they thought would have been perfect for me. And they wished they'd known that I would be interested in doing it. So it's kind of a strange one, really, because I didn't really think I had to go around telling people that I was interested in it. But then they said they'd get back to me. And then, of course, I got, I think, the best female role of the whole of Star Trek Continues for the last 2 episodes. So playing Lana, such a beautifully written script, and tying in so many of the loose ends left in the original series. It was phenomenal. Really, really great fun to do.
Yeah, and something which you said there, I do think that the level of details on that set, and I've always loved the spirit of these fan productions, and they are all wonderfully dripping with love. But just the extent people go to now, and they're able to do with sets or with effects through computers and stuff like that, it's just a whole new world.
Yeah, I think we're very blessed to have that they had the passion to do that, and of course it was very well received by Roddenberry himself. He Gene's son, and he said he considered it canon. So I thought that was extraordinary too.
It doesn't get much better as praise goes for a Star Trek project.
Exactly.
So on to Doctor Who. When did you first hear about the job? When did it first arrive with you?
I was only out of drama school about a couple of weeks before I was asked to audition, which at first I didn't think was a proper offer. I thought it was a friend playing a prank on me. So, having hung up on Terry Carney, I then had to ring him back and realised that this was a proper offer. And then I auditioned for months. It went on for ages. And they were just auditioning people from the States and Canada. And I eventually heard that it was down to 2 of us. And the problem was that I didn't have an equity card.
Right.
So I had to rush out and try and get an equity card through using the light entertainment way, because then you could get an equity card with 0 weeks, which was incredibly stressful and complicated trying to get that sorted and arranged before I got the opportunity to play the role, because if I hadn't got that card, I would have to have handed that part to their second choice.
Wow.
which I have no idea who that person is. Obviously, they are the only one who knows that. No one's ever come forward and said, I make a choice.
There's still somewhere seething away.
someone knows it was them somewhere. Excuse me, having a sip of my tea.
Oh, please do. So how close was it to time that you got the equity card in before you?
Oh, felt like minutes, because I contacted Equity and they made a little booklet which showed you how to write your own contracts. So I wrote all my own contracts and went out to wine bars and pubs and kids' parties and just got people to allow me to entertain for a couple of hours, play piano or whatever. And then they signed my contract, and then I sent the contracts in to ask for my 0 weeks, because the idea is that you prove you can earn a living, and then they'll allow you your equity card. Whereas normally
you just show these parties and just chuck and drive.
Oh, sorry, I've lost you there.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Yes, you're coming back. Yes.
Excellent. So you just had to turn up at these parties, they just chuck and drive in, you could perform this.
Oh, sorry, Ian, I've lost you again.
So you fine.
You're sounding like a Dalek on a tambourine.
Okay, I have no idea why.
I'm just checking mine. My Wi-Fi is good, I guess. These things happen.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you okay again.
Oh, excellent. Sorry, it was all coming through clear my end, so I don't know what everyone else is hearing, but if you're hearing me like a Dalek, that would be why. Yeah, just to go back, we were talking about when you were going to these parties. So you just had to do whatever you could think of to kind of just... and
well, I only did one kids' party, and that was, I got the kids together to play lots of games and sang songs and did things, but mostly I played in pubs and wine bars, and just got them to sign the contracts. But when I sent them in for the, they had a sort of monthly meeting where they would all sit round and decide, should this actor get a 0 weeks equity card? They rang me up that day and said, I'm sorry, we didn't have time to get to your contracts. We'll do you next month. Well, that meant that I knew I'd lost the part. I'd lost the role. So I was just kind of like, oh, okay. And then I put the phone down and I thought about it, and I thought, well, you know, this seems wrong. This is a union that's supposed to support actors, and they're actually just stopping me from getting a job. So I rang them back up and I said, look, I've got a really huge opportunity here, a fantastic job in a huge television series. And all I need is my 0 weeks card. And if you can't find the time to do this in the next 24 hours, I'm going to lose this job. And if that happens, I am going to go to the tabloids and sell my story to the papers, because you have just destroyed a young actor's career who's come straight out of drama school. I've done everything according to the book, you know, and so they said, right, okay, we'll get back to you. Well, within the next 2 hours, I got a phone call saying, we've looked at your contracts, you're fine, you're in. So I'm glad I had the courage to sort of like, you know, ring them back up and say, oh, come on, this isn't fair. It isn't right.
It's more the chutzpah we were talking about before.
Yes. But I didn't have it at that moment. At that moment when they told me, I was like, oh, okay. And then as I started walking around, having put the phone down, I was thinking, well, this can't be right. I'm gonna lose everything. I have to ring my agent and tell him I haven't got it. And so I rang them back up, and then I had to ring my agent back up and said, look, I don't have it yet. They're going to try and look at it soon. Can you because John Nathan Turner was waiting to hear from my agent. Can you just ask them for another 24 hours? And it was all, you know, a lot more stressful than today when nobody seems to care whether you have an equity card or not.
Yeah, that is one thing. And did John Nathan Turner know all this was going on in the background? Or
yes,
were you
yeah,
just like...
He couldn't hire me, you know, legally. He could not hire me for the job unless I had an equity card, and the BBC did not have any equity cards given to them by Equity to be able to allow me to work. It's like I wasn't allowed to have this as my first job, which also seemed a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
They were very precious with them. I understand not just handing them out willy-nilly, but that's what happens now. And I think there should have been a line between the two of those.
Yes. And you said there was the Canadians and Americans going up for the part. How was it kind of getting the American accent down?
Well, it wasn't an issue for me because I'd spent sort of like the last so many years of my life just listening to Americans, because my roommate in school was American from New York, and my husband was American. So I listened to this sound all the time, and I have a musical ear. So doing accents has never been a really big issue. The issue was pretending to be American all the time. So I was constantly softening that. And John, it had already been agreed really that she was dual nationality. But as I was saying I was, the weird thing was that they never really put that in the script. That's what was really strange. And I was always kept waiting for a story where that would be revealed, that my dad was British and my mum was American. But it just never really came into the stories. But okay. I wasn't concerned about it. I was more concerned about questions that people asked, like what school, and things like that. Where did you go to school? Yes.
John Nathan Tan did talk a bit about later the fact that he wanted you on because he wanted to add some sex appeal to the show and purposely put you in low cut tops and all this kind of thing. Was that something you thought about at the time, or how do you look back on that now, given the kind of progress we made, I guess, over the last so many decades?
Well, you say progress, but then
some. I'm not saying there isn't a lot more work to do.
People don't wear sexy clothing. It just depends on the part. And he never said anything about that to me at all. So I didn't know that's what was ahead of me. And I don't think he would have thought of leotards and shorts had it not been that that's how I ended up during the launch. Because all of my auditions, he'd seen me in baggy sweatshirts and jeans and a loose fitting dress. I'd never worn anything shapely for the auditions. So I'm not sure even if when he said that what he was saying in that press release or whatever, this conversation that he had later on, was in fact true, or whether it was an afterthought. I don't know.
Allegedly, I haven't read the original source material, but according to IMDb, according to Wikipedia, it was taken from a book which he later wrote about companions and monsters or something like that was called.
Yeah. So, I mean, who knows? He might have said that. I don't really know. He never discussed it with me. He never said, right, I'm going to be dressing you in very short, sexy, skimpy things. We never had that conversation. And I just wore what I was given, just do as you're told.
Fair play. And your first Doctor, of course, was Peter Davidson. How were those early adventures working with Peter? And kind of, I feel it must be always quite daunting going into a pre-established show. It's near the end of the Doctor's reign, so you're going into an established Doctor.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that at the time. Well, I didn't know that it was going to be the end. And I mean, someone who's got all the diaries will tell me whether I knew before or after. I just remember where I heard it. And that was, I was in my sitting room of my little flat. And I heard the news on 6 o'clock news. So I wasn't actually told that Peter Davison was leaving. So I'm not sure I knew that when I actually started, because it was a couple of months before Colin arrived. So I'd done at least what had I done? I'd just done Planet of Fire, hadn't I? And then Caves of Androzani. So I'd done, that was like about 8 weeks. So I'm sure John Nathan Turner knew, but I didn't know. So it it was strange to feel like you're just starting with a doctor and then another doctor's coming along, so you're going to have to start again. But everything felt new. So in a weird way, it wasn't like at the end of 8 weeks I thought, oh, I'm the old hand, I've been here forever. I still felt like the newbie, whether or not I'd been working with Peter or whether I was working with Colin. I was still the new kid on the block. So I think it wasn't as hard as many people think. Oh, it must have been really difficult. Whereas for me, it was like, well, I'm still new. I'm still finding my way. I'm still, this is only my third story. And now I'm working with Colin. So I didn't feel like I was this suddenly very accomplished actor who'd been in Doctor Who for many years and done lots of other things. I still felt I was still learning the job.
And working with Peter, first of all, what was that kind of dynamic between you and him like on set and between those two adventures?
Well, it's very much a case of the director, Fiona, had said to me, oh, watch Peter, there's a lot you can learn from Peter. So I was very much feeling like I was in that student role, very much sort of, just trying to learn how everything happens, because stage school had been very much about being on stage and not about filming in front of cameras. There was on location, there was studio, there was all these different kinds of filming. So I was very much in that. I didn't leave the set when I finished. I stayed to watch and learn from other scenes. So very much it was that kind of role that I had and Peter had in it for me. It's not like he was going around teaching me, but I was very much watching what was happening to try and learn as much as I could as quickly as possible.
And it did seem like those last two adventures, I think, are very fondly remembered, but specifically the Caves of Androzani is seen as one of Peter Davison's best adventures. So what a wonderful time to come in. Did those stories, did anything strike you as special about them at the time?
I mean, I did love Caves of Androzani when I read it. I just thought it was a phenomenal story. But I thoroughly enjoyed Planet of Fire too. And I think the thing about Caves is it's not really just that it's considered one of Peter's best stories. It's considered one of Doctor Who's best stories. It won that award with the magazine. So it's like, how lucky am I to get that story and a Doctor's Regeneration?
Yes,
all in one package. And I think it was difficult. I mean, you read a story and of course you're looking to see what happens to my character. Is it interesting from my character's perspective, as well as looking at the whole overall story arc? And did I think that Twin Dilemma was not a good story? No, not at all. It was just in such sharp contrast to Caves of Androzani.
Yes.
And tagged on the end of that year. I think it would have been so much better if we'd finished the year on Caves and then started Colin's year, because it was such a different, I think, incredible journey that the Sixth Doctor was going to go through, all this trauma, that for the audience to see this strange Doctor, very different, very brave storyline, much more modern, way ahead of its time, really. Yeah. And then to not have any more stories to follow, where if at first you thought, oh, I'm not sure about this one, but you could gradually get to like him, that opportunity wasn't afforded to you because you had the great big gap in between. So yeah. I think, and it was interesting, a conversation I had with James Kerwin, who's the director of Star Trek Continues. He said in America, in the States, it did end on Caves. And then Colin's season began with Twin Dilemma. And I thought, oh, well, no wonder there's so much love for him there, because they had this different trajectory. And I think what a pity we didn't do it over here, because I think that would have benefited that very brave storyline.
Yeah, I mean, it's already kind of one thing to have brand new Doctor there, a new kind of working dynamic as any tonal change in lead role is going to produce. And then you're getting strangled by the Doctor, which, as you say, is a hugely brave move. That's kind of quite disconcerting for the audience. Am I going to like him or not? Which I understand you and Kim were.
Yeah. People still
You
say to me,
don't-
"Oh, I didn't like that. I didn't like that." And I'm thinking, okay, maybe you didn't like it at the time, but now seeing the big storyline and seeing it, surely you can see it in a different light. But there are some people who are stuck in the, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. And I think a lot of that is fostered, engendered by the fact that this episode was just sort of almost tagged on the end, it feels like, of Peter's season, rather than being a launching pad for the new journey.
Yeah, I mean, you had to argue against Mary Whitehouse in those days to get anything like that happening, and then it's almost like it gives her ammo if you put that at the end. So just when we're starting to like the Doctor at the end of the adventure,
never watched Doctor Who. I don't believe she watched it. I really don't. She just, I do think she very much had her soapbox, and Doctor Who just happened to be the target that year. And I think the stories that we had were predominantly very good stories. I say this now because I've only recently had to look at them all again when we're doing the Blu-rays. So you just see, well, how does that stand up in time, not having looked at it since then and everything. And you go, well, actually, that's a really good story. And you're comparing it to all the modern work and of course, the different budgets that they've got. And I think it was just unfortunate that we had a lot of naysayers and difficult people that, Doctor Who had to handle.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that your adventures are being appreciated now, especially since, I mean, at the time, were you aware of, it seemed like the BBC was against Doctor Who, which is a really strange position to be in when
I know it is, isn't it? Yes, it did feel. Well, I have to say, with hindsight, I now feel very much that they weren't against Doctor Who. They were actually against John Nathan Turner.
Okay.
Because I now know so many other things about how they wanted to get rid of him as the producer. But he was the only producer who had like this full-time tenure. They couldn't really get rid of him. And they didn't want to put him onto another show. So the only way they could get rid of him would be to get rid of the show. And I didn't know that. I didn't know anything about that. So I think a lot of it was directed to John. And I think as much as I adored John, I think he'd also drawn a lot of negativity to him by the way that he used the money, used the budgets, used Doctor Who for his own benefit, doing the pantomime, writing books, making money out of that. I think that was seen as, well, that's not how the BBC works. But they couldn't stop him unless they stopped the show. So I think, and this is something that I've only recently come to understand because I didn't know about how he had this very special deal. And I did know that he very much wanted to go and work on Bergerac and that they did not want to allow him another show. So, which I think is a pity because I think he had a lot to offer, a great many different shows. But I do think he trod over the line of what the BBC found acceptable with pantomimes and cookbooks and using BBC photographers and using BBC rehearsal rooms and studios as promos for his things that were entirely going into his pocket. I think that was driving certain people, certain executives a little bit balmy. And I think that was adding to the fact that it did feel like the BBC weren't protecting Doctor Who.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that. It's thank you very much for sharing that. I hadn't heard that before.
No, and I only learnt it very recently in a conversation with someone who knows a great deal more than I do.
Yeah, and you did get to the point where Doctor Who was, for the first time, I believe, cancelled, and they'd start production on the next series.
Yes,
When did you first learn about this?
They paid the writers. I'd signed my contract. Financially, it made no sense at all. So I thought, well, it's not a financial consideration, what we're doing and how all this is working. So I just thought, this is really, it was a strange one. We had the stories, we had locations, we had people working. So then they had to continue paying all those people, but just not make it. So it was it was the hiatus, as it gets called. It was partially pulling the plug. If you'd wanted to pull the plug, you would have pulled the plug before everyone had been signed up again. I mean, it was the most inept pulling of the plug you can imagine.
Do you think there was any game playing to that to make it look ramshackle, or did you just think it was just a very balmy decision?
Well, because John didn't know that they were going to do that, so that's the BBC executives just being incredibly wasteful of BBC money. It would have been better to have said, right, make this series and then we're going to take a break afterwards, because the money had already been spent. Whereas they had to then pay me a retainer and I had to get their permission to do any other work. And then if I did the other work, then they'd stop paying me the retainer. And it was just a weird situation, but all the writers had to be paid fully. Everyone who'd been hired to work. So all the actors had already been, arranged for the first story. Everybody had to be paid. So an incredible waste. Locations have been found, hotels have been booked, things have been sorted, because you obviously have to book those well in advance. You can't just say, do you happen to have 22 spare rooms next month? So money just thrown away.
And am I right in thinking this is where your and Colin's illustrious pop career started with Doctor in Distress? Was this at this stage?
Well, it's I don't know if it's why we started. I mean, it was everybody getting together and wanting to do this thing, saying you can't cancel Doctor Who, and who am I to argue with that statement? Not at all. But singing on that. Okay.
It was the Live Aid of Doctor Who.
My life.
Reminded some people who are on there. So it was you and Colin, and it was sort of like the stars of the day, wasn't it?
Oh my goodness, I'm not going to be able to name anyone, but Justin Hayward, who I think I had such a crush on anyway. I was just thinking, oh my goodness. And I was so nervous by the time I got to sing my bit. I think I sang quite flat and terrified, because I didn't want to be singing in front of all these people. I was quite happy to sing very loudly. I've done, solo soprano performances in Guildford Cathedral as a teenager. And so I didn't lose my confidence as a singer until I went to drama school, because they were like, you're not a singer. It's like, oh, okay, I'm not then. So then I'd lost my confidence as a singer. And now I was being asked to sing on this thing, and I was like, no, just let me sing the chorus. Let me sing along with everyone, because then I'll sing really loudly and confidently. But if you make me sing a line, I'm going to get really nervous. So that was not one of my best singing moments, I don't think. But there we go. Certainly a source of humour for the rest of my life.
Just for time constraints, we're going to have to move towards the end of your time on Doctor Who. So, Trial of the Timeline. It was such an epic undertaking. What was that like to film that whole series, which was one story with 3 stories within?
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of that. I just missed
Trial of the Time Lord. And,
Trial of the Time, yes.
Very inventive series. Like, what was it like shooting on that one?
Well, it was the same as shooting the others, I suppose, except that Colin and I very much had decided, even if they wrote that we were at loggerheads with each other, we were playing against every line. We were linking arms. We were talking gently. We wanted there to be a sense of time passing, so that the relationship was not the same as we had left it, which I think we achieved. Yes. And I think for me, it just felt different because I knew I would be leaving at the end of that my stint. And I was so bereft when I finished, because this was in many respects my family. I'd spent 3 years of my life with these people, and I couldn't watch the show afterwards. Lots of people would say to me, "Oh, have you seen Bonnie?" And I said, "I'm sure she's wonderful. I can't watch. It's too painful." I didn't want to watch somebody else enjoying having fun with my doctor. It was like the breakup of a relationship.
Yeah.
So it was strange. Our last week we were down in Brighton, and I think the weather was pretty much on our side. And my last day's filming was outside, not in the studio. And then instead of going back to the location hotel, I got in my car and drove home up the road to London. And it just felt really weird. I just thought I should be going back with them. Because obviously we don't film in order. So the finale of Perry had already been filmed in the studio. This was now my last filming. So this was on Brighton Beach.
And also, it seems to add to the surrealness that your last adventure that was shown certainly was you working with Brian Blessed, which always has to be a surreal experience for anyone.
Absolutely. I mean, a larger than life personality in every sense, and then to discover that actually I've been married off to him.
Yes, which wasn't originally meant to be in that.
Very happily married, but to Iourkanos. So yes, I mean that was an odd one.
And you originally meant to be killed off, but they tacked on the happy ending, I believe.
They did. There'd been a lot of by the time the show went out, well, the day that Perry's demise was revealed, the phone lines to the BBC were blocked, and people wrote thousands of letters to John Nathan Turner saying, "Look what you've done to my child," or "Look what you've done to my husband." People are really upset that this has happened to Perry. And so I think they just decided to wrap it up in this, because it clearly looks like a last minute, literally post-it note put in, because there is no scene, there is no dialogue, they've just taken a shot, melded it together and put it around a really sickly little heart thing. And I didn't see that for years. I think I was doing my first DVD commentary, or perhaps would that have been even the videos, the first video box set release. And we were doing commentaries, and they said, "Did you see what happened?" And I was like, "No, I've never seen it." And they went, "Oh, you've got to." So they got it up on their computers and they showed me, and I went, "Oh, that's horrible." I'd rather they'd called us all back and we'd done some terrible wedding scene. But it was, which of course would have cost money. And so, why I did it. And it was just thrown in and took 10 seconds and all of that. But I preferred my more dramatic ending.
I thought it worked very nicely.
Sorry.
I was just going to say it worked nicely for Big Finish to be able to then pick up from there.
Yes, exactly what I was going to say. As a result, it has meant that I've had all these wonderful adventures and journeys to explain everything through Big Finish. So maybe it all happened for the best.
Excellent. And it's just so exciting. And we're so thankful that after all these years, you're still playing Perry, still out there doing the audio adventures for Big Finish.
Oh, yeah. I am so blessed to have that. I mean, I thoroughly enjoy all my time at Big Finish, playing Perry in all the different guises that she's appeared now. And the opportunity to see, Colin, or not that I worked with Peter for a long time, but, to see them again and be with my friends and colleagues. It's just a wonderful thing. Really, really, Big Finish is a blessing.
And wonderful lunches, I always hear.
Yes, but not since we've had COVID. It's not been the same, because we haven't gone back to the same studios where the lovely Toby would have cooked all of our food. So we've been at other studios, with sandwiches. Not quite the same.
Just very quickly, I did absolutely love just hearing all the extras from the year of COVID, or a couple of years of lockdown, where you were just all filmed. I mean, it sounds like you've got quite a nice setup there, but other people are just in rooms under the stairs, like Peter. I think Peter Davidson was in his cupboard under the stairs.
I've got a big study, and I just put my studio into here. Though I was one of the first to go back into the studios because I just prefer to be engaged. I prefer the people contact, even if that does mean the driving and all of that. So, I'm happy to do things, books and stuff at home, but it is lovely when you're doing a drama to actually be able to see people and relate to them. And as well as the catch up during the lunch hours and the coffee breaks.
Thank you very much for joining us today. It really does mean a lot. And thank you very much to your agent who helped put this all together, Tim.
Oh, brilliant. Yes, he's fantastic.
Thank you very much, Nicola Bryant.
Oh, that's all right. And I do hope that everyone who's enjoying this and whenever you get to research, just makes donations to the wonderful shelter, because it's a fantastic job that they do. And no doubt they will be called upon more and more in the coming cold with all the crises that we have.
Yeah, it's nice to have an energy freeze, but it's unfortunately at double for a lot of people. So it's still very tough times, even with the energy price being capped for 2 years at double what we were paying before. But anyway, we'll not get political on this, but thank you very much.
Not. Well, then maybe perhaps just say, God save the king, as we are also in this time. And,
indeed.
I think he will be a wonderful king. I've met him a few times, and he's an absolutely tremendous man. Really tremendous. Has done a lot of good that people don't even know about. Very quietly. Yeah. Very decent chap. So, His Royal Highness now.
Yep, the country's
Thank
in
you
good
so
hands.
much.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of your marathon.
Thank you very much. Speak to you then. Bye.
Okay, take care. Bye.
Okay, we're just going to have a quick second for me to check the total, because I have to go. Like, this is very simple setup, we'll say. I was just checking in on my total. We are still at 300 quid. So thanks again to Ian McNeice for that absolutely wonderful, generous donation earlier. So we're halfway there, which is wonderful at this early stage of the event. But please do keep giving, guys. If you've got anything that you can give, I know these are hard financial times for everyone. I'd also like to just apologize, because I think some people are commenting and they're not all coming through. So I apologize, just one little quirks of StreamYard, but they seem to be coming through from some sites, not on others. But we will never mind that now. We're going to welcome our next Doctor Who companion. He's from the 1996 Doctor Who TV movie, along with some other wonderful projects. Please welcome to the Squeefest 4th, Yee Jee Tso. How are you doing, Yee Jee?
Not too bad at all. Thanks. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, it's 4 hours in, so these are the easy hours for me.
Okay.
Brought down only 20 to go. What am I complaining about?
And what time is it in the UK right now?
We're just coming up on 6. We're just gone 6 o'clock.
6 p.m. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
What time is it for you? Is it about 11?
It's 10 a.m. Yeah.
10 a.m. Not too bad. I was only an hour out. Luckily, I wasn't when I sent you the invite. So I know, like, we're going to get into your acting, of course, but you've also done a little bit of work behind the scenes, which are behind the camera, which I thought was fantastic. So you've done a bit of directing on the short Butterflies and production design on the Peace Tree. How's it for you stepping behind the camera?
I really, really enjoy it, actually. It probably, if my life had went a different way, I would have pursued being a director instead. I might not. It might not be a common thing for actors to say or acknowledge or have this perception. I mean, maybe it's only my perspective, but actors are not really the storytellers. Like, it's the producers and the directors who are telling the story. The actors are kind of like the furniture. Like, we're in the story, right? Like, and don't get me wrong, that's a big part of the story, like the people in it. But we're not, I mean, there's a I think a mischaracterization of actors as storytellers. I feel like it's a little bit different than that, and that's not to downplay actors or the role that we have. But I think had I a different sort of pathway in life, I would have explored being a producer or director. I think there's a lot there.
Yeah. The other thing which I found was wonderful, I found this out actually. You won't remember, but I met you many moons ago at one of the Sci-Fi Weekenders, and you played us a few tunes. This was, I believe, it may have still been up in Wales at the time because it's moved a couple of times since.
Yeah, I think I do recall actually, because looking at your face, I know that I've seen it before. So
it might have been slightly more bloated at the time. I've lost a bit of weight since then, but apart from that, it's roughly the same face, and perhaps a few more wrinkles over the years. But apart from that, so yeah, you played for us McLean Park, I seem to remember. So has music always been a bit of a passion for you?
Yeah, music's always been. I was in a band in high school, and when we had kids, my wife and I sort of, assigned instruments to them, and they've both been involved in music since they were at a very young age. And McLean Park was sort of something that I was that I did just on a whim to celebrate the park close to our house, where our kids have grown up, along with their friends and everything that in the neighborhood. We used to throw this sort of like harvest festival kind of thing every September. We'd have this outdoor little festival that happened with the community, a pie contest and, a bunch of hay in the middle of the field where kids would kind of roll around. And I don't know, it was just one of those very wholesome, great things about, being a parent and being next to this park. So the song just kind of sprouted from that. And it kind of was the beginning of this practice I've had now of occasionally writing song and recording it, and maybe sometimes sticking it on iTunes, or maybe not. Maybe sometimes collaborating with other musicians to kind of record it, record various tracks and put things together. And the whole point of it really was to kind of show or demonstrate to our kids that nowadays you can make anything you want. Like the internet, for all the terrible things that the internet has, gotten us into or whatever, there's also been some really wonderful things. There's also opportunities we have now that we've never had before. And one of those is the democratization of content, right? Web 2 is everyone pouring content onto the internet, and you can do it. Anyone can do it. So, the end result of that, both of our kids have written songs, like originals, and recorded them and put them into various places, and it's they get to make things. I think that's a great outcome.
Yeah, there is such a purity to be able to. There's no gatekeepers anymore. Anyone can just try and do anything, and even though it's tougher to get noticed, more tough than ever to get noticed in such a white noise of content, if you're lucky, you might just get to the top through doing it.
The fact is that you're empowered to do it, right? Like there were gatekeepers, the gatekeeper idea before. It's like you never even had a chance to make the thing. You couldn't go and really, producing your own film, like, the short that we made, this was just back in the mid-noughts or the early noughts. I think it was 2002 or something like that, where I shot a short film with a friend of mine. And it's quite a bit of money to do that, right? Like even on a shoestring budget, even with a small crew, you've got to pay for film. We used to have to pay for film, rent the equipment. You had to get a location, you got permits, get food for everybody at the very least. Even if you're not paying for people, you have to post-process the film. You have to pay for an editing suite. All of these things that you can pretty much now do with a phone and computer at home, right? Like everybody's got what it takes to do it now, and to a pretty high level of quality. If you're, or even the lighting, there's LED lights now. You can, it used to be that it used to be you had to have this massive generator and 10K, lamp on a stand in order to get the kind of light that you need. Now they have these helium. I just worked on a show just recently, and they have these LED lights mounted inside a helium balloon, and you float this helium balloon above your scene. It lights everything, and you have nothing to set up except for this thing that came in a bag that you fill with some helium. It's so much more accessible now, right? I'm not saying that everybody can go out and get themselves a helium balloon to light up a scene, but it's a heck of a lot easier than it used to be, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and we have to be careful. We're running out of the helium, I hear. So
yeah, right.
Getting onto the acting side of it, of course. So one of the kind of like interesting quirks is that when you were doing Doctor Who, it was alongside Sliders as one of the other possible shows of getting picked up, and that ended up being picked up, and that was a show you yourself had worked on for a few episodes.
Mm.
Were you aware of that at the time? And what do you remember of working on Sliders? That's a great show.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that they're actually, to be probably maybe more honest than I should be. I wasn't aware of a lot of things back then. I was like maybe blissfully or maybe not ignorant of a lot of things. I was unaware of the fact that Sliders and the Doctor Who were sort of up, quote unquote, against each other in terms of getting a long running series on Fox or whatever it was. That's a situation that I had no knowledge about. But yeah, Sliders was fun. I also was a little bit sort of unaware of the people I was working with on that show. Like so I mean, of course I'd seen Stand By Me when I was growing up because everybody in my age, did. And when I got onto the show, I was like maybe vaguely, as in very vaguely aware of the people that were on it, but it really didn't like dawn on me that Jerry O'Connell was in Stand By Me. Like I didn't really put two and two together. And this happens to me often. I'll work on a show and like not really realize who I'm sitting next to. And then people ask me afterwards, like, oh, did you talk to that person? Did you get their autograph or something? I was like, no, actually I didn't. I don't think I realized who they were when they were here.
Like, well, Jerry O'Connell, you've got John Rhys Davies there who'd done a thing or two at that stage. Yeah. It's just, yeah. I mean, it was so Sliders. Yeah, I mean, it was fun, but I don't think I was. I mean, the character was a bit of a smaller role, and that's fine. Might have been able to make something more of it. I don't think I was in the headspace to kind of put anything towards that. But again, it wasn't my choice, so so be it. There's some actors who I think are better at and put more focus into like turning every part like that into sort of as much opportunity as they can, and somehow they have a way of doing that, and they're very good at it, and or better than I am, and so kudos to them. But it's not something I was ever really good at. I mean, do you think that was helpful though? Because it did seem certainly. I loved seeing you in interviews around the time of Doctor Who because you were just so happy to be there and just so gleeful. I think that kind of living in the moment probably did you service in another way. Like you weren't thinking of, oh, I'm working alongside this person, working on this person. I'm doing this piece. Do you think? That's a good point, actually. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for that. Looking back on it, for sure, there was a certain way of moving through things that, if you didn't really pay a whole lot of attention to your next gig or whatever, it kind of allowed you to have a certain kind of life. And for all the ups and downs and good things and bad things that have happened in my life, I certainly don't regret where I am now. I wouldn't trade where I am now for practically anything. Well, anything. I wouldn't trade it for anything. I wouldn't trade it for the world, actually. So I wouldn't go back and change how I did things back then. At the risk of doing the time travel thing where you mess up your current timeline because you fiddled with something in the past. Like I wouldn't do that. You watched and appeared in enough sci-fi to know that doesn't work out. Yeah. Don't mess around with history. Yeah. And again, just maybe if you've got any stories on these, or if they're ones you don't remember, just tell me and we'll skip them past. But Highlander, the TV show. Highlander was cool. I didn't spend very much time on Highlander, but it was neat to be part of the franchise, and that happens a lot in Vancouver where they're essentially, everybody's cast, all the main people are cast, and then they come and shoot in Vancouver and they're like, oh, well, for this episode, we need this person to kind of pop in there for a couple lines here and there, or maybe they're a guest star on the show, but then they kind of disappear next episode. And that's perfectly fine. That is that's the kind of career that we choose when we want to be, a career actor in Vancouver or a lot of places in Canada are like that. Like if you base yourself in Toronto or Montreal, it's somewhat similar as well. So yeah. But Highlander was fun. Yeah, it was neat working with the people there, and
just spent a day there, and didn't get to play with any swords, unfortunately. But maybe next time.
The Outer Limits. Now, I thought this was one of the most successful and best done revivals of one of those shows. I love 90s Outer Limits. Do you remember the premise of the episode you were in?
Yeah, it was. There were. So I don't know if I have to care about spoilers because it's a very, very old show, and I don't.
Okay, spoiler alerts. We're going to spoil something from 95.
Yeah,
I think we're
spoiler,
good.
Yeah. So it's not even. Yeah, it's probably not even a concern. Just kidding.
No, it's fair. It's fair. So it's very thoughtful of you.
So basically there are a bunch of us in international sort of different places around the world living in these bunkers because there's been an alien invasion. Essentially, it's like this apocalyptic thing where we're in our bunkers and we're trying to and the episode was called Dead Man's Switch. So basically what I guess sort of the premise is that if we're there to be no one left out of all of us that were stationed in these bunkers around the world. If none of us, let me try to recall the mechanism. It was something like if none of us, survived, then this like nuclear detonation would happen, and we'd blow up the Earth in order to wipe out the aliens that invaded, or something like that. And the ensuing sort of drama and sort of horror show things that happened subsequent to that.
It's amazing. I love these programs. It's like only with something like Twilight Zone or The Outer Limits could you have such a bonkers concept and it just works somehow.
Yeah. It was a fun show. No, it was actually quite it was quite a fun thing to be a part of. Yeah. It was it was one of the, can't remember if it was, no, it wasn't the first time that I had perished. But it was one of the half a dozen or a dozen times that I'd perished on scene. I was like gassed in that one, like toxic gas of some kind, like filled my bunker and I strangled to death.
Wow. Well, I mean, you did pop up on a lot of these sci-fis here and there. Is that something you're interested in? Or are these just the parts which came along at the time?
It's a bit of both. So I'm interested in sci-fi myself. I like to read. So I've read a bunch of different sci-fi with our kids, like Hitchhiker's Guide, of course, and a lot of things that actually kind of maybe bleed into fantasy, right? Sci-fi fantasy. If you want to glom those things together, I know they're very different, of course, but if you were to glom them together, I like those things. And so it's partly that. It's partly, I think, like a lot of sci-fi requires like sort of technobabble, and technobabble is something that I seem kind of inclined to do, I suppose. I work in technology, so that's maybe part of it. And then it's also partly because in Vancouver we have had a lot of sci-fi shows base themselves in Vancouver. So just sort of the natural progression from that is that a lot of the roles I get are on sci-fi shows. So like Battlestar Galactica and I don't know. I can't remember them all. There's been a lot.
Well, I was going to ask you about the Stargates next. So you were techs on a couple of the Stargate shows, so on SG-1 and Atlantis.
Yeah. Stargate was really fun. It was going for a long time, so it was like a Vancouver staple to work on Stargate, right? And Stargate Atlantis, and the people on there are really, really great. Peter DeLuise, who I first found out about him on 21 Jump Street. And he worked on that show with this is new
Johnny
with
Depp?
names. Sorry?
Johnny Depp was the
Johnny
one of
Depp,
the leads.
exactly. Yeah, Johnny Depp of incredible fame, and of course I knew his name. It just eluded me for a moment. But thanks for helping me there. So Peter DeLuise would go around with a handful of loonies, which is like the $1 coin, which I don't think it actually exists in Canada anymore. But anyway, we had this $1 coin with an engraving of a loon, and so we all called it the loony. And he'd walk around with these things and just kind of like randomly kind of like hand them to you. Like he would just walk up to you and just be like, here's a loony. and he would do that with like just random people around the crew. It was just something to talk about. It was an excuse to just get to know people that he wouldn't normally have a lot of contact with, I think, on the crew, which is really cool, right? Like it's a neat thing to do. It's just a bit of fun, basically. And I think, but that was like a small example of how he seemed to do things, which is just make something kind of a little bit different, a little bit fun for the crew and cast. So yeah, there was some good people there. Also, Amanda Tapping, she was on those shows as an actor, but like subsequently, has been doing some more directing and stuff. And I worked with her on The Travelers, and she's a great director. So yeah, just wonderful people. And so a lot of really what makes a show, right? Like, or like anything is the people involved. And it may or may not play out on screen. Like, so shows are successful or not successful based on a variety of things that are maybe unrelated to what I'm talking about. But the experience of working on a show is certainly has to do with the quality of people on it. And I enjoyed working on Stargates. Also their sets. So, I mean, they had a little bit of an unfair advantage over Doctor Who, for example, because they had they had a CNC machine. I don't know if you're familiar with what that is. But it's like a computer operated sort of thing, like machine to like mill things and drill stuff and basically making, it was like 3D printing version 1, right? It's like a massive router with a computer attached to it, and they used that thing to create some really intricate sets, like all of those things you see in the background with like the actual Stargate and all of the sort of the textured sort of panels that you see in the background. It just created this great atmosphere and feel to the show that I think was part of the reason why it was successful, and also why it was so fun to work on.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny. One of the shows we've got coming up is a Due South program, which I do. And on Due South, Amanda Tapping, which you mentioned there, had actually played someone who's working on an airbase where there might have been some UFOs going on. So I feel like she almost played that character already. She had the lead in ready for when she did Stargate.
Yep.
But anyway, I get off on a tangent. You're mentioning Battlestar Galactica then, and you talk about your gorgeous sets. Like the look and feel of that show was it felt so immersive, is the way I put it. What was it like stepping onto that?
Yeah, similar kind of feel. I'm not as familiar with like how they did it per se. I only did one episode of that one, as opposed to Stargate. I got to hang around a little bit longer, but yeah, it was cool working with Lucy Lawless. I think that was an episode that she was on for some reason. I can't remember why. And the sets were had that kind of feel, that sort of very sort of descriptive sci-fi kind of atmosphere to it. It's nice. Brilliant. A bit darker, that show, I feel like. But
okay, so we've got Continuum. I was going to ask you on about next. So that was the very high concept of reality kind of changing around it in that show.
Yeah, that one. Continuum. Yeah, the part that I played in that was interesting because it was more. It wasn't really like sci-fi related per se. It wasn't doing a tech part. It wasn't on a ship. It was just in this reality where the character was like, I think somewhat political, or like an activist. He was involved in some kind of protest or something, or like a rebellion or something like that. And so the whole scene felt just like a scene in dystopian Earth somewhere or whatever. But yeah, in the context of the show, there's all this sci-fi going on, and so it was interesting. Somebody I subsequently worked with quite closely actually was a lead on Continuum, Stephen Lobo. I can't remember the name of his character, but yeah, anyway, also good people on that show.
Excellent. So finally, before we go into the Doctor Who of it all, the 100. It's kind of like a similar sci-fi wonders, but from the point of view of kind of this teenage crew, which end up getting stranded.
Which made it wildly popular, or like it contributed to that. And yeah, I mean, it was I was just there for the last episode or two, and was like a random kind of techie person, sort of operator of this sort of alien sort of technology thing, and it was on a ship. Great, nice, also really nice sets. I think I took some pictures. I don't think I'm allowed to share them, but they were as it happens, one of the leads on there, Shannon Cook Chun, I just worked with him on a different film or whatever, and he's a really swell guy, like a really good guy, solid dude. So yeah, I mean, again, it was enjoyable because the people were great to work with, right? So
excellent. Now let's talk a little bit about Doctor Who. So, do you remember when you first heard about the project? Had you heard about it before you kind of were auditioning, or when
well, I mean, I knew what Doctor Who was, because when I was growing up, I was like what they call the latchkey kid. I'd go, you know, take the bus home. I was, for better or for worse, I didn't enjoy this, but again, I wouldn't change it. I don't think. I went to school I went to school in Vancouver proper, and I lived in a municipality. It was like an hour bus ride kind of thing, right? So, so I take the bus home, let myself in. Parents were working hard. They were immigrants, and they you know, they needed to do what they needed to do to kind of like support us here and keep us, you know, enable all the things that they enabled. So yeah, so they were working, and so I kind of just like I'd flip the TV on, and that would just be going. And I'd have a little table, and I'd do some homework, and I'd grab myself a snack maybe or something, and I'd be like that for like, I don't know, 7 hours until it was time for bed, and then I'd hear the lock kind of like clicking on the front door, and I'd quickly switch everything off and like dart off into the bed and pretend like I was sleeping the whole time. And my parents would come in and be like, "Okay, so he's asleep as he should be." But unbeknownst to anyone else, I've been watching TV the entire time, and you know, and not, I wouldn't necessarily be just sort of totally engrossed in it. So for example, Doctor Who's one of those shows that would come on. You know, we had limited choices back then, right? You had a few channels to flick around between, and Doctor Who would come on, and I'd hear the music, and it was Tom Baker, I think, that was primarily the Doctor that I actually remember seeing, but I couldn't tell you a single plot line, because it was just, you know, I'm just scribbling away at my homework or playing chess with my little chess computer or whatever, and shows are parading themselves in the background of my periphery or whatever. So I had some awareness of what Doctor Who was when the audition came through, but Trish Robinson, who's no longer with us, which is really sad. She was a wonderful casting director. Sent it, you know, sent out the breakdown, and my agent, who I'm still with today, sent in my submission, and she brought me in, and she had previously cast me on a show called Madison. It was just like this high school teen drama kind of thing that we shot here in Vancouver. I did a couple of seasons of that. So yeah, she brought me in for the Doctor Who thing, and yeah, the rest is history, I guess.
And how long after then did you start filming?
Yeah, good question. So when was I think it was relatively quick. If I recall correctly, and that's a big if, the auditions were in November or December, and we started filming in February.
And when you began on the filming, I mean, in the meantime, had you looked up any more stuff about Doctor Who, or did you just want to treat material as it was?
I didn't do a lot of research, partly because I was a little bit concerned about knowing too much about the Doctor before I met him.
Right.
Because Chang Lee has this thing, like, I mean, he's completely unaware of what's going on with this Doctor person, right? So yeah. Right, and it's like that until he discovers, through being, you know, thrown, you know, through the TARDIS. Well, the first opening of the TARDIS doors or whatever, that's really when he kind of discovers everything. And I didn't want to have too much of that be. It's really hard to unlearn. Well, for me, and especially since I was young at the time, and, you know, not particularly skilled in the acting thing, I wanted to be careful to not make it harder for myself, right? Because had I learned a lot about Doctor Who, I think it would have been a little bit harder for me to be so sort of green to it on screen.
And the entrance which you did have at the time, there was this big shootout, which due to at the time there being a real life shooting got cut down, which is completely understandable and the right move to do. But it sort of suddenly meant that you were there with this group of gang of youths who were threatening you, and then suddenly they disappeared as soon as the TARDIS arrived. Yeah, can you tell us a bit about shooting that? What sounded like quite an action scene.
Yeah, so they did. They locked the camera off, which is what they do when they're going to do special effects like that. And they had this false wall in this alleyway in Chinatown. And actually, in my book, Time and Spaces or whatever, I have a picture of like what that alleyway looks like today, and what it and where the false wall was at the time, because I had took some photos when I was on set way back when. You can't do that these days, but back then there was no restriction on that. So I had my camera with me, and I kind of took some pictures of the TARDIS with the wall, and yeah. So what happens is they lock off the camera and they shoot some footage of the wall with no TARDIS there. Then they shoot footage of the and they would, with the same locked camera, they'd have me wander in there and do this thing where I'm standing by the wall and like, oh no, I'm dead because I'm like caught in front of this wall. And then they bring in the TARDIS, and because the camera is locked, you can edit it in such a way that it looks like the TARDIS just kind of like appeared there. And then they had the special effects go off, the squibs on the TARDIS, on the TARDIS, which had to do with like the gang members like firing their weapons at this thing. And then ostensibly what happens is that they get freaked out by the fact that there's this thing that just materialized in the middle of the air, and they get into their car and drive away. I don't know that there was ever a cut of them actually driving away or running away in that made it into the movie. I think you allude to the fact that you don't really know what happened to them. There might have been some sound effect they tried to layer in there to be like them, squealing off the tires of the car, like screeching away. I can't remember. But anyways, that was not before, of course, they have been shooting up the TARDIS, and then Sylvester McCoy walks out of it and gets shot, right? So yeah, there was it was a bit of an action scene, I guess. Yeah, there was definitely an action component to it.
It just seemed like, again, we completely understandable why they made this cut, but it just went from you're facing them down, and then there's basically one shot which goes into the Doctor, and they've disappeared. It was just really strange when you're watching it back.
Yeah.
What are you going to do when life gets in the way?
Yeah.
The other thing, which so you've got the script that you've started filming on it. What were your first impressions of Chang Lee when you were kind of getting the part ready?
Yeah, good question. I mean, it was fairly it wasn't the first time I'd played a role like that, and it was I had some familiarity with characters of that ilk, right? Like so criminal type characters, or like gang member type thing. It wasn't the first time I had to wield a weapon in a show. So it kind of, I mean, I felt like it was something that I could do, right? Like I'd done it before and was going to do it again with other shows, and had some familiarity there. So yeah, I didn't really know what to make of it, really. I mean, the neat thing, I think, is that he gets a character arc per se, right? Like he has this sort of roller coaster ride where he befriends the master and kind of works with the master for a while, and then at the end kind of goes another way, and ends up being sort of a companion to the Doctor for a very, very, very short period of time. They travel in the TARDIS for a brief little jaunt, and then he's off. But he's definitely a different person at the end than he is at the beginning, which is always an interesting thing to get to play. And yet at the same time, there's this sort of aloof sort of quality about him that sticks around, right? And so I think that was I've learned since from Philip Segal and in in various sitting on panels with him at conventions and stuff like that, that, you know, part of why they wanted me for the role, you know, despite me being late to the audition, was that they were looking for someone who had this kind of like aloof, like I don't really care kind of quality, you know, like I would, you know, and I guess at the time, you know, I demonstrated that to them. So so that's something that I feel like kind of carried through with the character throughout. And yet he got to go through some changes as well. So yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, because something I did want to talk about, which you kind of like, you set the scene for this question very nicely. I was going to ask you about Eric Roberts refers to you as the Asian child very dramatically in this. And something which I know kind of a lot of, I don't know what the correct term would be, but Asian actors certainly seem to have a lot of lazy parts, especially around the 80s and 90s. They weren't necessarily the best researched or best kind of written parts. You seem to have avoided that, but like the Asian child is perhaps a small kind of like less than ideal. You probably wouldn't use that now, but how do you think you avoided kind of some of those lazier parts that some other people had to take because that's what was an offer at the time?
Oh, well, I mean, I appreciate that. Thank you. I think, I don't know if I did avoid it, but
or tell us about some of them is the other way of wording that.
Yeah, well, I mean, so it was a very different time in the 90s in terms of being an actor who was, you know, a visibly sort of culturally diverse or whatever, right? And I mean, it's still to a certain degree like that today, but it's much different. So I don't know if you've seen there was a documentary, or it might have been just like a little YouTube snippet or whatever, that kind of demonstrated, you know, it basically tried to like concatenate together like the sum total of all of the speaking lines of a certain ethnic group or whatever in like major motion pictures or whatever for that year. And it was something that could be squeezed into like I can't remember exactly, but it was something that could be squeezed into a 10-minute YouTube video. Like it was a very, you know, it was just boom, 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 like, you know, and it was stuff like that, other analysis like that kind of said, okay, look, like what's the percentage in North America? Like, I get it if you're you know, if you're in Wales and you're making a movie about Wales and you might not have a whole bunch of Asian people. I've been to Wales. There's not a whole ton of Asian looking folks there. And so, you know, if that's what it is, then yeah, I could understand. You wouldn't probably have a lot of Asian folks in that. It's true to what's there. In North America, though, we've got a real mix of people, like in the cities at least, right? And that's not represented in our media, in the media that gets created in North America. It's not even remotely represented to the same proportions as you would find in the population. Like you walk around the streets of Vancouver or LA or New York or whatever, you're going to see a mix of people that you do not see in the media. You just don't, right? Even now is much better. Don't get me wrong. It's many orders of magnitude better now, but in the 90s and 80s, what you saw on TV and movies and such just didn't look anything like it.
I just like to add to that, and I wasn't trying to claim it's perfect now. I know it's far from it, just better.
Yeah, much better.
Isn't necessarily good, but it's better.
No, it is much better. It's much better, and I don't and I'm not saying any of this out of any sort of like spite or whatever either. Like I'm not one of those people who would stand up on a soapbox and go, "Hey, I should have more opportunity." The world is what it is, and you make of it what it gives you, right? So, but I bring up the point because you know, just to illustrate the change that has happened. Back at the time, there was never, ever a lead character written for an Asian guy. You might, there was Bruce Lee was an exception, of course.
Yeah.
But I wasn't Bruce Lee, nor could I do any of the things that Bruce Lee could do. So nobody was asking me to do that.
Yeah, you could forgive them for making Bruce Lee do martial arts, you know, because he did martial arts. But it was when they expected every other Oriental actor to be able to do it.
Right. Yeah. So you wouldn't. So I pretty much had to quickly come to terms with the fact that, okay, I'm not going to get a lead role in a TV or movie thing. So that's fine. So set that aside. All right. So what's left over? They occasionally made roles for Asian characters, such as in Doctor Who and some of the other things that I've done. And they would specify like, oh, this person's Asian. So, okay, great. So those are opportunities going. And when those came up, there was a relative benefit because along with not having very many Asian parts in the industry, there weren't very many Asian actors. So I could probably count on my fingers, maybe fingers and toes, the number of Asian actors there were in the early 90s in Vancouver, right? So if they were casting in Vancouver and I was going out to it, I'd see the same people over and over again. And it was either going to be him or me, or that guy or me. Like, it was very easy, it was very easy to know, like, one of us in the room right now, we're getting this part, right? Like, so there's that advantage. But it was still few and far between where they wrote those roles. The vast majority of the things I would go out for, and bless my agent for this, for submitting me, is ones they would call open ethnicity. So they would have no particular specification on what ethnicity they would want for this character. It's just a character in the show. And by virtue of being unspecified like that, the writer hasn't really paid all that much attention to it. As you just mentioned, right? Like, by definition, the writer hasn't specified certain things about this character. They haven't really thought about the character's there for some reason other than being fully fleshed out by the writer, right?
Yeah.
They're there because they need to expound some part of the story or move some plot line ahead, or they're there to fill in some, and this is not a bad thing. Every story needs those characters, right? Like, so I'm not digging on the writers. They're not going to put full attention into the backstory of every single little walk-on part in every single script. They're just not going to do that. So that's fine. But those are the roles that you would get because they're open ethnicity, because all of the other roles were, Caucasian male. And if you weren't that, you weren't getting called, right? So, so that's how it goes. That's how you get. And so, so you just, those are the roles that you get, and you do them and, or not do them. And, thus life proceeds, I guess.
I did love it when, it was Neil Gaiman who was talking about the recent casting of the Sandman, and he purposely, despecified a lot of parts to say, it's like, look, is there a reason why this has to be a white male or a female, or like one particular thing? Or could we just see everyone in the world for this and just get the best person for it? And
that's different, right? So if a writer puts a lot of thought into the background of a character, and maybe they do have a specific ethnicity in mind, but then, or maybe they don't, right? But they've created a character that's pivotal to the story in some way. So they've put whatever work that they needed to put into to make a character pivotal for the story. They've done that, and now you've got a character that's pivotal. And then they go and cast a thing and say, you know what? We don't need this character to be any particular ethnicity, so let's just open it up to everybody. That's a different thing. That's great. That's a new thing. It didn't used to happen very much, but it's happening now, and that's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a funny thing. I find I've done a limited amount of writing myself, but I've had a few short stories published, and what I find is it's like automatically when a character isn't jumping out, I sort of will purposely kind of change it from male to female, or change it, and it just seems to pop more. It's like there's
interesting.
If you always go for straight white males, there's been a lot of stories written in that genre. Let's just say,
right.
Anyway, that's a side thing. And actually, but just before we forget, you did mention that if people donated £20, you would do a discount on your book.
Yes, that's right. I need to set up the discount code. Let's do that right now. I don't know.
What discount, and then I'll just announce it.
Yeah. What's a good? I guess we could use Shelter Squee. It's right there on the screen.
Well, I was thinking if people donate and then they just send me like a thing going, I donated and your name, then I can check it against donation and forward it onto yourself.
Perfect. Let's do that.
What percentage do you want to give discount, just so people know?
Oh, let's go with half off. Never done a half off thing before. This is a brand new thing. It literally has never happened before, but this is a good cause. I heard Nicola talking about it before, before I hopped on or whatever, and just reading up about it too. It's definitely something I feel like could use the support. So yeah, let's do it that way. £20 to Shelter Squee and to Shelter, and we'll do half off the online edition of the book.
Amazing. What I'll say is, is it okay for a week after this broadcast? Because some people catch up on late. Brilliant. Yeah. For a week after this, if you go to justgiving.com/Shelter Squee, if you can afford to donate now, please. We love donations on the night, just because if nothing else, it makes for more dramatic TV, but also it helps those people who are struggling with issues around housing, where everyone's going through a cost of living crisis in the UK, certainly, and I understand many other countries are affected as well. So please, like, you know, I'm just going to quickly address something, because there was something which First Lady of Ukraine said, which is a very powerful, important statement, that she said, whereas you're counting the pennies, we're counting the death toll, or words to that effect. However, there are some people who will not survive this. There's no like nice way of saying this. There's some people who will be so poor because they can't heat or they can't feed people that it is life and death to some people. So as much as I don't want to take anything away from the Ukrainian appeal, which is wonderful, there are people who are suffering who will die because they can't afford to heat their houses this winter. So please give whatever you can. I don't say that to take away anything from her, but I think we have to see there is a real life effect to people being homeless and people not being able to afford eating. So anyway, that being said, we'll get back to you, sir. So thank you very much. That's very generous of you. Speaking of some of the people you're working with, so Eric Roberts, I've come to really love it. Like, I wasn't sure at the time, but it's the biggest performance of the Master you're ever going to get. What was it like to work alongside? Because you worked very closely with him during the shoot.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, there was I felt like it was a very positive experience. I know that not everybody has the same experience, you know, on a set or of a person or whatever, but I'm just going to speak from my own personal experience. I got a lot out of it, and I felt like it was positive overall. There was a bit of the on-screen relationship between the Master and Chang Li, for example, has a certain dynamic, right? There was this sort of like dark, kind of twisted, sort of parental kind of thing, like, you know, a little bit sick in the head, kind of like parent kind of child sort of thing happening, right? Like Asian child and twisted Time Lord parent kind of thing. And you know, it felt as though there was some the off-screen relationship had some qualities that were like that, right? Like whether that was manufactured because Eric was doing a method acting kind of thing where, you know, he's kind of creating this dynamic off screen that kind of would play on screen, or whether it's because, you know, he's that kind of person and everybody has that sort of experience with him. I don't know, but for whatever reason, the off screen dynamic fed the on screen dynamic, and I think that was perfectly fine. And he had, you know, he made some efforts to kind of help me out in some ways and like provide some coaching or whatever, which is also a part of that dynamic, right? The sort of like parent-child kind of dynamic. So, you know, in a weird, twisted kind of way, I feel like working with Eric was exactly what it needed to be.
Yeah, and like where the Master was such a manipulator, did you talk about those scenes, and did you just play the reality of the moment?
We didn't collaborate in that sort of more kind of peer-to-peer collaboration kind of thing that you might do with another actor on in a different scenario. So we never kind of sat around and like chatted about the dynamics, right? It wasn't like that per se. It was more like you know, the dynamic was there, and we would, you know, do the scene together, and it would just happen that way, right? I don't recall doing a whole lot of like line reading rehearsals with Eric. Like oftentimes, you know, you'll be sitting in the makeup trailer with another actor, and if you have a scene together that's coming up, you'll start running lines. Didn't really do that with Eric. That sort of thing wasn't happening. And that's not, you know, I don't say that in a critical way. That's just not how it was. So, you know, what ended up happening is that we showed up on set, and Eric would start doing the lines the way that he did them, and I would try my best to just react to that, or just, you know, be okay with that, just hang out with that kind of thing. And I think for the most part it worked, right? So, but you know, there's definitely some things I would change about my performance. Would I go back and do it again? Like, you know, caveat with the whole, you know, messing around with history thing, right? But there are things, but there's always, you know, in any work that you do, I mean, the same thing happens in software engineering. I look back at like code that I've written a year ago and I want to change it, right? So, you know, there's luckily with software, you can do that. There's version control. You can go back and edit something and change it and push up a new version. With film and TV, you don't get that chance. It's you do it or that's it.
Before I go on to my next question, I've just realized I've said to people to email, and the email address is drsquee, ignore the dot at the front, drsquee@gmail.com if you want to take advantage of that 50% off Yee Jee's book, and I will forward on everything to Yee Jee so we can sort that out. We'll work it out, but just email to there and we'll figure out the rest. So there will be a code, I know, at some point. So thank you very much for that. So for the next question, so the other co-stars there, so Daphne Ashbrook, who, even though she perhaps wasn't as known a name at the time, she had been in every single TV show you care to mention. A fantastic female character actor, really.
Yeah.
So what was she like to work alongside?
Daphne's a light. She really is. I mean, every time you see her, she's just so full of love and like it's just very. It's been like, you know, with all the conventions and everything too, it's the same way. She's just a very loving, nice person, like just really a joy to be around. So really supportive and cares about the people that she's with. And yeah, it's kind of amazing actually. And I can see how her, some of those anxieties that you see in her character or whatever, you can kind of, they're a part of her, right? Like she brought that from somewhere, and it's from somewhere honest, for sure.
Yeah, and Paul McGann, such an amazing and storied actor, even at that point, and he's just gone on to more things since. What was he like as the lead? Because of course, everything on set revolves around the person on the top of the call sheet.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't have wanted it any other way. I think he made a great doctor. He's wonderful to work with. He has these stories, you know, we've had a chance to kind of hang out and, you know, in the many years after the show too, like at hotels or airports or something. And he's got these stories about, you know, English theater and working in the industry and the people that he's met. And I mean, and the way that he conducts himself, you know, he's almost like a walking, he's like a real life poet, you know, like, it's like everything that comes out of his mouth is poetry. Oops, I lost audio. Wait, hello?
Pardon me, sorry. I clicked the button because one of my dogs was snoring.
Oh.
It sounded like the noise of the TARDIS from the TV movie just going on the background. But anyway, what I was asking was, sorry, with Paul McGann, I was just saying, I think with his accent as well, it's kind of very lilting. I think that helps the effect.
Yeah, that helps for sure. Yeah, I mean, but like, I mean, the also the content of what he you know communicates or whatever, and the kind of style of, you know, how he sits in his chair and the way that I don't know something about Paul. It's just so it's very it's compelling and it's impressive. Like, if I had to think of one word about Paul, I think it would be like impressive. And I don't think he would like that either. Like, I don't think he goes out to try to impress anybody.
No, he's very
so
modest.
I don't want to, you know.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think he's just very modest. He seems to not like the accolades. He just wants to get on with the work.
Right. He's very modest, very humble. He just kind of wants to do his thing. He's kind of, you know, pragmatic. And yeah, as I was trying to say, like, he certainly doesn't go out to impress anybody. But the end effect of how he is that it just impresses me. I don't know.
Yeah. And I did want to talk about, we mentioned the exterior of the TARDIS landing, but that interior set, $1 million, I understand it cost. And I think it's one of the things which actually they did take forward when they did the rebooted 2005 Doctor Who, was to, I think the look of that console room did inspire the kind of next look.
That whole, well, so first off, you know, we Phil Collinson, who's one of the producers of the new series, right, in 2005, you know, very much involved with this series or whatever. At the 50th anniversary, or maybe it was I think it was the 50th anniversary in England. I'm pretty sure it was at one of the conventions.
Was it the One Direction turned up at and had the most awkward TV link up?
Maybe, yeah, there was the 50th anniversary celebration that was at the, you know, the massive, it was like 25,000 people at this huge convention center thing or whatever in England in 2013. But this event, this thing I'm about to relay might have happened at a different convention. But Phil Collinson took Daphne and I aside one time, and we just sat in some random cafe somewhere or whatever, and he's just like, "Hey, I want to have a chat with you," and proceeded to just, out of the blue, give us this gift that I think if you got Daphne in the same room with me, that we would agree. Like, or if you talk to her separately, I think that she would recall this and probably have a similar recollection of it. That he proceeded to let us know about all of the things in the 1996 movie that they used as a sort of stepping stone to bring to create the new series from what would have been like this unfathomable kind of gap between the classic series and the new one, right? Like, so I mean, you know, from obvious things like, you know, the Doctor being, you know, having, you know, being able to be in intimate relationships, for example, like the kiss, right? To the style of the TARDIS. There was a lot of elements that he said they would not have been able to make that jump. And they would not have been able to make the 2005 series the way that it was had there not been a 96 movie. And he basically like attested to us that the 96 movie has its sort of it's a milestone in the history of the show that's required. It was canon in the way that they needed that to make the 2005 series. Now, I mean, I'm paraphrasing him, and but I don't think I'm mischaracterizing what he's saying to us. Like, again, ask Daphne. She was the other person that was there. Like, he was impressing upon us that the show needed to be there. And I have to admit, I didn't walk around in my head thinking that before having this conversation with Phil Collinson. I wasn't like, you know, full of myself in the head thinking like, yeah, the 96 show was an important and critical milestone in Doctor Who history and led to the creation of the 2005 series. No, I wasn't thinking that at all. But he gave us this gift. And I think what he was trying to relay is that we don't need to regret whatever did or didn't come from the 96 movie if we appreciate the fact that Doctor Who came back in 2005 the way that it did, right?
Yeah. It showed, like, there was over here, it got 9.9 million viewers, I believe it was, just shy of 10 million. And that was huge ratings, but just the BBC weren't ready to spend money on sci-fi at that time. It took sci-fi, I think, it's almost like science fiction caught up with Doctor Who, because it became back in vogue again, and then the BBC were willing to make that journey a bit. Otherwise, I think just from the UK viewing figures, it would make it, because in America, it went up against Roseanne's final season, I believe it was. And so many heavy hitters, it was sort of destined for failure, pretty much.
Yeah, there was a championship sporting event too. I can't remember if it was like the Super Bowl or something. It was kind of doomed to failure in North America. Also, and to be totally, you know, frank, I think the process of trying to adopt, I think having so many cooks in the kitchen, you know, you had Universal, you had Fox, and the BBC, and I think that the idea that we could repackage Doctor Who in such a way that we could introduce new audiences to it in America and at the same time be in service of old audiences that were already familiar with it, I think that's a inherently difficult thing to do. Right? That's how do you serve many masters that way? How can you, you know, there's no recipe for success, but the recipe for failure is to try to please everybody. And I think in a way, you know, we had to try to do that.
I mean, many moons ago when I spoke to Daphne Ashbrook and we talked about the kiss, which, you know, just so many people threw their toys at the pram about, I think it might have gone down a little better, but the way they filmed it, especially the second kiss at the end, they had fireworks going out, this huge stirring music. I don't think Doctor Who fans were ready for a Hollywood big screen kiss like that. You know, if you made it a bit more intimate, as I think the first kiss in it was, I think it might have gone down a bit better. But like you say, probably trying to service the American and British audience at once.
This is the thing, culturally speaking, the US, like American culture, American media, and British culture and Canadian culture, they are different. I mean, they're very similar in certain ways. Certainly we share a language. There's a lot of similarities, but there's some things that are just a bit different. Like, and it kind of shows up in the way, you know, people talk, in the sentence structures that we use. We learn as an actor early on that you can't speak like a Canadian on American shows. You have to speak like an American. And when you speak like an American, your sentences end with a period. and you make statements. You don't ask questions like Canadians do, right? Like we're not, I just did it right then. Like, right? Is that true? Is that right? I don't want to offend. Like, I'm just proposing an idea here. Like that's the Canadian version, and the American version is like, this is how it is. Like there's no question. You're either on my side, you either understand what I'm saying, or there's something wrong with you. I'm telling you, this is how it is. And I'm not saying they all think that. I'm not saying they look down on us or anything like that. I'm just saying that's the style of language they use. And so culturally speaking, if you're going to have a kiss, especially one at the end of a movie, in an American produced movie, you're going to have fireworks. Like,
yeah. And I get it was New Year. I get why the fireworks are there, but it just looked a little overblown for, I think, the British taste in
for sure
that kind of thing. I know.
Yeah.
Just quickly before we end, please do give a shout out to your book. As mentioned, if you donate to justgiving.com/sheltersquee and email drsquee@gmail.com, DOCTOR, so full word doctor, we'll give you 50% off the book. So tell us quickly about that.
Yeah, so there's an for the 20th anniversary, there was a book that I had released with Milk Publishing in the UK, and it's a photography book and has all this original photography from when I was on set back in '96, because back then you could take photos. There was no restrictions against that, and so that stuff got unearthed in a box that was in our garage by my wife. And there's like original documents from the from the show, like the original script, the original location schedule, basically telling us where and when things happened. And I include snippets of that in the book. There's scans of these documents in the book. And so we can lay out sort of a chronologically and kind of historically accurate way these different locations that we shot in. And there's visual depictions of them. There's like photographs from back then, and also how those locations were in 2016 when I went back and kind of re-photographed those locations. So that was a physical book. 25th anniversary, 2021, COVID, didn't reproduce a physical book, but I did an online version, and I recorded a voiceover in my studio, and I cut together a bunch of images and things and made these videos, and it's available to members of my website. So it's yeejeetso.com/book. And you can join up as a member, and you get access to the book there. And again, 20 quid donation to Shelter through Shelter Squee and an email to drsquee@gmail.com, and I'll get you in there for half price, which I've never done before. So
thank you very much, Yee Jee. It's an absolute pleasure to catch up with you. Please take care.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you. Okay, in a second, we have got Steve Ashton joining us. I just very quickly have to check a couple of messages. I'm just going to check where the fundraiser is up to as well. I don't think we've got any new donations at the moment, guys. I know this is tough times, but please, if you can afford, do donate whatever you can. I am just going to welcome Steve Ashton onto the stream now. Steve, how are you doing, sir?
I'm not doing so great. I've got monkeypox.
Has it affected you in any way?
I don't think so. I'm not sure if there's really any symptoms. I wasn't sure exactly what to. I was looking them up, but I don't feel I've got any. I don't feel different in myself.
I can't see much. I mean, have you grown your beard out a bit?
No, my hair needs doing. I noticed it's gone a little bit blonde around my beard and stuff. That's because the dye has come out. I took my daughter swimming the other day, so that's probably it.
Just joking.
It was you the whole time.
Should I put it back on? I probably should put it back on, shouldn't I?
I was just thinking, people. I was just thinking, lockdown affected us all very badly. We're still all recovering in some ways. So
we did. Hey, so what hour is this?
This is hour number 5.
Okay, so you're still relatively fresh and full of life.
3 more hours, and we're through the first stream because due to Facebook only lets you stream for 8 hours, so it's 3 8-hour chunks. So it's kind of quite a nice thing when you finish one stream. It feels like that's a third of the way through.
It's a milestone, yeah.
Yeah. How have you been, sir? How's it all going there?
In what way? I've been all right. I've been all right. I think. Yeah, so I recently was made redundant from my job. So at the minute, I'm in the process of setting my own thing up. So that's kind of exciting and stressful in equal measure. I'm trying to get new business in from a sort of standing start. But I've got a really good network, so that's what I'm up to.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear about that. Unfortunately, a rather prominent sign of the times at the moment, which is why we're doing this for Shelter at the moment, because
Yeah, exactly. And
there's a lot of it going around with the fuel bills going up and affecting so many businesses despite anything else. I mean, having all your kind of self-starting creations online, though, I should imagine that even though it's not a great position to be in, just losing your job, I could imagine you're very self-started with kind of finding other work.
Yeah, well, I'm not looking for a job, so I'm setting my own thing up, and so yeah, I mean, I've got, as I say, I've got pretty good network, and so I'm going out, for example, to LA in November to do a live version of the podcast that I've been doing with Ralph Garman from Radio in California fame, or although I'd never heard of them before, Radio in California fame, and he was in TED, and he does a lot of voices for Family Guy and works with Kevin Smith a lot. So yeah, he does a podcast.
He's the fifth Family Guy.
Yeah, exactly. So he does a lot on there, and so he's got a podcast, as some of you may know. I know you do, Ian. And yeah, we're doing a live show, and to fund my flight out there, because what I do outside of doing podcasts and stuff, my main sort of job is in learning and development. So it's in sort of leadership development, and I'm running a course for the subscribers to that channel. I'm doing it at a reduced rate, and it's all about things like authentic communication and executive presence and all that type of stuff, which is pretty much what I'm going to be doing my business at. So it's good that in terms of got some interest, and I know that workshop is a really, really good workshop, and it really helps people. I always say it helps people get a software update in terms of their confidence in their communication and dealing with challenging conversations and just generally feeling confident either in front of a group or in one-to-one. So it's really good. It's really like having people, a lot of us operate on Windows 96 in terms of, old perceptions and stories that we tell ourselves that I'm not a confident person, or I'm a shy person, and all that, which I always say is bullshit. There's no such thing. You don't see many shy babies, for example. That's learned behavior, and so is confidence, right? So if you can learn how to look confident and feel confident, that's an easy thing to do, and that's kind of what I do. That's what I'm going to be doing. And also storytelling, a big thing in business at the minute. I teach people how to engage and motivate and inspire people through the use of story, how to gain trust and rapport, how to use stories with data, for example, and just make presentations and that kind of thing come alive. Really big topic in sort of business and training and all that stuff at the minute. So that's what I'm up to.
Fantastic. And yeah, sorry to hear about the job, but glad to hear.
Do you know what, Ian? Honestly, it's the best possible scenario in a way. Whilst it's still scary and uncomfortable. I've got up some redundancy money, so I don't feel like, oh my God, I'm completely desperate. So I've got some redundancy money which I can live off as I start my business up. And I didn't want to work there anyway, but I didn't have the courage to go, do you know what? Screw this. I don't like the people I work with, and I don't like the work I do. For 2 years, really, I've sat on my backside, not really doing anything, not anything much. Because what I used to do before was I travel all over the world. I go to Australia and Mexico, all over Europe, the States, India, and I travel a lot doing my job. And that's obviously not been the case because of COVID, but then it hadn't been picked up again after we came out of the various lockdowns and stuff. So I kind of thought there's something going on here. And then eventually, I'm being made redundant. So it's actually the best case scenario, because I've been fanning around with the idea of potentially doing my own thing at some point. And then this has kind of forced my hand in a way. So, be careful what you ask for, I guess.
Well, I thought we could actually go through your career, because when you first appeared on Squeefest, it was on the first event, and it was on audio, and that was for my Doctor Who podcast at the time. So we're on a new show, so I thought we'd kind of go from the start on all things Steve.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how did you first kind of get interested and get into comedy?
Well, as my dad used to say, I was always a little gobshite. So
okay, I might use this for radio later. Less of the shites.
All right. Yeah. So I was always
go in and edit this,
Yeah. Sorry. I was always your typical kind of class clown. Stephen would do very, very well if he only applied himself to his work as much as he does entertaining his classmates. So I was that archetypal kind of kid. And then I really wanted to do drama and acting. And then when I was doing my A-levels, I did drama as an A-level because I thought it'd be an easy A-level. I just fell in love with being on stage and acting. And I got really good at it as well at a young age, if I do say so myself. And I got into a couple of really good schools. I got a recall for RADA. So I got into the second round of RADA. So I potentially could have gone to RADA. The Royal Northern College of Music, I got an audition for, and they asked for me to go along because someone had seen me in a show to do opera, which is quite bizarre. My voice is nowhere near as good as it used to be because of years of smoking and things like that. I got into East 17. East 15 is the boy band, isn't it?
Let's stop for a second. Can you sing any opera now? Are there any notes left in you?
No, I was going because I'd done a week's trial at this drama school, and they really liked me. And the lady said, "You've got such a good voice. I'm going to set you up with an interview to go to the Royal Northern College of Music and to go on the opera course. And here's the details. Give this guy a call next week, and you'll have an audition." And I didn't go to the audition. I just thought I don't want to do opera, but I could have been Russell Watson. Do you know what I mean? That could have been me, maybe, or Catherine Jenkins potentially. So yeah, and I got into a few good schools. Birmingham, I got into. So I wanted to do that, but my parents couldn't afford it to send me, and I didn't have the inclination to just go, oh, it's my passion. I want to go and I'll go be a waiter or something, a barman, and to support my my going to drama school. So I thought, what I'll do is I'll start working for a couple of years, save up some money, and then go. And then how that story ends, Ian. I go, oh, now I've got a car. Now I need to pay for the car. Now I need to pay for insurance and repairs. I better stay in this job for a while. And then life takes over. I had a girlfriend who was really, really attractive as well. And that all kind of went to shit. Oh, sorry, went. Sorry, I keep forgetting. That all went terribly. No, it didn't go terribly, but I basically ended up getting into working. And I did that for years. I was in learning and development as a consultant. So I'd go around the world training people in things like sales and leadership and all that stuff. And I got to a point where I'd had enough of that. And I went, look, we did something called an management and employee buyout. And the company I worked for was sold by the owner. 49% was sold. And then the remaining 49% was sold to the employees, so we could have a stake in the company. You put in $5,000. I put in $5,000 and ended up making 70, right, over the course of about a year. Yeah. So I took that out and went, right, I'm going to live off this and try and get into radio. So I had a party for about 4 months and did nothing. Well, I didn't do nothing. I did a lot. And not particularly good things. And then I started volunteering at a radio station. So I was I was the on-air outside doing stunts guy. So it would be, oh, it's National Ice Cream Day. Steve's out with giving away free ice creams, all that rubbish from the sort of 90s, right? Doing stunts and spoofing up.
It sounds like the radio version of the Down Your Doorstep from The Big Breakfast.
Yeah, it was all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I was doing that. And then I ended up doing a breakfast show. And then I started doing sales there as well. So I was selling advertising because it was a small station. You did like 3 jobs. So I did that for a bunch of years and then had my own breakfast show and sort of rose up the ranks there. And then I left there because I didn't like the people I worked with. It's a common theme here. I was doing all the work, coming up with all the creative ideas, and the other two were just kind of like, I guess it's a little bit like Ralph was on his radio show, where it was always, right, come on, monkey boy, come up with something funny, come up with a funny song, come on, it was that, and it just got to be like really, a bit of a burden. So left there. I ended up getting a job on TV, on a shopping channel called Gems TV. And we sold, before it was that channel, we just sold the general rubbish that you see on most shopping channels. But it was basically, the owner of the company would do drop shipping. He'd get a container of stuff and sell it on his channel. Some of it was rubbish, some of it was quite good. And my audition was, they basically went, right, this is a product you're going to sell, go on air and sell it. Let's see how you do, right? So
wow.
I come on, and I was selling this huge lamp I guess you call it a lamp, but it's like one of those ones that you have in your garage or at a caravan or for a boat, like one of those massive sort of almost like a searchlight that you'd use. Yeah, if your truck's broken down and you need to change a wheel or whatever. And it was the selling point was it was 1 million candle power light. So I was there with a girl called Vicky, and she was a typical your typical TV shopping presenter, loads of makeup, hair all done, looking immaculate. It's really sexy. And I said, you know what, Vicky, there's more candle power in this light than there is in the Vatican. And she said, what's the Vatican? And I thought, oh, I'm going to do very well here. And I did.
I mean, I don't know how you do that as well, because like they're constantly feeding you information. They show it on, they do it every year now. The Apprentice, yeah. And it's just, you've kind of constantly got to be talking whilst hearing instructions and relaying it. So even the presenters, which we see dolled up in the makeup and will ask what the Vatican is, they must have this weird skill of being able to do this. Were you okay with that straight away? Did it take a while?
You develop it. I mean, because I'd had relationships I'd been in relationships. So you're used to getting someone talking into your ear constantly. And I'm kidding, being misogynist, but I'm being humorous. But you get used to it. And one of the things, Ian, is I don't know if you've ever had a job where you've had some repetitive thing going on, whether you worked in a shop or, if you've done summer jobs at a fun fair or something, and you hear something over and over again. I would go to bed with hearing the camera crew instructions from the director telling which camera to use. So cutting in on camera 2 or camera 1, you go, right, 1 next, coming close, 1-on-1, and then you go to 1-on. All right, 2 next, come out for 2 on a wide shot. And I'd hear that in my head, in my mind, when I was trying to go to sleep, and my brain was racing. So I did that, and then I became sales manager and then sales and marketing director. And what that entailed was I'd travel to Hong Kong and Thailand. I'd go to big gem shows. I'd deal with suppliers. I bought £500,000 worth of gold chain once, for example, for some of our jewelry. I filmed documentaries in Tanzania, South Africa, Madagascar. I got held up at gunpoint twice in Tanzania.
What happened
which
there?
was fun.
Tell us
So
about
we
that.
were traveling from one end, Dar es Salaam, the capital, down to a place, no, not Dar es Salaam, we're in Arusha, which is in the north, down to Songea, which is a small town, basically a gem town. So there's a big mine there, and it employed pretty much the whole town. And so we were doing some filming down there. And then on the way there, it's like an 18-hour drive. So our boss didn't stump up for plane flights, so we had to hire a Jeep to take us down there. And as you can imagine, roads in Tanzania, it's sort of like, going through roadworks the whole way. So, and about 5 or 6 hours in, we got stopped, and our driver said, all right, if you have any money, hide it, but don't hide all of it. Keep like $10 or whatever. So we hid all of our money and kept $10. So they got us out. It was a roadblock, and it was like an official roadblock. And they were sort of being quite aggressive. And it's just it was just a standard thing, And I don't know if the driver was in on it.
Right.
I suspect maybe they were, because we got stopped and 2 more times. But the first 2 times they'd hold guns up, like AK-47s, obviously, to try and scare us. And we were, so it worked. But they go through all of equipment looking for, saying they were going like, you taking blood diamonds and all that. And we went, no, because it was the sort of height of that. And so that was kind of scary. So I did that for a bit. And again, the owners of the company wanted to expand. So we expanded into Germany, Japan, and America. And we funded that by listing on the stock exchange in Singapore. Again, I made a bit of money, invested some, made a bit of money. And then the owners left and wanted to set up another channel and wanted me to be the managing director. So I went, absolutely, I'll do that. That sounds great. And then that was 2008. And they went, that channel we were going to do? Yeah, not so much now, because it's 2008 and the global financial crisis hit. So I was stuck really for 2 years, hustling, basically, doing anything I could. I did some freelance sales. I sold some TV programs. I found some guy in Australia, Costas, who'd made a ton of short TV programs all about like luxury hotels, luxury restaurants, luxury retailers, and he'd just gone and filmed them and made little movies. And I sold those to a couple of different channels. There used to be a channel called the Luxury Channel, and I sold like his programs there and made some commissions. So I did anything I could. I did a bit of freelance training and development. And then I got a gig at American Express, and they offered me a full-time job, and I was there for 12 years. I just left in August. So that's pretty much the, I wouldn't say potted history, but it wasn't so much potted.
No, that's amazing. But do you think there's a reason why you've got that kind of entrepreneurial instinct to kind of keep on going out and searching for your own thing? Was it something you were brought up with?
I think it's necessity, really. So I come from a very, working class background. My dad was a truck driver. My mum was worked in a factory, and it was kind of like, I was quite like that at school. So, one of my family members came upon by pure chance a half a truckload of shoes. And I sold them at school, and the person who was it was my dad. So the person who was helping me with stock would give me a commission. So I was selling like these shoes, like really nice patent leather sort of shoes, right? So I was doing that, and there are all sorts of little kind of bits and pieces I'd do as a kid to get money to buy Star Wars figures, basically, or it probably wasn't Star Wars figures at sort of 13, 14. It was probably cigarettes and cider. Was what I was trying to buy. So I guess I don't know. I mean, and also kind of out of necessity, and like we didn't have much growing up. We emigrated to New Zealand when I was 11, and we sold everything. We had a half decent lifestyle, not anywhere near middle class, but half decent for where we were from. Because I was born in Liverpool and grew up in Wigan. And if you've ever been to Wigan, it's not the most what's the best way of describing it? It's a bit with the whole north of England, as most places in the country these days, but certainly in the 80s and 90s was quite a depressed, socially and economically depressed sort of area. So and we went to New Zealand. That didn't work out. We came back and had nothing. So I used to live in a caravan. That's all we could get hold of. A caravan on my nan's driveway. 4 of us lived in a caravan for about 9 months. So free school dinners, secondhand clothes, all that stuff, all that kind of stuff. So I'm kind of used to. I'm kind of used to having to pull myself out of it. And there's been a couple of times in my life, Ian, that I've by luck or chance or karma kind of found myself in the position of going, I better start earning some money. How do I do that? Because I can't pay my bills, and I like to pay my bills. So I've been in that position a few times, again, by luck, chance, or karma. And I've just kind of had to get on with it, really. So I don't know if it's that. I mean, my mum's a Scouser. Don't know if that's got anything to do with it. And my dad's from Wigan. So I don't know. I think that may be it.
I mean, I think it's maybe just because I watched it on Forces TV recently. Do you remember that sitcom, Watching?
I don't know.
The guy was a bird watcher and the girl was a people watcher, was the angle on it.
Right.
And it's one of those things which is, it's like a kind of adorably crap sitcom. But
Right,
it's
yeah.
like, but her and her family were all Liverpudlian, and it just sounded like for a second there you grew up in that sitcom. But anyway, that's another thing.
Or Bread. Do you remember Bread?
Oh, Bread. That was amazing.
Yeah. Buy it,
Everyone got a
sell
line
it.
in the theme tune.
Yeah, the game's getting hard because someone's stealing
Someone's
you a
stealing you a
losing
losing
card.
card.
And why is it the Scousers have that reputation of being criminals and thieves and stuff like? Oh, maybe it's things like that.
One thing I did want you to sort of regale us with. It's a story you've told me before, but I love it. It's when you end up doing Panto with Bradley Walsh.
Yeah, so when I was in radio, and we do this. So I was on the breakfast show around the Luton and Dunstable area. We were called Chiltern. I think we were 97.9. Anyway, so and they've been taken over by Heart now. And so I was working. I was doing the breakfast show, and the big theatre near us was in Peterborough, the Gordon Craig Theatre, and I'd done a couple of productions with them before, semi-professionally. We did Copacabana, and I played Rico. From the song, his name was Rico. He wore it. So I played Hispanic man. Yeah, I played a Hispanic man. Now, as you can see, I'm not the most swarthy of people. You know,
It was a different time.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not the most swarthy of people. If you open to get a tan, I open the fridge door. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of, and I get a tan from that.
And
so,
still, you were the most Spanish-looking man in Liverpool at the time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is in Peterborough, right? So anyway,
Sorry.
So I was doing that, and then because we were doing a tie-in, because they'd like to use the local radio station to do giveaways and all that. So there'd always be, in years past, it would be like, oh, what's that on the radio? And the radio presenter would come out, do one line, and then bugger off, say the name of the station, and then shoot off. But because I'd done so well on the other productions that I'd done there, they went, look, let's give you a proper part. So I played, and it's not a well-known part, but I played Baron Hardup, who is Cinderella's dad. So I was that character, and I was supposed to be this sort of slightly blustering kind of idiot. But Bradley Walsh was playing Buttons, of course. It was either going to be, either be him or Brian Connolly. They're kind of they're the standard, your standard Buttons, right?
Yep.
I was playing Buttons, and so he was playing Buttons, and I was Baron Hardup, and I learned, honestly, and I learned so much about performing from that. We did 3 months. We were the longest running panto in the country, just by the virtue of the amount of shows and the longest run we did. We do 3 show days, all sorts, and with a lot of improv when we were doing it as well. And I learned so much from working with Bradley, and he was really, really generous, because what happened is he'd obviously got all the funny lines. I'd supposedly go, oh, what about this then, Buttons? And he'd tell a joke, right? He'd do and he'd swap it around. He'd go, I tell you what, I'll do the feed on this. You take the headline. So one of the lines was about the ugly sisters. Oh yeah, she's got hair growing out from under her arms, and the punchline is, yeah, she looks like she's got Don King in a headlock, and he said, I'll do the feed and you do the punchline. And he used to do that all the time. So I learned so much from him, and we were the best of friends for 3 months. And then I think I spoke to him 3 times after that in the last sort of 15 years. But hey, that's showbiz. Yeah, so that was good. That was a really good time. And honestly, and that was probably one of the absolute highlights of my working life, is because I was doing radio, and I was doing that in the daytimes and evenings, and I loved doing that. It was so good, and just because you turn into a family, and it's a real community and family because you spend so much time together, and you hang out, and everyone was friends, and we go out for drinks afterwards, and we'd hang out, and all during the daytime, because we were doing 2 or 3 shows a day, and it was just wonderful.
Excellent. Before we go on to the next question, just remind again, guys, justgiving.com/sheltersquee. Please keep the donations coming as much as you're able to. We do understand people are suffering, but if you can, please do donate. A little comment from Graham Arnold. Hi, Steve. What's up, Doc? Thanks to Gemma Williams, I've been doing my usual thing of hiding in the shadows and sharing the steam. I'm going to guess he means stream. Maybe he's just sharing the steam, though. He's just got it all hot and bothered out there about Via. Please just keep enjoying the steam. Great work, you guys. So thank you.
Thanks, Graham. Maybe he's boiling his kettle and running around, heating up. Do you know what I've got? I just recently, because of the whole cost of living crisis and the doom and gloom around, if you turn your oven on for 5 minutes, it's going to cost you, 300 grand. Yeah. So I've just bought an air fryer because you use like hardly, a small proportion of the amount you would spend using your oven, using gas. So I bought an air fryer, and I'm cooking absolutely everything in it. I had my daughter Daisy this week, and we tried to make donuts, because it's like I'm looking things at what can you make in. She went, oh, let's try donuts, and they were an absolute disaster. So I'm cooking everything in my air fryer. So I'm sure I'll use it for 3 months, and then it'll go away in a cupboard. Like a Breville, and never be seen again. And I'll go, oh, I've got one of those. One thing I haven't done is get a pressure cooker. I haven't done that. I might get one of those, but yeah.
I don't know how do you go about doing a donut in an air fryer? Because you
make the batter, right, and then you make a shape of a donut, and then you put it in. But mine came out like hockey pucks. They were really hard, and I think I used the wrong amount of flour or not enough yeast or something. But I did them twice, started from scratch, and they were just a disaster. And Daisy, my daughter, went, Dad, Let's not bother. All right, fair enough. Let's go down. Let's go down to
Dad,
Morrison's, get some
You've
Dunkin'.
done very well, Dad. You've done very well.
Yeah,
That's
she was. She
away
was, and
from the
because
air.
because kids do this, right? If anyone listening have got kids do this, just do some baking. Let's make fairy cakes. Let's make a cake. And you go, right, let's get all the ingredients out, right? You smash the eggs, right? You stir it, and they do a pathetic job of stirring. So then you go, all right, I'll do it. And then they go and sit down. And you go, you're not helping? No. I'll put the icing on. You go, all right, great. So you end up doing the whole thing, and they come on at the end and put the sprinkles on and the icing. Kids, God, just such slackers.
And then they'll tell everyone that they just made the cakes. Like, no,
Yeah.
you didn't.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I've got something for you.
Please.
So you're obviously a huge Doctor Who fan.
Yeah, I've watched an episode or two. Yep.
Did you have Perry on earlier? Was it
I
Perry?
did.
How did
Nicola
that go?
Bennett, yeah. It was amazing. Yeah, it was really cool.
I used to very much like Perry when I was a young man. I used to
Did you
very
very
much.
much like her in the privacy of your own company?
I'm not going to give any more information other than I enjoyed her performance.
Just think that
and
might be what you're suggesting with that tone.
I enjoyed her performance. I also, who was the Australian lady who was the air?
Oh, Tegan
Gallagher?
Javanka.
I used to like her as well.
She's coming back in it.
Oh, is she really?
In the last one for Jodie, you've got her and Ace returning.
Oh, yes, I remember that. Yeah. Not Adric, obviously, because he's brown bread, isn't he?
Yeah. Went the way of the dinosaurs. Literally, he crashed into the planet with the dinosaurs.
Yeah. All right. So you are pretty knowledgeable. All right. I've got a quiz for you then. How's that?
Oh dear. Okay, go on.
All right. I've got 20 questions here. I'm not going to do all of them. I'm going to choose 10. I'm going to start with an easy one. The Ice Warriors, and I'll take a note of. Let me get a pen. I'll take a note of how many you got right.
Okay.
The Ice Warriors come from which planet? The Ice Warriors come from which planet?
Do you know when you know an answer's wrong, but it won't leave your head? Mondas keeps on coming to my head, which is the bloody Cybermen. The Ice Warrior. Well, they're from Mars. Mars, of course.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
It's the right one. Congratulations. They are from Mars. Let's look at this one. Which EastEnders actor did not appear in the 1993 Doctor Who special Dimensions in Time? Was it Pam St. Clair? Was it Leslie Grantham? Was it Mike Reed? Or was it Wendy Richard?
Okay. So, name them in order, please. Name them again.
So it was Pam St. Clement.
Who was in Around the Market.
Yeah. Leslie Grantham.
Who wasn't in it.
Mike Reed.
Who was there was the lamest joke because they were pulled someone into the pub. He goes, well, I've heard of people being kicked out of the Queen Pick. Never anyone pulled in before. And the last one?
Wendy Richard.
Yeah, she was about on the market saying, because she got given the worst exposition line. It's like, oh, do you remember where you were when Kennedy was shot? Yes, because it was exactly 30 years ago today. It was just awful.
So
yeah,
your
it was
answer is
Grantham.
Dirty Dan, yes. Leslie Grantham, well done.
God, I'm making myself sad with the fact that I know all that.
No, I wouldn't say sad. All right, how about this one? Which Doctor has the line 900 years of time and space and I've never been slapped by someone's mother?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, but I've never met anyone who wasn't interesting, which is Matt Smith. But instead, it will be Christopher Eccleston.
It's the right answer. And whose mother, just for a bonus, whose mother?
It was Rose's mum, Jackie Tyler, played by Camille Cajuri.
Yes, well done. Fantastic. All right.
Who I also enjoyed on screen when I was younger.
What's that?
Who I also enjoyed in films like King Ralph when I was younger.
Yes, me too. Very much so.
Gorgeous.
Let's go. See if I can find one. All right, how about this? Which classic Doctor has encountered the Cybermen but never had a Cyberman story of their own?
Well, I'm guessing that's Colin Baker because he got to meet them in audio dramas and other things, but in the main run he didn't. No, wait a minute. No, that was the. No, he had. Oh crap. Cyberman. Oh, it. No, I'm going to have to go with that. I'm going to have to go with Colin Baker.
It was Pertwee, John the Pimp Pertwee.
Yeah, because of course it was Attack of the Cybermen, which Baker did. Colin Baker. Anyway.
Yeah, talking Colin Baker. Who did Colin Baker play in Doctor Who before he took the role of the Sixth Doctor?
Oh, I know the adventure. It's on Gallifrey. He's one of the Gallifreyans. He's the guard with the like very lovely helmet he wears. And they remember telling him at the part, it's like they told him it's not the Commander Maxwell show. It's Doctor Who.
Jesus Christ, that's amazing. Yeah, Commander Maxwell in the Arc of Infinity. Wow.
Yeah, he got told off for trying to take over the part, and then they went, "Oh, for Christ's sake, we'll just give it to you next time."
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
What was the name of the school where the Doctor was working undercover in 2006 school reunion?
I'm gonna guess it was Coal Hill.
No, it wasn't. It was Deffrey Vale.
Okay.
So let's tot up the score so far. You've got 4 right out of 6, so 4 to go.
Yep.
Okay, let's look at this one. All right. Which magazine did series companion Sarah Jane Smith work for?
Oh God. The National something or other. I don't know.
No, it was Metropolitan magazine.
It was. Yep.
Yeah.
I know when you say it, but I wasn't going to pull that out of my ass anytime soon. You see, I'm swearing now. I'm creating edit jobs for myself.
Yes, exactly. So, all right. Which of the following is not a Doctor Who alien? Killatrine, Jaggerfess, a Flummox, Toclafane, Atraxi. Toclafane, yeah.
Traxi is one. Sorry, could you read them out again?
I won't. Good, really. It's Killatrine, Killitane, or
Killatane. They are one.
Jaggerfess.
Yep, that's one with the Sunpeg.
Flummox.
It's the Flummox is the fake one.
Let's have a look at the answer there. It's the right answer. Actually, that's Flummox is actually from Dr. Seuss.
And the Toclafane, which you were struggling with, they're little orbs which go through the sky, which John Sims had, he'd put future humans in them.
All right. People used to say I reminded them of John Sim when I was younger.
I can see that. I can see it.
Because I'm Northern and I used to be even slimmer than I am now.
I reckon if John Sim with Ricky Gervais, we've got Steve Ashton.
I say Ricky Gervais. I hate that when people say that. Because they only say when I'm in America, they go, "Oh, you remind me of Ricky Gervais." All right. Name every actor to portray the Doctor in the Doctor Who TV series since 2005. So every actor to play the Doctor.
Okay, so we've got obviously Christopher Eccleston, David Tennant, Matt Smith. You got Peter Capaldi. There is Sir John Hurt.
Mm-hmm.
There is Joe Martin,
played
it. So did, of course, the current Dr. Jodie Whittaker.
Yep.
I'm just trying to think. I mean, I think they had some children in there, which I wouldn't be able to tell you the name of when they did the Timeless Child arc. But technically, they weren't the Doctor because they were take on the mantle of the Doctor. So I'm going to just think if there's... Oh, and of course, if you're going to count archive footage, they had all the original Doctors in as well. But those are the ones which appeared in fresh footage, I think.
There's one more.
I mean, Toby Jones played a dark version of the Doctor, like in one episode, the Dream Lord he was. But I don't think that's who you're looking for by the look on your face.
No.
Oh, you had Paul McGann appeared in The Night of the Doctor.
Well, what it says here on the radiotimes.com quiz is David Bradley.
Yes, he did. He played a version of the first Doctor. Yeah. Sorry. That's
I'm going to give that to you, though. Squee 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the final one. Here we go. Let's have a look. All right. How about this? In 2013's Time of the Doctor, what is the name of the person Clara reads the Doctor from a Christmas Cracker? What's the name of the poem Clara reads the Doctor from a Christmas Cracker?
I think it's something on a clock. I think it's Reflections on a Clock or Thoughts on a Clock. It's one of those. Thoughts on a Clock. 11th hour is over. 11th hour is over now. The clock is striking 12s or something like that. Anyway.
Oh my God! Well done. Let's count up your scores. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh, it's
5.
time to say goodbye and take a bow, just like your other selves. 11th hours is over now. The clock is striking 12s because it's between the 11th and the 12th Doctor.
I'll take your word for that. Well, congratulations, Squee. You've got 7 out of 10. That makes you Doctor Who Nerd Supreme of this podcast. Very well done. Do you know I've got a bunch of the original in my mum's house? I've got a bunch of the original Doctor Who magazines, like about the first 10 copies. I'm sure they're not in a great state, but I also did, because the first Doctor Who magazine had the transfers on the front, the stickers transfers.
Yeah.
And
they're in the 80s ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, because funnily enough, some of the artwork in there might be by one of my guests tomorrow morning, Lee Sullivan.
Oh, wow. I've also got the first, I think, 12 or 13 issues of the Blake 7 magazine also, because I was well into Blake 7 too. That's not so good. But yeah, the Doctor Who one was pretty cool.
Hey, look, there needs to be a pound shop Doctor Who, so Blake 7 was there. No, I'm only kidding, Blake 7 fans. I'm only joking.
There's more pound shops. Star Wars, I think, wasn't it? Kind of.
I don't know. Honestly, I've watched the first episode about halfway through a few times, and I can't get past it. Now, I've been told if you watch past that, it gets really good, and I've met some people who are in it who are wonderful, but I don't know. Never could get past the first episode.
I don't think I think I've gone back. I think I went back to watch the very final episode where Blake comes back and Avon. Does he shoot him? Does he not shoot him? I've gone back and watched that. It's a bit long and heavy. The exposition and dialogue. It's a very talky. The second series, I think, was better because it had a little bit more action. They were in the chalk pits a lot more. Exactly the same venue and location that the BBC filmed all of the off-world stuff that the Doctor Who. It was in some chalk pits somewhere.
Blake 7 was probably at the top going. Look, it's our hour now. It's our turn in the chalk pit.
Yeah, exactly. And then UFO probably used that beforehand as well.
Yeah. Let's get back to you though, sir. Thank you very much. That was quite fun.
Yeah.
After Bradley Walsh, you worked on the Ralph Report now for kind of quite a few years.
Yeah.
And that just came about by you just sending him in something that you'd done, if I'm remembering.
No, it was so I was getting into podcasts. So I started listening to a couple of Kevin Smith's ones. So Hollywood Babylon and the one he did with Jason Mewes.
Jane Silent Bob
Get Old. So I started listening to those and I really enjoyed those. And then Tell Him Steve Dave off the back of that. And then I really enjoyed Ralph. We had a very similar kind of sense of humor. And then he'd said he'd lost his job and he didn't know what to do. And I wrote to him and said, hey, have you thought of doing something on Patreon? And obviously he already had. And I said, look, I'd really love if you need any help, any content. I used to work in radio. I'd been in a very similar position to him, which is I was the third wheel and I was the one who got shit canned, which was kind of the way it went. We were renegotiating our contracts and they offered me less and I went, screw you. So I left. So it's a similar kind of story to him, albeit on a much smaller scale. And he said, yeah, absolutely. So we had a Zoom call, a Skype call, I think it was. And Gemma, the UK report, is the best part of the role. Thanks, Gemma. And we did a call, and of course, I did what every person probably speaks to Ralph is. I did my entire collection of impressions. Not impressed. So I did all of the regional accents that I can do to try and impress him, right? Which obviously didn't. And I thought I'd completely screwed it up. But then he said, "Yeah, come on and do. Come on, we'll get you on a couple of times a week, just doing a UK update." And then we do the video vault on Fridays. And one of the challenges, Ian, is trying to find stories that translate globally because we've got people all over the world. So I can't do. I'll look on on a Tuesday. I'll look what's the showbiz stories that are happening now, and it's all Britain's Got Talent or The Voice or Love Island and all that sort of stuff in terms of UK showbiz. So I always have to draw on. I go, right, let's find out what Ed Sheeran's up to, what Daniel Radcliffe's up to, Simon Cowell, the Spice Girls. So it sometimes feels like it's all the same stories. And the reason for that is not because I'm obsessed with those people, but it's literally that's the only thing that's going on that kind of translates. Adele. So I've got quite a small list of people that I can choose from to do stories about. And I try my best to try and, like this week or last week, I did something about, Jesus. There was some story that came out that apparently Jesus was the first person to play cricket. They found some ancient Dead Sea Scroll somewhere, and it described him playing what sounds like cricket. And something else. It's ridiculous. I can't remember what it was. It'd been on some podcast, and some guy said and forsooth Jesus was in the slips, and then he moved to silly mid-off and caught balls that was going out for 6, and then they used the Duckworth-Lewis rule. So I don't know, it wasn't quite that in depth, but basically described Jesus playing cricket.
I tell you, the people behind cricket will do anything to try and sell it to us. I'm sorry, it's boring. Get over it.
Yeah, exactly. So so I try as much as possible to choose things that will translate to Australia, parts of Europe, and of course America, where the majority of the listeners come from. But it is slim pickings some days, and sometimes I've got barely a story here. So what I'll do then is I'll go off on one about something else, just to sort of fill the 2 minutes. So and I get the feedback I get from people who don't get the joke. That is that I don't really care about those things. They don't wind me up. It's not like I'm sitting there going, my God, Daniel Radcliffe, I hate him. I don't give a monk. I'm ambivalent at best. But of course, you have to amplify what you're talking about to make it entertaining. So I do get my fair share of people going, I can't stand him. He's just so negative and all that. Yeah, okay, fine.
I mean, I think it's maybe hard baked into the British kind of culture of humor that it's like it's the panto villain. It's like you've got to have someone to be working against to make the humor.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's that whole it's sort of bringing people down kind of thing. It's about punching up or punching down rather, or it's that the absurdity, seeing the absurdity in situations. Seeing like I don't know. Daniel Radcliffe's shitty acting, saying the sort of the not obvious kind of things. There's that, but so it's kind of having the angle on things, and we do the video vault, which is basically we'll have a theme for the week. Last week's theme was character actors, so choose a character actor in a movie they've been in, and I always try and bring a movie that people may not have seen. So I like a lot of independent British movies that tend to be quite depressing. So I tend to, try to go, no, don't do This Is England again, or don't do Dead Man's Shoes, or anything by Shane Meadows, or anything depressing and northern and working class every week. But I'll try and sort of put some levity in. So this week I chose Jim Broadbent, and I did Hot Fuzz, which is an easy one, that most people would have seen. But that's always fun. I like doing that kind of thing. And I used to do a lot of sort of little bits of sketches and things like that, but I ended up doing them, and Ralph would put them on because he was looking for, for content. And now they've got so many benchmarks in the show. So Monday's Munchin Monday, Tuesday's TV Tunes, Wednesday is One Hit One. So they've got a lot of benchmarks. And I used to produce 2 or 3 minute little segments, like I'd say The Secret Diary of Daniel Radcliffe, for example, or whatever. So I'd do, spoof things like little sketches and things. And Ralph ended up not using them. So I'm going, why am I wasting my bloody time doing this stuff? Spending half a day making this thing, and Ralph's not using them. And I'd send him, I go, are you going to use that thing? He'd go, yes, bloody hell, stop hassling me. I'm going to use it at some point. And he wouldn't. Like, oh, do you know what? Screw it. Like Ask a Brit, we'd have people phoning and saying, why do English people do that? And what does this word mean? And what's Cockney rhyming slang all about? So we don't do those anymore because, people email me. I just email them because Ralph doesn't put them on because he's got so many segments.
The other thing was, I love when you do the live shows and you always come up in some really over-the-top absurd outfit, like you've done Freddie Mercury, Elton John. Where did the idea? Did you just want to kind of like make the big entrance?
Well, because I talked a lot about Elton John in the first, and I think we did the first live show after about 9-10 months. So Eddie had been involved for maybe 3 or 4 months, and I was in Chicago working. And I suggested the idea of doing a live version, and Ralph went, "Oh yeah, because I'm not doing Hollywood Babylon at the minute, and I enjoy that extra income." So I said, "Well, I'll fly out to LA. Maybe we'll do a live show, a live version." And he brought me out last, right? And I thought, do you know what? Well, I've talked a lot about Elton John. I'm going to have some theme music. So it was Saturday night because we were on a Saturday night, and I'm going to get dressed up. And I already had a sequined, I say tuxedo, but it wasn't a sequined tuxedo jacket because I'd used it for some other things. And then I got an Elton John type wig and some big glasses. And I came out to Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting just to catch them out, really, to make Ralph laugh. And then I just carried that on. So I've done Freddie Mercury, George Michael in the Wham 80s time. I've done Macho Man Randy Savage. I did Mel B. I've done Prince. Can't think of anyone else I've done. But I've already got an idea for what I'm coming out as. Come out there in November. We're doing a show on the 19th. So I've already got my idea. I know exactly what. So the thing is that people email me, go, "Oh, Steve, I've got an idea for what you should dress up as," which immediately renders them. I'm not going to do them. If anyone's come up with the idea, if anyone says, "Oh, you should do Boy George," and people always say Boy George because I've done 3 gay British singers, so go for the quadruple.
Complete the set.
Yeah, exactly. And they say you should do, and I go, I'm not going to do it now because I don't want, because it's got to be a surprise. So, but I know exactly who I'm coming out as. I don't think anyone will guess it, but it's going to be fun.
Excellent. Well, look, I am going to play a short video before the next interview, just to give me sort of enough time to let the dogs out for a week. However, before we go,
that's not a euphemism. That's not code for something, is it? I'm going to
literally letting the dogs out for a week. It's nothing.
Oh dear, I've got to go and let the dogs out.
Yeah, there you go. So we haven't had a chance to talk about Holistic Buffet, but please do check that out. It's wonderful. But
don't check it out anymore because it's not. We don't do it anymore.
Have you finished it? I'm so sorry. My research, bang up to date.
Yeah.
Lights, Camera, Ashton. Is that still?
It is. I've not done an episode for a while, but it's my comedy sketch show. Every month, I produce 20 minutes worth of sketches, and I do it almost like as a late night chat show kind of thing. And it's pretty good. This next episode, do you remember Joe 90?
Yeah.
So the Jerry Anderson Show, Joe 90 in the 1970s. It was Marionettes by Jerry Anderson, and I thought that. So I'm doing a Joe 90. I'm taking some of the footage from Joe 90, and Joe 90's dad looked like Michael Caine in the 60s. So what I've done is I've cut a couple of episodes and put Michael Caine's voice over the dad going, "You're already supposed to blow the bloody doors off," and it's very funny. One of the episodes I did was brilliant. If I say so myself, I did Scottish He-Man. So basically, I took. At the end of He-Man, he go, "What we've learned today is," and then he'd do his thing. But I revoiced it and did him as Scottish, and the premise being that Scotland, STV, Scottish TV, has to have a certain amount of original programming. So what they do is they take, like Canada does, so they take shows and they revoice them with Scottish actors, and I did that as a premise, which was hilarious. I do think. So anyway, that's that.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Steve. Thanks for coming on. Always a pleasure to catch up with you.
Well, no, thank you. Well done for doing this as well. I do. I volunteer for Crisis, particularly at Christmas. I've done for the last 15 years or so. So I'm really glad that you're doing Shelter. It's a charity and it's a cause that's very close to my heart. So I'm really pleased you're doing that. Anyway, I've taken up too much of your time. Thanks. Good luck with it. Good luck with the rest of it. You're doing a great job, Ian, as usual. Take care, Dr. Squee.
Speak to you soon, sir. Thank you. So, guys, just another reminder, justgiving.com/sheltersquee. We're going to go for another one of our little breaks. So, as I say, literally, I can let the dogs out for a week. So, let's see what we've got in our video archive. I'll tell you what we're going to play for you. We're going to play Re-Squee, as we're calling this. These were all cut together by my good friend, Fred. So this is Trevor and Simon from 2020 Squeefest. So enjoy this. Please welcome to the Dr. Squee Show, Trevor and Simon. How are you doing today, gents?
Oh, good morning to you both. Good morning, Trev, too, because we've not had a chance to say good morning yet.
Hi,
morning,
Simon. Morning, Simon. Morning.
Do you know something? You two make me sick.
Why?
Right, look, stay there a minute. I have to do something, okay? Give me a second.
We make him sick. That's not a great start to it, is it? We've made him sick.
I look a bit rough at this stage.
Give me a second so I can do something about this. This is the best I can do for now.
No, that's rubbish. You make me sick. Your lack of effort.
Wait a minute, I've got to do it.
Haven't you got a
such fine displays behind you? I've got nothing. So
Have you got a signed picture of Jane Fonda anywhere?
I've got that now. Can you see what it is?
It's not Bridget. It's Bridget Fonda. No, yeah. Oh, yeah. No.
That's a card I got from Claire Eden, who I'm sure you both are familiar with. Claire sent me that little card of a Dalmatian for when I did my 101 Dalmatians run. So at least I've got something on the wall now.
Brilliant.
Because you've done a fantastic job. You've got some amazing stuff there, both of you.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Yes.
It took me ages of Googling backdrops before I found this, I tell you.
Didn't you give me this, Simon, the Bridget Fonda?
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
So when I used to date Bridget Fonda, and I said to her one day, could you do a signed thing for Trev? And she said, yeah, sure. No, sorry, I bought it in the shop.
The gift of Bridget Fonda, that's not bad.
Indeed.
I bet you were just expecting some socks.
Bridget Fonda's socks would be fine.
And it does sound like a setup. Like, I asked him to send me Bridget Fonda's underwear. I wasn't expecting her socks.
See, this is why you're in comedy and we're not anymore.
No socks, please. No socks, please. We're British. No socks, please. We're Bridget.
So let's take it way back, guys. So before you even double act, I want to go that far back. Like, so did you each have kind of solo careers before you joined up?
Solo careers. We were just students.
We had solo. Career wouldn't be the word, would it, Trev?
No, we were literally. I mean, because we met up in 1981, which shows how old we are. But that was just at Manchester University, where we were both drama students. But Simon had already been there a year when I met him. But we ended up doing these alternative cabaret kind of gigs in the foyer of the local theatre. And Simon was doing a solo act, and I was doing a kind of solo act. Simon was a ventriloquist, an alternative ventriloquist, which I'm sure he can tell you about. Always going off to get. It brings us back to a subject we were just talking about, actually, but I won't spoil it. So we were just experimenting with the new comedy, and so it wasn't a career at all. I mean, didn't expect to try comedy at all. It was just something I just had to go at. I don't know whether Simon had any comedy plans. I don't think you had.
I think I did have an idea of what I wanted to do. I think I had an idea of what I wanted to do from when I was maybe about 13, 14, 15 and was at school. And I did drama at school. And that idea would have been that I wanted to act, that I wanted to be an actor. When I wanted, in theory, I'd have gone, I think, maybe to drama school. But my mum and dad felt, it's good to go to university, get a degree and everything. So they said, why not do a degree in drama? So I did kind of go to do a degree in drama. But I think all along the way, the idea was that I wanted to act. And then at some point, because comedy, it is acting, what we do is act. It's the same kind of thing. But most probably, at some point, I most probably thought I would be some great tragedian.
Oh, wow.
Co-sign this comment we had earlier.
Do Trev and Simon age? Well, of course. Look at us. I'm crying out loud, look at us. But the good thing with aging, I think other people have said this as well, is as you get older, if it's a case of you not caring, it's also that you have a freedom. You just have a freedom to say more. Obviously we're not working on children's TV anymore, so we can say what we like and no one's gonna, we can say what we like. I mean, obviously, having said that, we, just as anyone else, we're responsible for what we say. So, you still have to speak carefully. But it is a freedom, because if I put something on Facebook that isn't what people expect of me and isn't swing your pants and it's a political post or whatever, if anyone wants to take me on about that, well, I'll talk to them about it. If they're abusive, I'll get rid of them. I don't care, you know. I only need to be responsible for what I say, I suppose, as we all do, you know.
To get back to the kind of journey of you guys. So getting back to you done like stand up together for a while. Where does the TV come into it?
Well, we ended up, after we'd done the Edinburgh show in 1984, which went really well, we then decided to move down to London from Manchester. So we joined the comedy circuit, which had started to get going there. But there was ones in South London, North London, all over. So we kept fairly busy.
Trev,
yeah.
What about East and West London?
Yeah, there were East and West London as well. We did that too. Yeah.
Northeast. Northeast.
No, not north. I don't think.
Not northeast.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No. But there were a lot. Yeah, many of the areas of London were included in it.
Southwest.
Yeah. I think we can just say all over London. Probably there were comedy clubs. I'm sorry, I got a bit specific there. But
Greater London.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Yeah. So we've established there were a lot of new comedy clubs in and around all of London and Greater London, and that's where.
What about Central London, the West End?
Well, I've already said Oxford Street.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, that's obvious. So we did that for a couple of years. We had day jobs as well, but in the evenings we go out and we do these gigs. Then, just by chance, someone got in touch and said they were looking for some comedians for the new Saturday morning show that was going to take over from Saturday Superstore. And some friends of ours had been asked about it, and they recommended us. And a producer came out to see us at the Chuckle Club and liked what they saw and invited us then in to do a series of auditions at the BBC. Although initially I had to go take in a video of what we did, and at that point, by that time, I progressed. Actually, I was a builder's mate, and I was working in South London with a friend who was a builder, and just basically knocking down walls and filling up holes and doing that kind of sort of general labouring. So at the end of one day, I was kind of cycled off in my work clothes and cycled from South London to Shepherd's Bush with a video, took it in, and we put it together as like a little show reel, half-an-hour show reel, and I left it with them, and then we got called in for a proper meeting, and it was quite exciting times, because initially the boss was he looked at the video and he said, there's half an hour of material, then there's probably like only one joke that's suitable for our audience, which was probably true, because like I said, then, as I said before, we were doing some political stuff, although it was silly, and obviously some of the language was a bit not really suitable for Saturday morning, but this one joke was the one that he kind of gave us the job on, really, I think, because basically we went out, shot it out on location, and we said we're going to have an egg and spoon race, and we held up a spoon and we held up an egg, and then we put it on the ground and we went, come on, and that was our joke, and that was the joke that basically got us the job.
Thank you again to Fred Rawlins for editing together those videos. And thank you for Willow, who's chosen this moment when I go back live on air to start slurping water as loud as possible. I don't know if you can hear that, but it's very loud in the room. Anyway, we'll never mind that now. I just want to give a quick shout out to 2 more donations we've had. We're up to £340. This is amazing, guys. Thank you so much. Please do keep giving if you can afford. If you haven't already, I'd just like to thank Elliot, we're about to welcome on the stream. He's donated 20 quid and 20 quid from Owen. So thank you, Owen. Thank you, Elliot. And in fact, let's thank Elliot in person. Elliot, thanks.
Hey, you're welcome, mate. It's good cause.
And why not? Let's welcome Captain Jim onto the broadcast. How are you doing, James?
I'm not doing too bad, thank you. I will make a donation. Sorry, I feel like I'm being put on the spot now. But I will do. It is pending. It's pending.
Yes, I set this all up just to make you feel guilty.
Every time I don't give you money, you put me on a live stream on the internet. It's getting out of hand, Squee. We need to do something about this.
It's the only thing I'm pleased about, because anyone who doesn't regularly listen to Retrek, which is the podcast we're now going to go into, I always like James to be in the middle and at the front, because like he's the captain of the show. It's like that's the whole conceit. So he's got to go front and center there.
Well, thank you.
Are we playing credits? Are your credits there? I think they're on the other thing. Do you want me to play it?
If you've got them, yeah.
Hey, we'll even go into your gang colours. Here we go.
Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission: to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilization, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Greetings, salutations, and welcome to Retrek. I'm Captain Jim. With me, of course, is Admiral Elliot.
Never give up, never surrender.
And hosting us for this very special episode of Retrek, who's on, what, his 6-hour now of live broadcasting, Dr. Squee.
By Grathbar's hammer or something like that, I shall avenge you.
So, first of all, before we get into our stuff, how's it all going? I've seen some of it, and it seems to be going really well.
Oh, it's going wonderfully. Such wonderful guests. Everyone's been wonderful, but I do have to give a special shout out to Ian McNeice for his very generous £100 donation, which makes all the difference. But everyone's been wonderful. All these people giving up their time for free. I just like to shout out everyone for coming on. Thank you so much. It's just wonderful. Yeah, I kind of always forget though, because you think about like how much it is for doing 24 hours, but then you forget actually just talking and like, you know, thinking for 6 hours doing interviews and stuff is enough.
Yeah, it takes a bit. It's all right. We'll talk over you then for the next hour. That's fine. You can have a kip if you want, but I'm sure you've got a lot to say about this though, so I don't expect you to be too quiet. So this episode, as anyone who doesn't regularly listen to Retrek, the name's a bit of a giveaway. We do usually talk about Star Trek, but we decided we're doing a special episode for Squeefest, and this is a film we've wanted to get to for a long time. We're going to be talking about 1999's Galaxy Quest, which, just as a side note, 1999, what a year for films. We had The Matrix, Galaxy Quest, Fight Club. Honestly, just look at the IMDb for 1999. It was phenomenal. But this one not slipped under the radar, but, you know, it wasn't up there like, you know, The Phantom Menace was kind of the big sci-fi film of the year, even though it wasn't great.
Yeah, they released this Christmas hoping to have a big Christmas blockbuster, didn't they?
Yeah, and it did okay and everything, but I think this one's really stood the test of time, particularly with Star Trek fans. I think there was they did like a poll of Star Trek fans a few years ago, and I think this was voted higher than about 3 of the actual Star Trek films in best Star Trek films. So,
and I think we can name 2 of them at least straight off the bat.
Yeah, pretty quickly. Also, and I've not been able to like get this substantiated or not, but whether it's true or not, it's one of them lovely stories that's out there that apparently Galaxy Quest began life as a concept that it was actually going to star the original Star Trek crew. And
I've heard that rumor.
Yeah, like everything else about the film would be exactly the same. It's just that those would be that, and then some of them were up for it, some of them weren't. Who was up for it or not, you can draw your own conclusions. And eventually they just decided, you know what, it's going to be easier and better and we'll have more control over it.
A certain person not being up for it made it a bit difficult.
I would imagine so, yeah. So
they just that what it is so much better, I think, for not having them in. I can't believe I'm saying that. I can't believe there's a world in which I don't want more things with the Star Trek crew in. But it became like I was saying when we were talking about doing this episode that it's not a direct spoof. It's a reimagining. Basically, it's their version of Star Trek, which then does spoof it in its own way. But it's
exactly
such a unique thing that it does. I think it's so much more powerful that it's a different cast doing it, so you get the parallels, but it's not.
I agree. I think that was the best decision they made. It would have limited it so much. Like, you'd have got the initial sort of buzz from it being, oh, look, it's them guys and they're doing those things, but you would have severely limited what you could actually do within the scope of it. And you get things like the Alan Rickman's character, who a lot of it is clearly Spock, but they also model him quite a bit on Patrick Stewart. So you get to have these these sort of archetypal characters, but also put an original spin on them. Whereas you couldn't do that with the original Star Trek crew. You would have, you've got William Shatner, he's got to be William Shatner. So yeah, I think it was the best decision all round.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like just being able to, I think it's just such a magic trick to come up with your own world, but it parallels it. Like there's parallels everywhere, but it's not the same thing, and that's just such a balancing act to do.
Yeah, but they nailed it, and so
really,
like just everything. Like I've written notes as I've watched it, but my first notes are just like the opening. It's just this lovely retro TV show opening, and we find out it was meant to have been an 80s TV show, whereas
this 81 it'd have finished.
Yeah.
So this is roughly
late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, so it's like roughly analogous to maybe Buck Rogers, the Gil Gerard, and the aesthetic feels like that. I think so. I think
the actual years it runs is parallel with Blake 7.
Right. Oh well, it must have had a bit.
Seasons.
Yeah, true. It must have had a little bit of a higher budget than Blake 7. I think though. Looking at the
things had a bit of a higher budget than Blake 7.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah. Fair point.
I can't believe there's 2 shows in a row. Blake 7's come up.
I loved Blake 7.
It's quite funny. It just came up with my talk with Steve Ashton.
I was just that right age at school for when Blake 7 came out.
Yeah.
And to be pestering my mum, can I stay up to watch Blake 7 every week?
My confession is I've still never watched all of Blake 7. Don't come at me.
No,
but
I mean, what I was going to say is
we're all available on YouTube.
There we go then.
The only thing I was going to say about the credit sequence is it's wonderful, it's divine. But because of the age of the actors, they had to set in the 80s where it looked a little bit early in that. It sort of looked more analogous for me to Star Trek kind of times.
Yeah, I think it did.
But it needed to be the 80s, so you can forgive it that very easily.
Yeah, I think so. It's like one of my early notes I wrote down was, the effects look a bit too good when it shows the show, because I was thinking it was 60s. But then when it said 80s, I was like, go on, I'll give them a pass for that then. That's fair enough.
Yeah, America, you're probably closer with like your Buck Rogers and all that.
Yeah.
With when
and like that, like
based.
When you look at the crew, like you've got the smart kid stereotype, which that was Buck Rogers, wasn't it? That horrible second season of Buck Rogers.
Yeah.
Had a kid who was really clever. So I love that the dropping that. And I suppose kind of a reference to Wesley Crusher, maybe, but hey, I took the Buck Rogers thing.
Well, you regularly had a kid coming up in American shows. Like you even had it in Battlestar Galactica with was it what was he called?
Boxley. Yeah.
But it was like a trend with a sci-fi show. You had to have a kid in there.
I think also as we're going into the film, you've got to acknowledge just like the cast. Like there were so many people already established, and everyone else who wasn't already established went on to so many huge things. So you've got like Tim Allen at the height of his fame from Home Improvement, and probably made the first Toy Story by then.
Probably, yeah. Will have done.
Icon of sci-fi. Alan Rickman has done everything like already at this stage. And then you've got Sam Rockwell, who hadn't done that much of the time, but went on to do loads of stuff. Missy Pyle's in there, who appears in loads of other stuff as one of the aliens. It's just an amazing cast they put together for this.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And like you say, it's one of them where when you watch it back, you're like, oh, it's him. With Sam Rockwell, like you don't clock it when you first watch it because he wasn't Sam Rockwell at that point, but he goes on to become that.
And it's Justin Long, isn't it? Who's the
Justin Long? Though again, I do have in my notes what happened to Justin Long because he was like huge for there was a period of time there, and he was in everything, and I'm sure he's doing fine.
He shows up in Kevin Smith films now. He was in the Walrus movie Tusk, so he got sewn into a walrus suit in that. And
you know what? He probably made his money, and now he's doing stuff that he wants to do for fun, which good on him.
Yeah.
So early on, then we get the catchphrases. Like you two have already given us the catchphrases, but never give up, never surrender, and by grab Thar's hammer, which. I love how quickly it establishes who these characters are. Like, both within the context of the TV show, we get, okay, they're the characters they're playing. But then really quickly in that backstage scene at the convention, we get who the actors are that are playing them. You know,
well,
like...
You get Alan Rickman is actually, like you said, he's sort of the Patrick Stewart parody. He's a big Shakespearean actor and all that, and takes it very seriously. And
well, he's also at the same time he does that, but he also does Leonard Nimoy denying he's Spock.
Yeah.
Because he goes, I'm not bloody saying that line, and he goes out and they're playing it, and he's there almost arms crossed, kind of.
Yeah.
And then you've got Tim Allen's character comes out and gleefully says the whole speech along with the
Yeah, and I think that's where, like we were talking about, where they got to take liberties by not having it be the Trek cast, because I don't believe William Shatner would go to a convention and be able to rattle off loads of lines of dialogue and converse with people about what happens in what episode and all of that. So I'm not disparaging William Shatner in any way. I'm not intending to. But they make the character of Jason Nesmith a little bit more relatable, a little nicer than at least what the public persona of William Shatner has been in recent years. And I think that works better for this film.
But when you saw him kind of being separated from the cast by buying into his own ego, dare I say, some have drawn that parallel with William Shatner. Obviously, I wouldn't. But...
Yeah, I think that's the part that they have taken from it, but they've kind of smoothed some of the edges over, shall we say. Yeah. Again, from what the perceived public persona is. I don't know the man in real life, and I don't want to get you taken off the air, so... we're not saying that this is accurate. This is just how we interpret things. But
and one little touch I just want to mention, which I noticed this time watching it, when they go into the loos where he overhears the people sort of mocking him, you've got the back of a couple of very obviously Klingons there, and it's just you just see them from the back, and so they don't have to sort of justify that they're not Klingons or make them another race. It's such a nice little reference because most people will miss it, but geeks like us, we will feed off that. We'll go, it's clearance of the urinal.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, it's fan service before it had fans while they were making the movie.
You can tell there's so much love for the original property in there whilst making it its own thing. James, I can't hear you. Can you hear James?
I can't hear James.
No one can hear you, James. It happened to be exactly the same point as I was just adjusting the volume. I'm like, what did I press?
I was just pouring myself a drink and thought, have I spilled something?
I know. I just noticed the deer in headlight look on your face, Elliot, and I was like, no, it's not me.
Am I back?
Yes, you're back.
You guys, there we go. Don't know. I got muted somehow. You know what? Did they actually add that to the dictionary the other year? The "you're on mute," because it seemed to be like the most popular phrase over the last couple of years, with us all getting used to this technology and everything. But no, I was just saying about the way they portray conventions and convention goers. Like, I think maybe very occasionally in this film it leans a little bit too much towards stereotypes, but I think it's all done with so much love and affection that it never fully crosses that line into being offensive in any way. But I think a lot of it's very, very well observed. The only thing I wasn't sure about, and it's something that I've thought every other time I've watched this film, is the cast turning up to the convention in the uniforms. And then I thought, oh, wait a minute, Jack Quaid and Tony Newsom did that for Lower Decks. So we've caught up with Galaxy Quest's vision of conventions now, you know.
I was off to say, it's like this was done 1999, and I don't think as many people or a wider sector of the population went to conventions as they do then.
No.
And the guests don't turn up in uniform. They come in the normal clothes because the reality is the actors.
Oh,
yeah.
May I also throw in, though, apart from the cast of Hello Hello, they will go to conventions in outfit, as I'll be talking tomorrow morning to Sue Hodge at 11 o'clock. But yeah, I loved it. They all kind of went in their outfits, and you notice the German outfits maybe had got slightly customized to remove certain insignia.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you know, the ones who were playing the French maids probably might raise a few eyebrows, but in a good way. But then you've got Heflick and von Schmalhausen walking around dressed like they're in the Gestapo. You know, all I'm saying is I'd want to get dropped off at the door of the convention if I was going, you know. But yeah, as I say though, we've caught up with it. It's now we have had Star Trek actors go to conventions in uniforms, so maybe it was just more forward thinking.
It was Bryan Cranston went to Comic-Con one year and wore a Walter White mask. So he'd got a mask made up to look like his own face. So he walked around the convention hall dressed as himself. So he didn't get picked out.
Very, very clever.
There's a photo of him just lifting up the rubber mask going,
Well, that's the thing, no one would believe you. If you bumped into someone at a convention, you'd be like, nah, yeah, that's a really good outfit, but nah, you're not him. So obviously the twist to this film then is that the Thermians turn up, and that's the conceit is, what if all of this is actually real? And it's brilliant. And it works.
Like there's been a lot of this stuff, like they've always talked with like SETI and all that. And you used to get this quite a lot in the 90s. But what about all the radio signals we're sending out? What are we going to think about us? And they're playing perfectly on that sort of conspiracy theory almost at the time.
And the actual concept of the Thermians is a very Star Trek sort of idea. Like, we've got this alien race who don't understand the concept of deceit. So they can't wrap their head around the fact that this is not real life, that this is people pretending to be something they're not.
That was really
and that's a great idea. And obviously it feeds into all of this perfectly because it gives us this great setup. Now, a weird thing.
The bad guys had taught them the meaning of lying, and they've just got that rudimentary concept. So the thought of trying to explain to them actors and everything, it was so nicely played. So then you get that payoff moment when there's the emotional heft to it. But yeah.
Oh yeah, and when we do get to that, it's really quite heartbreaking when they have to explain it to them, and they've like lost the heroes, you know. It's so well done,
and they feel really guilty. But you've got to think it's like, well, your actors who've just been beamed onto a spaceship, they haven't actually really done anything wrong, but the guilt on their faces when they have, like when Tim Allen has to explain that he was lying because he can't get them to understand acting.
Yeah, I mean, it's not their fault, is it? But you know what, though? They do all right in the end, all things like considered.
Thailand, and now they're all sad.
Oh, yeah, that's great. I mean, I know Gilligan's Island wasn't...
You don't think that's real, do you? It's like, oh, those poor men and women.
I wonder what, like, the Thermians... They must have sort of put together what they believe to be our timeline. But if it's all drawn from TV, like, they must think this planet has had the weirdest development ever. Like, you know, that they were, you know, in the 60s, they had this United Federation of Planets, and then it all went a bit wrong. And then there was Galaxy Quest, and then there were dragons and stuff flying around, like, you know.
And they caught an episode of the Magic Roundabout. They really wondered what creatures these are.
Yeah. They'd be like, yeah, there must be cartoon people on that planet and real people as well.
It's
And
named after that.
What's that?
Oscar, his middle name.
Oh, yeah, our nephew.
Roundabout.
Yeah, his middle name's Zebedee.
It's actually from Magic Roundabout he was named.
He doesn't flaunt it that much, though, does he? He's not decided to be one of these people who goes by the middle name. I can't imagine why. Speaking of minor actors who go on to bigger things, we've got Dwight off The Office as one of the aliens, Rainn Wilson, who obviously went on to play Harry Mudd in Star Trek Discovery, but this is one of his very, very early roles. So it is one of them where, like, oh, it's him. Oh, it's him. And
I believe he was always a big Star Trek fan himself. So at the time, he must have gone, well, this is as close as I'm ever going to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, Star Trek was still in production when this was made, but it was about to go into that fallow period where we didn't get any Star Trek for a long time.
No, we still had Voyager still going.
That's what I mean. It was still going, but we were sort of on the cusp of it going off for a while.
Like the the fifth series, weren't there, with Enterprise?
Yeah, true.
Star Trek was at this time.
But there was a gap before we got Enterprise, wasn't there?
No, they went straight ahead with it.
Straight after Voyager.
Yeah, there should have been a gap, I think, to think about it a bit more, but no, that's another conversation. And the baddie, Saras, as well. That's Robin Sachs, who may be best known as Ethan Rayne in Buffy, who was like Giles's longtime friend / enemy who kept turning up. But he's another one of these great, largely TV actors, but who's turned up in just about everything. And in here, he gives a good villain performance. But can we call out the prosthetics for Saras in particular, but also his whole species? It's just such an incredible practical outfit that they've got him in.
Yeah.
And he's got spider legs coming out of his head, and there's so much unnecessary detail to that costume, but it just adds to it so much.
Yeah, I mean, usually films which were made around this time, especially now we've got 4K and TV programs, it would look so shoddy when you watch them on TV. I don't think there's much you need to do to this at all to make it a modern film. You really, the effects just
even the CGI is held up.
Yeah, which never held up well.
Was it Amiga 13? That's a bit ropey, that graphic now.
Yeah, but I mean, when you look at this was sort of a mid-budget film, and compare it to something like The Phantom Menace, which came out the same year, or even the first Mummy film, both of which used a lot of CGI, and I would argue that neither of those films' effects hold up as well as this one's does, because it's used sparingly and they've used practical effects where possible.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, the late 90s especially was so bad for using CGI, which just wasn't ready yet. And they were trying to use
CGI where you didn't need to use CGI.
I mean, I still love Babylon 5, but Jesus, the CGI on that is ropey as hell. And just here, again, it seems like a magic trick how well it stands up now.
Yeah, absolutely. I was really pleasantly surprised by it. I always remembered it looking good, but I think it's aged very, very well when you consider some of the other contemporary films to it that have not. But we're getting up to one of my favourite bits in the whole film now, where you've got the rest of the crew, apart from Nesmith, doing the opening of the shop, and he does his Grabthar's hammer. It's like, by Grabthar's hammer, what a savings. And he's just so annoyed. And the other bit where all the guys are coming up to him at the convention and they're all doing their by Grabthar's hammer, and he just takes the thing off him and signs it, and next. Absolutely. I mean, Alan Rickman, we all know how great Alan Rickman was, but I do think this is one of his best roles.
And I would throw into that Alan Rickman quite often played these very deadpans, very sardonic roles, very bad guys or kind of very grumpy good guys quite a lot of the time. But everyone who spoke about him, he was just so ebullient and enthusiastic and friendly to meet in person. It just shows you what an amazing actor he was. And he never sought to be the kind of the hero role necessarily. He just he was happy with the good role. Many actors kind of go for the, I've got to have a redeeming arc. He was quite happy to be a nasty piece of work.
No, yeah.
He was such a nice guy.
Whereas, though, I think he does get a good arc in this one, and he does get his hero moments and everything. But yeah, it's almost sort of against type for Alan Rickman, isn't it? You expect him, because, I mean, at the end of the day, he did Hans Gruber and he did The Sheriff of Nottingham, which were back-to-back two of the greatest villain performances ever. So he was bound to get sort of stereotyped a little bit. But you know what? You shouldn't be so good at it if you don't want to get asked to do it.
But yeah, I think you're right. It's nice to have a role where, even though he's playing it very kind of like cold for a lot of the movie, he's just a guy who's pissed off with being stereotyped into this one role. It is nice that he does get the bit at the end where he kind of does the term. Yeah.
And this is a bit I thought Elliot would love, because Elliot has, again, anyone who doesn't listen regularly, Elliot builds starship models and does an incredible job with them, and we often talk about the hero shots of the ships that we get in Star Trek, or don't, if we're talking about Discovery.
Yeah.
And we get a great hero shot of the ship here, where we first see that they've built it, and it's in a dry dock, which is very Star Trek. But yeah, just think that's all great. And
this was CGI as well.
Yeah.
Which is what's amazing, that it's done the CGI and it still holds up like it does.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think you can see as well, Squee, you mentioned the Orville earlier on. There's definitely some evolution of design between the Protector and what we get in the Orville. There's definitely a lineage there, I think.
I think that's the only other example where they've done something which, Seth MacFarlane's not hidden the fact that he wanted to do a Star Trek show. He didn't get one, so he made his own thing.
Mhm.
And but obviously there was heavy influences from Next Generation kind of era Star Trek. But I think that's the only example which does what Galaxy Quest did. No other show really did this kind of thing of having parallels to everything to Star Trek, but not being Trek. And the other one, I think is fun.
And I suppose the Orville is kind of a natural successor to this, but there has been talk on and off over the years about doing a sequel or doing a TV show actually based on the TV show within the film of Galaxy Quest. And I know they've done some comic books and things, but I think it's one of them that in a lot of ways it's not. Sorry.
Every couple of years it comes up that there's going to be a sequel or there's going to be a TV show. And you hear the surviving actors, we're up for that. And then it dies down again. And
yeah, it's in a way it's nice that it's this standalone thing that's aged so well and is, it's just there. Whereas you can't help but feel that if this came out today, they'd already have the TV show greenlit and 6 prequels planned and a spin-off about the Thermians and a sitcom set at a convention, and it'd just be this universe. But it's nice that this is just its own thing.
And I think also it's like it would have been a great idea, but again, the Orville's kind of done it. It's like if you did it now, I think it's a bit too late, unfortunately. But and plus, you don't have Rickman. I'm sorry, you not got Rickman. I don't want to.
No, that's it. You need Dr. Lazarus. You can't.
Yep.
So when they get to the ship, then there's just such nice, just little character beats. Like you've got Sam Rockwell, who we know he had a bit part in an episode, but he says like, "Oh, I'm just so happy to be on the mission." And then you've got the Helm guy who he says like, "Oh, I had it all worked out. I knew how it all worked," and that feels like a callback to like Will Wheaton's talked quite a lot about how he had in his own head how all the buttons worked on the Enterprise. I think George Takei did, and I know that
it's not like you always press the same places to do the same thing. So
the lady who plays Ortegas in Strange New Worlds has said the same thing. Like she's got it in her head. Like I know if I press this, then I press that.
And James Doohan, apparently he got really not annoyed, but he couldn't get this guy to understand because someone else came on the set and he was going like, right, for the transporters, put this button down, you press this, you do this, and that's how it works. He goes, yeah, but it's not really working, so I can just do whatever. He goes, no, this is what I do every time, so that's how it works. And no, but it's not actually doing anything. So what's the matter what I press? And the guy just would not get it.
Yeah, no, that's how it works. That's what you've got to do.
I also loved it with the way the helmsman goes, hey, I think I figured this out. This press makes it go, this makes it stop.
Yeah. And there are just so many little moments like that and everything. Like when we get this confrontation with Saris and he does the throat cut gesture. And it's like, well, yeah, but you know, we don't know how to actually turn the communications off, you know, so you get this great comedic scene where he says, so you think I'm stupid, do you? And it's all really good fun.
You can't see past his thing. No, I was trying to tell you, you're still alive.
Yeah. And then you get Alan Rickman's response to it. He's like, I'm off to find a pub. Which is great.
See, that's why you need a bit on the bridge, that common sense.
Yeah. And then the other bit where it's playing into the cliches, like you get the briefing scene where they have to ask the computer a question, then Gwen, Sigourney Weaver's character, has to ask the question, then the computer answers, then she has to tell them what it said. And when they go, can we stop doing that? It's annoying. She's like, look, I have one job. It's stupid, but I'm going to do it.
It sort of reminded me of when we were watching one episode, for anyone who doesn't watch regularly, we did recently was Mirror Mirror. And when I was watching it, I could have sworn that it is filthy with Uhura. Uhura is all over that episode. She's in every scene. We watched it back. She's in like 2 scenes. But it's kind of a credit that she was given so little and she was so memorable in it. And you get the feeling this poor actress was in the same boat. She was given nothing.
Yeah. There's definitely... It does feel like a play on... Like Nichelle Nichols once said, I felt like I spent 3 years just saying hailing frequencies open, Captain. And... you know, Uhura did get a bit more than that, but certainly if you watch the episode, the Corbomite maneuver, that is just about her only line, you know. And so, yeah, I feel like Gwen is taking that a little bit and running with it. But yeah, that's great fun. And then you've got Guy, Sam Rockwell's character, who he's sort of approaching it on this meta level that he's like, well, hang on, I'm in the show now, but what is my role in the show?
Yeah.
And as they're going down to the planet, he's like, oh, I think I'm a red shirt. You know, he doesn't use that exact terminology, but that's kind of what he's saying. Like, we've got the main crew, and I'm here, so I'm the one who's not going to survive this encounter. Which
that was
just...
his role, wasn't it, in the show? It was in episode 81, was it? And I went down to the planet and got killed.
Yeah,
and this bit was quite in keeping with the humor of the Orville. Actually, when like one of them goes, "No, wait a minute. What if you're not? What if you're the plucky comic relief?" Trying to make him feel better about it.
Yeah, there's a great line as well there where as the landing, I think it's the helmsman guy again, and he says like, "Well, wait a minute. How do we know you can breathe the air on this alien planet?" And you're like, "Yeah, that's a good point." Like. It's amazing how many Class M planets they managed to find in Star Trek. But
the galaxy's full of them.
Yeah. And then, we get the cute little aliens and really small line and just a throwaway thing. But I think this was the first time I noticed it where somebody says something like, oh, I think they're minors. And he says, oh, yeah, they look about 3 years old. And Alan Rickman says, no, minors, not minors. And then you've got Tim Allen's Rolling Around, which is obviously a very reference to William Shatner and his combat roles and everything. But it's one where it's just completely unnecessary that he's doing these roles. And it, again, maybe it's forward thinking, maybe they predicted it, but it reminded me of all the so-called controversy over that guy in the Boba Fett series who did a spin unnecessarily. And I apologise if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about. If you Google it, guy in Boba Fett who spins, and there was this thing where he just did a big whirl around to fire a shot and there was no need for it. So, you know, this came out in the 90s, was mocking cliches from the 60s, and we're still seeing it in the 2020s. So I think that maybe adds to the sort of timelessness of the show.
Yeah.
And then first of all, actually, before we get there, I know this is something we've talked about a lot on the show, and this is going to be a good moment in Retrek's history. We get the pig lizard, first of all, which, again, is a practical effect. They've made a puppet, and it just looks great having this actual practical thing there chasing Tim Allen around. But it all leads to something we've talked about no end, which is we get A rock monster.
Monsters.
And
just for anyone who doesn't watch, like, this is what Shatner wanted for Star Trek V, which
Yeah.
he wrote.
And apparently it was deliberate by the writers of Galaxy Quest, that it's a bit of a wink to the fact that Shatner wanted these rock monsters. And so effectively we finally get someone who, to all intents and purposes, is Captain Kirk on a desert planet taking on a rock monster. So there you go. And you know what? If putting that rock monster in Star Trek V made this as good as Galaxy Quest, then you know what?
Captain's point.
Yep. I think Star Trek V needed a bit more work to get as good as Galaxy Quest, but if it had made it this good, then Shatner was absolutely on the money. We should have got the rock monsters. And
Okay. I don't think, having seen Star Trek V, it would have turned out this way. I just get a feeling.
No, maybe not.
It might not have been as satisfying.
There's a lovely callback as well to the TOS episode, The Arena, where you get Sam Rockwell saying, "Look around, see what there is, and construct a weapon."
Yeah, you can almost hear the music. Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun.
Very much so. And also, Nesmith gets his top has to come off, and even when he gets back to the ship, Alan Rickman comments on it. So it's obviously
you had to find an excuse to lose your top.
Yeah, Captain Taggart obviously shared that with Captain Kirk, that he lost his clothing unnecessarily.
I also think that there's something they didn't signpost too much, which I kind of liked. It was just there. It was the fact that by the end of it, Sigourney Weaver's outfit is torn in all the right places.
Yes. Yeah, very much so. It deteriorates as the show goes on, but
Which is I like the fact they just put it there. They didn't feel the need to put a hat on a hat by mentioning it.
yeah, I mean, not to be that guy, but it also happens to Dr. Lazarus. Like, you know, Rickman's makeup, his own hair starts sticking out of it by the end. But I can't imagine for what reason it happening to Sigourney Weaver in this film would stick in your mind more than it happening to Alan Rickman, but we'll leave that there.
I don't know what it was about it. I think
No,
they just
no.
Oh no, she'll be catching the death of cold. That was my thought.
Yes, of course it was, yeah.
So-
And something to say about the structure and everything of this film. First, it's just over an hour and a half, which is the perfect length for it. Like, but you don't get films that are that length anymore. Like, everything's 2 hours, 2.5 hours now, or it feels that way. And it's quite refreshing to see a film that's willing to go, you know what, we can tell our story in an hour and a half. It's the perfect length. Get on with it. And when you look at the actual structure, not a lot really happens in this film. So we've had the first section at the convention. They meet the aliens. They go to the planet and have the adventure with the rock monster. And then the minute they're back on the ship, Saris has taken over. And we're effectively into the final stretch of the movie. Yeah. There's just no downtime or time wasted or anything. And it's really refreshing to see it.
I think a lot of modern movies are unnecessarily long.
Yes.
And you come out and you think, that was really good. But why did it have that in it? And
yeah, I can't remember the last film. Yeah, like I can't remember the last film that I've got to the cinema. And you know, you always say, don't you, when you come out and say, "Oh, what did you think of it?" And 9 out of 10 times, I always say, "Yeah, it was great. We could have lost about 20 minutes." And you know.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of one of my favorite examples of this is an old black and white movie called Mr. Smith Goes to Washington with James Stewart in it. Absolutely wonderful. And at the end, he's just done this very famous filibuster scene where he just stands up for like God knows how many hours. I want to say 24 hours just because I'm doing that now. But he stands up and just talks to Congress. And if you do that in America, you can hold the floor for as long as you want. Or is it the Senate? I think it is actually.
Yeah, no one's allowed to interrupt you as long as you're. Yeah.
Yeah, so he says he won't yield, but he only yields for questions, which you're allowed to do and keep the floor. But right at the end, he faints, and then Claude Rains, who's playing the bad guy who set him up to, you know, be corrupt, to look like he's corrupt. You hear a gunfire when he tries to kill himself, but someone wrestles the gun from his hand, and then just the movie ends. It's perfect. It's just Jimmy Stewart's name's been cleared. Claude Rains has been disgraced. We're done. We're out there. And you could have very easily done another scene and it would still be good, but just the fact that it just ends like that is magic.
Yeah.
And I think this film has that. They're just bowing at the convention and out.
Yeah, that's it. Like, I did think watching it through this time, like, had this film come out now, you'd get something like 10 months later or something, and you'd have a scene with them talking about it, or, you know, you would, like you say, you wouldn't just finish the story, then done. It doesn't happen as often in modern films.
You'd have that, you'd have sequels, you'd have everything else. Like,
Yeah.
the fact this was a one and done, I think is perfect, because at the end of it, they show the kind of continuing voyages of Galaxy Quest or whatever they called it.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
the
a nice
journey
film as well,
continues.
because it's after 18 years off air, it's renewed, and it's the time between TOS and TNG.
Ah, yeah. Didn't think of that. Yeah, that's obviously deliberate then.
Oh,
yeah, that's
it's
lovely.
very deliberate, but they deliberately go 18 years since it first.
That's great. Yeah, I've never picked up on that. That's wonderful.
And I can't help but think to do another one, you'd have to really shoehorn how it starts. Because, like, again, this has ended perfectly. That they're back on the TV show. They have this one adventure. Then you've got to have a good reason why they're put back in space. But
Yeah,
they've
it wouldn't.
grown into better people, so you have to reset them as being jerks a little bit. It's, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe you'd have, like, the Thermians have made their own federation based on this, but they've not got it quite right. Or so, I don't know. You know, this is why I'm not.
After a season.
Yeah, I don't know. This is why I'm not a writer. I couldn't come up with something. I mean, few people can come up with something this good, but
another thing, and you used to get this in the 80s and 90s. Movies weren't scared to have one movie.
Yeah.
Movie studios weren't scared to go, right, we're making a movie. This is the story, and that's it. There's some merchandise to go with it, but there's no sequel. There's no.
One done.
And now you've got to go in and you've got to go, yeah, I've got this script, and he's the franchise to go with it.
yeah. Is your script any good? It doesn't matter. Here's the franchise. It's okay. So yeah, there's a great scene between Tim Allen and Alan Rickman where they basically stage a fight so that they can escape from the holding cell. But I think, the arc, sometimes it's not very subtle, but they do a subtle arc throughout this film that Jason Nesmith, the actor, even though he only plays a commander, he's actually a good leader of people. Like, he knows how to get the best out of his people. And he does this here with Alan Rickman's character because he's realizing, he thinks he's a really good actor. So I'm going to play into that, and I'm going to make him be a good actor and let him show his skills there, and it'll help us. So.
And I also like the fact that all comes to the fore after he's let go of his ego about it. So, like, at the beginning of the film, he is the star of his own show. Everyone else was extras, basically. It was all about him, and that's the character he's portraying. By the end, he's kind of learned, it's like, yeah, if you just don't be a jerk and you use everyone to their best abilities, like when they're on the planet and he's delegating jobs, that's really nicely done. It just shows that he's kind of growing as the movie goes on. In fact, it even takes the other guys a while to catch up with the fact that he's not being a jerk because they're kind of resistant to him.
No, absolutely. And he ends up calling Brandon, Justin's long character, for help. And that's kind of part of the redemptive arc, isn't it? 'Cause he kind of blew him off at the convention. And it's like, I'm going to go to him. And this is the only bit I do feel where it treads that line of, okay, are they just taking the mick now out of Star Trek fans? But I think they just err on the right side of it without being overtly patronising. But you do get this cliche of this lad who lives with his parents and his whole life's a show and everything. But it is great fun how Well, of course the fans know how the ship works, but the actors don't, so they have to call the fan for actual advice on it.
And they've even like kind of figured stuff out of what they. Oh well, look, you never explain what this device does, but what we figured out is it must be.
Yeah. Oh, when they're talking about the Omega-13, like that's a lovely idea. That the show got cancelled on a cliffhanger, so we never found.
Does this happen with shows?
That's it. Like
it used to happen a lot that they got cancelled on a cliffhanger. I think
yeah,
and got a bit better with it. That they tried to do with first seasons to start the full story.
Yeah,
and hope to get renewed. And they don't do cliffhangers unless they're knowing they're getting renewed as much now.
Yeah, like what's clearly happened here is somebody in the first episode they've introduced this idea of the Omega-13, but because they got cancelled, they never had to think what it actually does. Like we've talked about the best of both worlds before. They didn't know how they were going to resolve that cliffhanger. They thought, let's just build to this amazing cliffhanger and we'll work it out later. And that's clearly what's happened in this show, which is why nobody knows what the Omega-13 is, which I just think's brilliant.
What I like to think is that there's at least one guy, and funnily enough, in the wee hours, I'm going to be talking to someone who's worked on props and things from Star Trek. But I like to think the guy who's working on the technical specs for it, he had worked out what he wanted it to do, and it's through some obscure tech manual which was produced for Galaxy Quest that they figured out how it works from well, it says here that it's built like this, it does this, so it must be to do this. And it's like Elliot is great at reading and like memorizing all these bits about the ships and everything, and it's an Elliot of Galaxy Quest which has figured this out.
Yeah, so if this ever happens to the real Star Trek, Elliot, it'll Bill Shatner calling you for help rather than either of us two.
Billy's welcome to call me anytime. I'm putting that out there.
Yeah, he calls me. I'm going, no, it's fine. I'll get Elliot on the line.
Yeah.
I'll be here for more support.
And then we talked about it a little bit before, but it's lovely how Alan Rickman's character, when the guy dies, he does do the grab Thar's hammer speech, and he does it and means it because he knows how much it means to him. And that's just a great character arc that's like you said about Leonard Nimoy, that's going from I am not Spock to I am Spock. He's accepting what this character means to everybody. Yeah. And it's just lovely. Yeah. And then another great conceit as well is the self-destruct doesn't actually do anything because the ship never blows up in the show. So it always stops at 1 regardless.
Yes. They figure out how to work. It's like, oh my God. And then they're about to declare their undying love for each other. It's like it stops at 1.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And like, even though it is primarily a comedy and everything, the action at the end, like the bit where, where they've got the mines and he says, well, what you're forgetting, Saras, is my ship's dragging mines. And it is a proper punch the air hero moment, even though this is a comedy, that's just a great beat of a heroic moment in a film. So it blends the tones so well.
Yeah, you do get really invested in the drama of it as well as it just being an out and out comedy. Like there's not many moments without some comedy involved, but you invest.
It's a great movie.
Yeah,
it's a great movie on a lot of levels.
Yeah, the comedy doesn't undercut the fact that it's a good adventure film.
Yeah, I mean, if you choose to watch it as a straight up adventure film and you just ignore the comedy, it's there. It's
absolutely.
Like they always found it hard to say which genre it was. So I go, well, it's kind of romance, it's kind of sci-fi, it's time travel, it's got like action, it's all these different genres, and this has got that kind of thing.
And I think, again, going back to the idea that this might have been the original Star Trek cast, I think the joke would have been too in your face had they done that. And I think it would have been harder to pull off the actual fun adventure side of it. That's just my opinion. I think that would have been the risk that they would have run there. But, I don't know. But the Omega-13 then. So Justin Long does say, oh, well, some of us thought it was this. Some of us thought it reset everything by 13 seconds. And it turns out that is actually right, which is quite lucky that one turned out to be right, given what happens at the end, because you get that moment where Saras kills everyone, but they get to reset it and save the day. So it was lucky that whoever thought that was right.
Something I do kind of enjoy, though, is the thing where there's clunky exposition. It's kind of fun sometimes to just have a line like that. And there's a line where it's like, oh, so we think it might reset things by 30, turn back time by 13 seconds. And Tim Allen, it's just so obviously exposition goes like, well, I suppose it would be just enough time to correct one error if you made it. Like, I wonder if that's going to pay off later, but I think that's almost unknowingly here because it is a spoof. It's almost spoofing within the spoof.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you wanted to be really sort of anally retentive about it all, I bet if you timed it, it's actually more than 13 seconds. But you know what? We'll let them go.
Oh, God,
we'll let them off with it.
Oh, we've just got 2 minutes on the clock and then 10 minutes worth of film. I think Stargate, the original film, pretty bad for that. They've got like, I think half an hour and it takes an hour of the film or something like that.
Yeah, it happened. And
it happens quite a lot
in Star Trek so many times where they say like, well, the transporter's set to beam us up in 30 seconds and then 3.5 minutes later it does it and stuff. So yeah, it's one of them things. So the finale of the film then. The ship crashes into the convention, and there's a great scene where you've got the kids firing off the fireworks, a little bit, almost kind of like E.T., I suppose, that. But this is going to change the human race. Like, there's no way no one else saw that spaceship coming.
Spaceship crash.
This is going to be big news. I mean, I know not everyone had camera phones and stuff in them days. Well, camera phones didn't exist, but... it wasn't like today where there'd be a million on YouTube, but somebody saw that happening. I'm sorry.
I don't think we had camera phones back in 1990.
No, exactly. Oh, it would have just been stills if.
This is what I like about when they brought back Doctor Who in 2005, and Russell T Davies just made the decision. It's like, look, we're just going to have huge events happening, and we're just going to say that no one believed it and thought it was all faked on TV, and just he could have a
exactly.
Of course, people would realise there was aliens at this stage, but he just goes, no one believed it. They're all too cynical.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, that's it, and you can get away with it in a film that takes this turn, like the new Ghostbusters film. It's like, oh yeah, well, ghosts attacked New York in the 80s, but life just went back to normal after that, and most people have forgotten about it. Like, oh, okay.
To be fair, if you look at major disasters and all that, it doesn't take long for us to move on from them.
No, it's true. Yeah, but I think things like the existence of ghosts or aliens might have a bit of an effect on culture. I don't know. Maybe.
I think aliens will.
Yeah, maybe. So they do like a horror movie cliche, like they do the final scare with Saras. And I love the fact that he does do his role and shoots it, and everyone at the convention just thinks it's fantastic. Like,
it's a great effect on stage.
It's all part of the show. It's brilliant. But then we do get Jason Nesmith's final redemption moment because he gets them all up to take the bow rather than it just being him. And
I don't know if this was intentional or if how the dates work out, but when I saw them all stand up there on stage taking their bow, it really reminded me of the end of Star Trek 6, where the Undiscovered Country, when they stand up on stage. Don't know if this
it could be
just something I thought.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, it does. Yeah, I'd not clocked that, but I think you're absolutely on the money with it. Whether it's deliberate or not, you can definitely see the parallel. So it doesn't matter whether they did it on purpose. But so it's kind of like Wayne's World. Let's do the mega happy ending. So we get everybody's character arcs. They're redeemed who needs to be. Sam Rockwell gets to be on the new version of the show. Gwen and Jason Nesmith get together. It's just the mega happy ending.
It was when Sam Rockwell, like when he goes entrance onto the bridge, like, hey. All these like very over the top things. He's so happy.
Oh, like right at the beginning when he's announcing it on stage and he does the reverb on his own mic, like he goes Peter, Quincy, Tagger. He's great. I mean, Sam Rockwell's great in most things, but he's just brilliant in this. So anyway, that was Galaxy Quest, which is, if you've not seen it, just go see it. It's in the UK. It's on Channel 4, which is you can get it on 4 On Demand, the free streaming service, the UK's largest free streaming service, as it will tell you repeatedly when you're watching stuff on it. But yeah, it's free. It's out there. Watch it. It's a brilliant film, whether you're a Trekkie or not. And it's been so much fun talking about it. Thank you for having us on, Dr. Squee.
Thank you very much, Dr. Squee.
Well, it's the spiritual home of Retrek. This is where it all started. So it's always lovely to have you gents back on.
Absolutely.
Just before I let you go, though, we've got our standard episode of Retrek coming on Wednesday. What we're going to be talking about, gents?
We're going to be talking about the latest episode of Lower Decks, and I don't think we've officially decided yet which, because anyone who doesn't listen, what we do with Lower Decks is we always watch the episode of Lower Decks, and invariably Lower Decks will reference numerous episodes of Star Trek, and we pick one of them to watch alongside it. So it will be Lower Decks, and it's looking like probably one of the Leah Brahms episodes. Not to give any spoilers as to what might or might not happen in Lower Decks. But yeah, we do that every Wednesday, 6 or 6:30 usually. If you want to listen to more Star Trek, you can find us on all your podcatcher of choice, I think is the phrase.
We also occasionally do some Trek news, and I think with all the goings on from Star Trek Day, which was day before yesterday, we'll cover a bit of that too.
There's lots to talk about, but yeah, in the meantime, never give up, never surrender.
I will go to the credits in a second, guy, but James, you're of course joining us tomorrow for the presents Mad Max 2 Road Warrior.
Yeah, Mad Max 2, another film that's nicely an hour and a half, so we get to talk about, we'll be there 9:00 tomorrow morning with a few friends of mine, and we're going to be talking about another film, bit of a different tone to Galaxy Quest. We're doing Mad Max 2, so if you want to tune in for that and hear what we've got to say, we'd love to see you.
Back for Wrestling Top Trump. So James gets to see me at the midway point and then at the complete exhaustion point. So you get the stages of 3 on this. So
I'm just checking in on you every few hours. You know, you can't be left to your own devices. You do crazy things like 24-hour podcasts. So I've got to keep checking back in on you.
Yeah, why do I do these things again?
I don't know. Charity, that's it.
So I'm going to play the exit music if you want to give your outro, sir.
Yeah, I've already said never give up, never surrender. By Grabthar's Hammer. What a podcast.
Fascinating.
Okay, and the credit sequence never quite as long as I think it's going to be. Just give me a second, guys. We have got some late-breaking news on the donation front, so I'm going to just go back to the Dr. Squee branding. I would apologize to Gemma, who's going to be up in a second for talking Codswallop, because other than the Retrek theme tune, because they're already on here, I didn't get a chance to upload anyone's theme tune, so there we go with that. But if I can just get the right banner up. Oh, this is so professional and slick. Look, I'm doing 24 hours here, guys. Anything I do has to be on camera. So our grand total now is up to £360. This is amazing, guys. Thank you very much. Please do keep the donations coming. That last one was from Neil Willingham. So thank you very much, Neil. I noticed you've donated 20 quid. Just a reminder that for anyone who missed it earlier, Yee Jee Tso is offering 50% off his book, Time and Spaces. So you just have to donate £20 or more at justgiving.com/sheltersquee and then email drsquee@gmail.com and I will match you up with a discount code from Yee Jee. So thank you very much for that. But let's welcome on Talking Codswallop's Gemma.
Hello.
And her co-host for today, Eddie Pence.
Hey, he is there.
James, you're looking so much fitter than usual.
You definitely are. Definitely. Yes. Well, I'm going to give a little, since our intro music isn't there, I'm going to intro the show as I normally would. So welcome to this next hour of Talking Codswallop podcast. Well, actually it's 50 minutes, but there we have it. There we are. Eddie. Oi, oi, oi. Sadly, James couldn't be with us today. He's really, really not feeling very well. So I obviously did one better, and I thought, who could fill in the big, massive feet of James? Shoes even. And I thought, well, Eddie Pence.
I don't put shoes on.
You haven't got shoes on?
I fill in a pinch. I don't want to put his shoes on.
Definitely.
That's what
Fair
I say.
enough.
So I've just got the weirdest comment. I don't like this is Elliot from Retrek. The theme tune is 22 seconds. Okay. What did I say? Did I say it was a different length?
Well, you said you weren't used to how short it was, so now you know how long it is. So now you can plan ahead.
It's Elliot being a dick. I love you, Elliot. But... Sorry, go on. Back to your show.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So anyway, Eddie, how are you then?
I'm doing well. That's
yeah.
It's another Saturday. And Saturday afternoon here in California, so it's
okay. Oh, that's not too bad. And how did it go with because I know that Colton's you had to go to Colton's school, didn't you? So
we had like a 17-hour back to school night. It was just I was getting flashbacks of being back in school. That's how long we were there, and it was brutal. Sitting in desks and writing your name on paper, and it was just like I don't want to be back in school.
No, exactly.
I did this for a long time.
Exactly. It's like you're being punished for having kids, isn't it?
Yeah, right. You gotta go back to school. It's just a nightmare. And he's a smart kid, so I don't have to help him with his homework, so I escape that part of it. But just the once a year you have to go back to school night. It's just brutal.
Although I like to think having kids is punishment of its own. But I
right?
love you kids, right? So I'm just joking.
But we actually had rain here yesterday in California. First time it's rained in like a year and a half in LA. It's crazy.
Was it like acid rain though?
You walk outside and you're like, why am I wet? Why is it wet here? And it's because it's been so long since we have any rain.
Yeah.
Try living in our country. It rains all the time.
Yeah, but it didn't for months, and look what happens. We're screwed.
I know. Our garden was like a desert. It literally looked like a desert. It was awful.
And apparently, the best part of it is after it doesn't rain for a while. Apparently, the ground gets almost like a surface layer. So it takes quite a lot of rain for it even to go through because
to penetrate the ground.
Yeah. What we're doing here right now is having the most British of conversations ever. Owen says, "Isn't it? Well, there you go. Isn't there a massive storm on its way to California, Eddie?"
I haven't heard. I don't know about these 100-mile-per-hour winds. Maybe I know it got windy yesterday, like really windy yesterday. Like it was blowing crap around. So.
Owen, please, we're better than that. Some guys always think it's longer than it really is. Her.
I always try to say it's smaller than it really is. That's way when you lower the bar, and then when you finally come time to show it, people are like, "Oh my god!"
I think that's
when
a
you
good
said
plan.
lower the. I'm so glad that ended with bar. I was wondering what was being lowered for a minute there.
Well, yeah. Why not? Why not be? Why not give low expectations? And
Exactly.
Then,
That's the only way to exceed expectations is by lowering expectations.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And let's face it, Eddie, all we need is a mouthful. Oh,
Right.
we're not talking about that. I like to lower
This
the
is way
tone.
different than the Star Trek talk.
Squeefest does have many different tones to it. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I am.
And
I'm-
Gemma wonders why she has to go on after 9 o'clock. This is why, Gem.
Although to be fair, I have been on at 4 o'clock before, and I've. The thing is with the British people, we can do all the innuendos you like, but you can't swear before a certain time in the UK.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, but you can do all of the innuendos that you like, and they're acceptable, even though they're really dodgy. But you can't swear.
When is the appropriate time to swear?
After 9 o'clock. So fuck shit.
Really?
Ass.
Yeah. Literally, it's called. Someone's just put it in there. It's called the watershed. After 9 o'clock, you can pretty much get away with most things. Usually, if you're going to say some of the like the C word, that would be perhaps
After 9 o'clock,
maybe a bit later.
Wow.
However, I prefer the C word not being used because I don't like that one.
I wasn't going to use it. I'm just explaining the convention.
Crayon. So after 7 hours, Squee, how are you doing?
Not too bad. It's always the way with these things. You kind of get peaks and troughs. So you get a little while. I was feeling tired about an hour ago. Then I woke up apparently talking about Galaxy Quest, and I'm feeling right now. But it will sink again. God knows, a few times before the 24 hours is out. But the good thing is, after this show, it's the first 8-hour block because of Facebook streaming limits. It has to go in these 8-hour chunks.
Yeah.
So you're already a third way through, and then that feels like a victory until about 4 hours into the next stream.
Oh my god!
And I vaguely remember you saying something along the lines of at the end of the last one, why have I done this to myself? But this is the fourth one. So
that was the second one when I said that. Last year I was quite happy about it by the end. Who knows what mood I'll be in at the end of this one? But I don't know. Actually, I guess this one kind of like weirdly enough, the event snuck up on me because essentially my stepdaughter's getting married. It's part 2 of her wedding because she got married during lockdown. So because of that, I'm actually officiating part 2 of her wedding because she can have all her friends around. So she wanted some sort of ceremony, but they didn't need to do the legal bit. So
it's the same wedding you're officiating again?
No. So basically, part 1 was during lockdown, and there was a proper officiant who did it.
Right.
Part 2, they wanted to have a ceremony of some sort, but they didn't need the any legal requirements.
Right.
So they said, "Did you want to do it?" And I jumped at the chance. So, but because of that, I thought, right, I could book 1 week off and do a 2-for-1. So I've got recovery time after this. Don't have to worry about work. But it suddenly meant that I realized, like, it was about 2 months when I started away from doing this, and you need at least 3 months to do this. So it's just been mad prep and planning to get this done. So I think it's just kind of snuck up on me and it's here now. There you go.
That's how things happen though, isn't it? Yeah, but in some ways it's good to kind of get things done. It sounds awful to say done and dusted, but done and dusted, I suppose. But at least if you're doing it all at once, at least you haven't got to prep for a long time in between.
Well, I thought
that's kind of nicer way of saying than what I just said.
Well, after this, like for 2 days, my sleeping's out and I feel really grotty. And you just got so much adrenaline going through you. You just hit a real kind of crash. You just sit around watching TV, drinking a few drinks. Usually after this, so it meant like I could just use 1 week off work. Owen's put like renewing their vows. Kind of, it's like, but because of lockdown, they could only have a few people at the wedding. So it means it's for people who couldn't be there. They still get the wedding basically, and they get to.
But you are redoing the vows, so you're redoing the wedding. So it's like redo, not part 2.
I mean, it's kind of a hybrid thing. Look, the lockdown was unprecedented.
I'm just very confused about part 1, part 2 of a wedding.
It's sort of like there was a small ceremony and it had to be really quick. They had a certain amount of time they could do it in. They weren't allowed anyone to be like the bride wasn't allowed to be walked down the aisle. You can have a big party afterwards.
But they just basically were officially legally married there, and now they're doing the whole ceremony now.
Yeah, it's a piss up by the sounds of it. Nice one, Owen. That is pretty much you've cut to the quick of it. You couldn't have a piss up after the last one. We're having a piss up this time, and we're tacking a wedding on the beginning for a good excuse. Yeah, the party. That's it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was going to say, obviously, lockdown has affected a lot of big parties and stuff like that, hasn't it? So, I mean, I know we're not kind of technically in lockdown anymore, but still, it's it's just like really, really thrown everything out of the window, isn't it? And
Hey, Graham. How you say it, Graham?
Graham.
Steve Ashton always gives me shit about it. Oh, Can I say shit? It's only 1 o'clock
Yeah,
here.
we did.
Okay.
We're off to,
It's 9 o'clock there.
We can't
All
account
right.
for every time zone, otherwise we're never allowed to swear. And I need to swear after a certain amount of hours.
When you wake up in the morning, if you want to swear, you can swear, Eddie. You don't have to
Okay,
wait
good. I
until
just don't
9
know.
o'clock
This whole
after.
watershed thing threw me for a minute.
Yeah. So you're not allowed to swear until it's 9 o'clock where you are. Then you
Right.
can come back on and swear.
See, I live in America where it's just like certain states you can't swear in. In other states, it's just 24/7.
Is that really true?
No.
Oh, okay. By the way, Eddie, in case nobody knows, is a comedian. So I guess his first joke really landed.
I try to make it difficult for people to guess what I do.
That is the subtlest way of throwing shade I've ever heard. It's like, by the way, Eddie's a comedian. You probably didn't guess.
You probably didn't get the joke.
It's a polite jab. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, we are British. I mean, let's put it this way. I mean, obviously, as you know, our Queen died recently. I'm not bringing
Yes.
it down, but it's very inconsiderate of her, knowing full well that Squeefest was going to be on.
I know.
But,
Totally
obviously-
overshadowing.
I know. How rude of her.
Put her on
But-
life support for 48 hours.
I know. How rude.
Right?
How rude. But as a British, like how to sort of tell how the British humor is already, a couple of hours afterwards. I mean, obviously, still people are sad and stuff like that. And, people are sad, people aren't sad. Like everybody's got their own emotions towards it, and that's fair enough. But like I said, even just a couple of hours after the jokes began, that it was kind of like it was it was really, really inappropriate, but it made me chuckle nonetheless. It said Scottish schools are all closed, not because of the Queen, not to mark respect to the Queen, but actually because Prince Andrew is in town and he's a known paedophile. So, allegedly. So, that was, and that's just to sort of say how awful our sense of humor is, really, that people actually,
I think that's the best way to deal with awful stuff is gallows humor. I don't know if there's a better way to deal with awful stuff.
Exactly.
I honestly think, I mean, it's in England, Britain, it's perfectly acceptable to take the piss, be making jokes straight afterwards.
Yeah.
It's more the people who just really were genuinely taking glee out of someone having died. And you get like these people, I get people being anti-royal. I've got loads of friends who are, but people is like, good, I'm glad she's dead. She was a royal. And it's like, that's just like the jokes I'm fine with. You can be as violent as you want in a joke. If it's a joke, if you're just celebrating a lady dying, it's kind of... not so nice.
Yeah, but then each has got each person has got their own opinion, and we can't stop that. So let's just leave them to it. It's easier.
God, yes, God Arnold. Sorry, apologize. Graham.
Graham.
Wouldn't it be weird if God
Graham.
came back and he was called Graham?
Graham.
I'm God, or as my friends call me, Graham. I'm not saying Graham still talks like that, but it's just the image it conjures.
Yeah, exactly. So, Eddie, I mean, obviously, I was going to sort of obviously bring it into you as a conversation now, but, because obviously most people know you from the Ralph Report and the Ramble. But with regards to like your stand-up side of things, how long have you been doing your stand-up career for?
Oh God, I've been doing this stupid job for 20. Well, 1997 was my first. 1998 was my first show. So what is that? 24 years?
Yep.
Give or take. Yeah.
I think so. I don't know why
my
I said
fourth
yes. My maths was
decade doing
awful.
stand-up.
Yeah.
It's literally my fourth decade doing stand-up, which when put in those terms sounds really long.
Yeah.
But so.
I was going to say, it doesn't make you feel old at all either, does it?
No, it's the pains and the gray hair and the erectile dysfunction that makes me feel old.
Eddie, we said we wouldn't talk about that night.
It's all right. He just lets dust come out now, don't you, Eddie?
Yeah,
So
it's more of a runny nose than dust.
I feel really inappropriate that I know that. I know so much listening to the Ralph Report.
Yeah, the air pump, it doesn't really work anymore.
No. And you know, like obviously we all want to know.
Yeah.
What does the bottom and the top of Ralph's penis look like?
Well, see, I've only seen the bottom and the top at injured states. I've never seen a healthy Ralph penis. The shaft was very bruised.
Yeah.
Right, and then the head when I saw it, he had just passed a kidney stone, and it had somehow erupted the inside of the penis to the outside, so it looked like a little penis head on top of a regular penis head.
Oh. So it's like cauliflower penis.
And he's got no like quarrel about just showing me, just like, here, look at this. I'm like, I don't want to look at it. It's like, and he's like, well, you don't want to see my penis? Like, no, I don't really want to, but I don't want to see anybody's injuries. Like, I don't care if it's like, if you have a Band-Aid on, I don't want someone to go, oh, look at this, and pull their Band-Aid off and look at their, like, I don't want to see bodily harm. If that makes sense. I don't care where it is on your body.
Yeah.
If we may, Eddie, can we get on to Ralph's balls a little bit? Because apparently they're big enough that we could fit. Is it true? Have you seen the balls?
I've yet to see the balls. I've only heard the rumors and the myth.
Yeah. Apparently he's got no legs. They're just a bollock each side.
Yeah, he just bounces around on them.
Yeah, like Space Hopper. Did you get Space Hoppers over there?
No, what is Space Hoppers?
They're these little inflatable ball things with two antlers coming out like it's an alien head.
Right,
and
you bounce on them.
Yeah.
They're not called Space Hoppers here. I forgot what they were called here. But yeah, I know we had those. They were just called something else.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. And I was going to I was going to again make it slightly inappropriate that, you know, like with regards to you know, his balls, do you think they're just as big as He-Man's mother's pussy, or
or He-Man's father's chode?
Or He-Man's mother, yeah.
From what I've heard from Skeletor himself, nothing is the size of He-Man's mother's pussy.
No, exactly.
But I've only heard rumors.
I've been trying to get Ralph to come on one of these Squeefests, and so far he's not answered to my emails. But fingers crossed, if we can just send him this tape, I think it's going to win him over.
I think if you could spend an hour talking about his genitalia, I'm sure he would come on.
I'm pretty sure it's the thing I've been missing to cinch the deal.
Is that supposed to be a space hopper, or is that supposed to be a? I'm not sure what Graham's
balls?
doing that.
Just balls?
Yeah,
balls? Oh, maybe
if your
balls. Yeah.
testicles look like that, consult a doctor. And not this doctor, not Dr. Squee. I'm not medically trained for this.
No, exactly. Right.
It's an honorary title.
It's very much the doctor of podcasting, nothing else.
Well, there's a segment on my podcast which is called "What a Load of Codswallop." So I wonder if anybody has got any Codswallop, or in the sense for Eddie, anything that you'd like to complain or moan about that you would like to use during this segment.
I've got one, but I'll let Eddie go first.
We're putting you on the spot, Eddie. But
Your
if
dog
you
looks so
haven't,
comfortable. Your dog looks so comfortable. I want to be your dog.
Yeah. They just.
If I can complain about anything, it's that my life is not as easy as that dog's life. That's what I would complain about.
Yeah, I mean, every day when I'm in here, this is my office which I work in. So every day, as I'm tapping away, I just turn back and I've got two dogs.
And he's
sleeping
just
in the bed.
kicking it,
Happy
just
play.
like not a care in the world.
Just
until
rubbing it.
someone knocks on the door, and then the world's falling apart.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah. There will be some point during this 24 hours when someone knocks on the door,
And
that
he'll
guy
just
can-
lose his fucking mind.
Yeah, I've got a talking codswallop. A water load of codswallop.
That's fine.
Has anyone actually put themselves into codswallop corner?
I think I probably have accidentally.
Yeah, because I'm going to put myself into Codswallop. I'm pissed off with me. Like,
okay,
because I had to. Look, I will give myself a little bit slack that I have to arrange this 24-hour event by myself. But the amount of times when I put up a poster and I go, "Oh, for fuck's sake, you spelled that person's name wrong. Oh, for fuck, that's the time of the other." So I'm just pissed off.
Well,
with
if you
myself
weren't in such a hurry all the time and just took your time and proofread.
This is the thing, and it sounds like I'm going to do an appeal video now, but it turns out okay. I'm just going to talk about this. I found out I might have something called inattentive ADHD, which I don't know if anyone else is aware of this.
Sounds made up.
It does.
It does.
Sounds very made up.
There's a friend of mine who's apparently been diagnosed with it who said, "Oh, I think you've got it," because it sounds like I go, "Yeah, right." And I looked up the symptoms like, "Oh no, that's me, yeah." And apparently you struggle to focus on things like some written tasks and some things which you find difficult, but you can get hyper focused on others. So I can spend like hours doing a jigsaw and forget that I haven't fed the dog yet, and it kind of fucks up.
And they've given that a medical term. That's now a medical condition.
Yeah, so it's like it's got some things in common with ADHD, but it's just basically.
My dad would just call that irresponsibility.
That's what I thought too. But
that's all that is. It's not a medical term. You're just being irresponsible.
Everything's got a label now, guys.
You're not doing the important stuff before you work on the jigsaw. That's all.
All it means is apparently if I pass through the kind of like, like on American's Got Talent or Britain's Got Talent over here, they've got the kind of audition rounds. I passed the audition round with the first guy who phoned from the GP, talked to me about it. Now I go through to the psychiatrist round, which is like the boot camp. So if I get through that, then I get the good drugs. I'll be the Ritalin kid.
You're just trying to get drugs. You've given yourself this diagnosis just to get yourself drugs.
And your point being, Mr. Pence?
Just say it. I just want to know who I'm dealing with.
Whereas my Codswallop relates to the fact that I can't even get myself a fucking doctor's appointment. I'm sorry to swear, but I know I'm allowed. But yeah.
Why can't you get a doctor's appointment?
Oh, it's the surgery that I'm with. They have been voted #1 on the worst doctor's surgery list.
Yeah.
And I've got a couple of issues that I've trying to solve and whatnot. But one of them being potentially I've got long COVID because I'm still suffering really badly with that. Yeah, so it's trying to actually get a doctor's appointment or even the receptionist to pick up the phone. That's
now, I'm not familiar with your healthcare system because I'm an American. We have the best. Yeah. What you can't just switch your surgeon or you can't switch doctors? Is that possible?
I think you can as long as there is like an opening to take new patients.
Right.
So
Okay. So it's more availability.
Yeah.
And it's meant to be a lot of the surgeries. There isn't a legal requirement, but there's a lot of surgeries that go as long as you're in this certain area.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you got the choice of the ones likely. Apparently, Jem could have got an appointment, but I took up the last one with my bullshit made up disease. So there we go.
Yeah.
With your irresponsibility. Well, this is how great our healthcare system is. My wife Tracy has multiple sclerosis, right?
Yeah.
So every year she has to get an MRI to see how of her brain to see how the disease has affected her brain for that year. So she gets the MRI, but you have to clear the doctor, you have to clear the person who operates the MRI machine, you have to clear the MRI machine, and then you have to clear the room that the MRI machine is in.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to make sure all that is covered by your particular health insurance because every health insurance is different. So one year she was getting her MRI and she found out her doctor was covered, the tech was covered, the machine was covered, but the room that everyone was in was not covered by the health insurance.
For fuck's sake.
So it was like this whole thing where we owed thousands of dollars and she had to go in this whole battle with the insurance company that finally they would cover it. But it was like, that's how ridiculous it is. Like you can be completely covered and just the room you're standing in isn't covered. It's crazy.
That's absolutely ridiculous. And because I don't understand obviously from your side of it either. Like how do you guys go about paying for your healthcare? Because
we have this again. My best examples come from my wife because I usually don't have her. CMS, this drug, the fusion drug she gets every 6 months. She goes in,
Yeah.
they give it to her. It's like a 7-hour infusion. She gets the bill for it. They send us the bill for it, which is, I think it's about $300,000 a dose. So every 6 months we would owe $300,000. But since no one can pay that, the insurance company will knock off a bunch of money because they deal directly with the pharmaceutical company. And then so you end up owing like $90,000. But then they also know that no one can pay that every 3 months. So then they have this thing set up through the pharmaceutical company where they forgive the debt of what you owe every year, and they just take care of it, and they wipe it all out and ends up being free. But it goes through all these things where all these companies are paying each other all this money until it gets to you and you don't have to pay anything. That's best case scenario.
Okay. I mean, that's mind blowing. My face completely dropped. Like,
yeah, it's like just
when we had our son.
Sorry, go on.
Colton's 13. When Colton was born, your wife goes. It's a big life-changing thing, and you both go through all these emotional states of having. And then now you're a parent and all this stuff, and especially women go through postpartum depressions. It affects the chemicals in their brain. And so she's sitting there. We're holding the baby. We're holding Colton. We're both like, what are we going to do now? We have we create a human. We have to raise this thing. And so we get a bill from the hospital. And this is what the hospital does, just to mindfuck you, is they send you the bill of what it costs to have a baby before the insurance comes in and takes their cut out. So we got a full bill, which was like $94,000 to have a baby. We got that bill. And then they're like, oh, don't worry about this. Your insurance will kick in. And then you end up owing like $13,000. Because they take off all it, but they still send you the bill just to show you what you should owe if you did not have health insurance. It's crazy.
They just feel better you knowing that.
Feel better. So you're in the most emotional state of your entire life, and then they're like, oh, here, you owe $90,000. And then you have to look all the way down to read the fine print of like, oh, no, you don't really owe this. So you're like literally shitting your pants holding a baby going, how am I going to pay for this? And then you're like, oh, I have insurance. Thank God I have insurance. Now I only owe $13,000 to have this baby. It's crazy.
I think that's disgusting, to be honest, and maybe I shouldn't be complaining about my doctor's surgery, but it's still annoying me. But
it's just weird. It's just a weird system that it's profit driven and it's awful. And when you get the healthcare, when you do get the healthcare here, it is amazing. It's usually very good healthcare. Yeah. Like my buddy Jerry, who my co-host on the Ramble, he is in a tax bracket where he actually can afford the California Medicare plan, which is free healthcare in California, because California is one of the better states of taking care of its people in that respect, where if you are below a certain income, you get free health care. So he was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, colon cancer, a year ago. And I think it had a lot to do with COVID, because a lot of appointments were being canceled because people had COVID. So he got a lot of availability. He would be able to go in a lot because people with COVID couldn't go in. So he was able to get in, and he got some great health care, and it was free. So it is possible for us to do it as a country, but I don't know why we don't. Well, I know why we don't, because it's money, but we can do it.
Yeah, and I'm really glad to hear that about Jerry, because I know that with regards to obviously I know all well within reason I know what he's been through and stuff like that, and I was sort of thinking to myself, oh my God, how is he going to pay for all of this? But I'm glad that that's all sorted for him. So
it was crazy. It was like, because I was like, you're not going to be able to pay for this. You're gonna die because you can't pay to take care of yourself. But he was lucky. He was one of the lucky ones that qualified for the government funded health care, and they took excellent care of him, and they cured his cancer.
Yay!
Amazing.
So
yeah, definitely.
It's possible here. I just don't know why we don't do it for everybody. It's possible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's definitely true. We all love Jerry. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Owen's got a couple of bits of Codswallop if you care to hear them.
Yeah. Do you want me to read them?
Oh, I can read them. Sorry, Owen's put tourists. I'm in Venice and there's thousands of them. Why can't they stay at home?
Even though Owen is technically a tourist right now.
Also, I believe this is a new Tory manifesto. Why can't they all just stay at home? But that's another stuff.
Let's not get politics involved. Come on now. We talked about healthcare. We talked about. Let's talk about religion.
Let's drive all the numbers down. Let's do it.
We've got the second one, which is now overtaking Eddie's head. It's so large. So number 2, fanboys. Screw you, fanboys. Specifically Marvel fanboys. The complete and utter bullshit that you saw online just because She-Hulk dared to have Megan Thee Stallion on her and twerked with her makes me so mad. I don't want anyone to die, but I'd love them to get a really bad cold for weeks. If you don't like it, don't watch it. No one needs to know what you think. Now, okay, yeah, I'm against those people, but don't start on all fanboys just because of it. just.
But I think the term fanboys has been given to the toxic group.
Yes. All right. Okay. It's just,
we're just fans. I think when you fanboy, that means you're now just part of that group that I agree should die. They don't need to get a cold. They need to die. That we would be better off without that subset of humans on this planet.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
yeah,
sorry.
It's like the crazy Star Wars fans, and I'm not saying that in the sense of you, Eddie, because I know that you're a really big Star Wars fan. Yeah, there you go. Oh, talking Codswallop t-shirt. Let's see.
I'm not a top. Don't care that a woman can be a Jedi or there's a black elf in Lord of the Rings. I don't care what color or what sex you are in my sci-fi fantasies. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, there is always that person that's out there, the keyboard warriors, isn't it? That they're gonna just always.
Then they really have they're not married, or they have no appreciation for the source material, because most of that stuff is based in equality and fighting against oppressive forces. All that, like X-Men, like Star Wars, Star Trek, it's all based on giving everyone a fair shot and treating everyone as equal. That's what it's about. And for people to take that slant on it, where it's like, why has it got to be a woman lead? Why is the seventh sister have to be black? And like, what are you talking about? It's diversity, diversity hire. Okay, it's just like what? So why is now anytime a African American is cast in Star Wars, it's a diversity hire? What are you talking about?
It's kind of
annoying. They should be dead. They don't need to get a cold. They should be dead. They're not. They're useless people. They make the world worse.
It's so self-insulating, so that if you have any diversity, if it's called kind of signposting the diversity too much, then so anytime you've got a black person on, it's diversity. So you can
it's
never
diversity
have a black
hire.
man. It's just
it's insanity.
Yeah, and also it's the ones you say, "Oh, Star Trek's gone woke now." Did you watch the original series?
It's the most woke show in the history of shows.
It's definitely, it's awful. But I was
they
going to
had
say
the first interracial kiss. They had the first woman on the bridge in a seat of power. It's like, what are you talking about? Star Trek's always been woke, and people that say woke is just code for being kind. That's all that word means, to not be a dick. And for people to twist that word into something negative, you're an asshole.
Yeah.
They even had an episode where there was basically a band who was clearly on some sort of shit. They were like this hippie band they had on 1 week. They were just so obviously hippies. Anyway.
Yeah. But woke just means be kind. Doesn't mean anything other than be kind to each other.
No, because it's just everybody's human, aren't they? It's not. That's what the race that we should be looking at.
I'm all for breaking balls and making fun and joking with people. That's fine. But you can still be kind and still do that stuff.
What I was going to say a minute ago as well was it was actually quite funny, because when you were having your little rant about the fanboys, then your internet cut out very slightly and we couldn't hear some of it. It was only a little bit, but I think maybe the nerds are trying to cut you off.
They're trying to stop me.
They are, but you persisted and you won.
I just that makes me angry. Like, how can you be a sci-fi geek or a nerd and then like all of a sudden be exclusionary to other people? Like, that makes no sense. For the longest time, that group of people, the nerds, the geeks, were the ones who were excluded. And now that you have the quote unquote the power in society because everyone loves this stuff, now you're being exclusionary. Like, what are you doing?
No, Sorry, go on, Squee.
No, I was just going to say, in a way, it's like the worst thing which could happen to sci-fi is it became popular, because it was all about these disenfranchised people. That's why it was so woke and so lefty, because it was took for all the people.
It spoke to those people. Yeah. Like, oh, there's a world where I'm accepted.
And when it's popular, the other people came along and go, no, it shouldn't be woke. Why is it being woke all of a sudden? You want one of us. Get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. So you can tell who the real fanboys are and who the fake fanboys are.
Yeah, or the real fans are. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But then you also have got the other side where it's like the actor and actresses are being attacked on like Twitter and things like that nowadays as well, isn't it? Not just Twitter, there's other social media, but I think that's awful as well. They're doing their job, you know.
And they're just acting. The only people that deserve to be attacked relentlessly on Twitter are politicians. That's the only people that deserve to be relentlessly attacked because they're the phony people. The actors are actually doing work.
Yeah.
Politicians are just doing fake shit. They're the ones that deserve to be attacked all the time.
It's like when they attacked the female Ghostbusters. Just because you've got women in a Ghostbusters film, I mean, that script was a piece of shit, but it's got nothing to do with the female.
Exactly.
cast.
I hated
It's
that
just a
movie, but not for the. I didn't care about the cast. Is not what I didn't like it. But the movie was not good. But the cast, I didn't care if it was all. I could have been all fucking poodles for all I give a shit. I don't care what the cast was. The script was
Let's call
awful.
that film a piece of shit for the right reasons.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, I definitely stand with that as well. You know, like with regards to the fact that I hated the female Ghostbusters, but then also it's kind of like, well, it didn't need to be remade anyway because it still stands up with the original.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm in that sense. But it was also a bit shocking that it was actually as bad because all of the actresses are actually, well, within reason, pretty much.
It was a solid comedic cast. It was a very solid comedic cast.
Amazing cast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that one of the things I think that messed up. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say very quickly, even Chris Hemsworth couldn't solve it. You know, he couldn't save it.
They had Bill Murray in there. Bill Murray couldn't save it.
Yeah.
They should have, if they wanted to do it, just do what this last Ghostbusters film did and just make it not a reboot, but just you're just passing the torch off. Have the original Ghostbusters in there, pass it off to the female cast, and let them take it instead of trying to reboot it. No one wanted to see a reboot because everyone loved the original Ghostbusters. Just pass the torch.
Yeah.
Also, if you watch that film back, I think, if I remember correctly, I think there's one ghost they actually catch in that movie. Most of them they try and shred with these new devices. Like, they're basically shredding the immortal soul of people in the female reboot they did. They've literally got devices to shred the spirits. And it's like, they just trapped them in the original.
Yeah.
That was
now where do you go?
Literally just torturing these ghosts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where does that go? Energy can't be destroyed. Where does it go?
It was so fucked up.
Yeah, it's like give them a nice send off, you know. They were people's loved ones. They could have also been serial killers, but
it's all good.
Exactly, yeah, meanies. I was just gonna do while we're obviously we'll carry on chatting about sort of the geeky side of things and whatnot because I love that kind of stuff as well. But I just thought, as it's sort of almost halfway through our part, might do our raffle now, if that's okay with everybody. But have we recently had any more donations, Dr. Squee? As we're what's the total? I can't do drum rolls.
It hasn't moved, so it is still at it's still amazing, £360. If you haven't donated yet and you can afford to, please do, guys. We want to keep the money coming. It's justgiving.com/shelter squee.
Yeah, and that is a phenomenal. It's an incredible amount, though, isn't it? Because it's like you're only 7 hours in, and you've already halfway through, you know, your total, of over half your total. So
yeah, it's amazing.
Great.
I mean, we've got loads of pre-event donations with this raffle. By the way, thank you so much for doing it again. It does actually generate a load of money for this, so it's much appreciated. We had Yee Jee Tso, who the actor on, and he said that anyone who donated 20 quid or more, he'd give a 50% off this book he's written. Ian McNeice came on and donated £100.
Oh wow!
So
wow.
And by the way, that's not to do down any other guests on here.
Sounds like you're shitting on everybody else. That's what it sounds like. Sounds like you're shitting on everyone else. That's what it's.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. And this is what you can.
Everybody else step up. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I've actually got the stuff in front of me, so I wasn't sure if you were able to get the picture, but I've just dropped something on the floor.
Get the picture. I got the picture.
I know, but you said earlier that you weren't sure.
Is that a bowl of cereal on your bed? Do you have a bowl of cereal on your bed?
No. What it is? Sorry, I'm just trying to pick up.
That's ballsy to have a bowl of cereal on a mattress.
Don't worry, Gemma's always got a bowl of cereal on the bed just in case she gets hungry during the night. It's just always there.
just roll over, put my face in it. Just it's like a feed bag. You have a feed bag in your bed.
Yeah. First thing when I was trying to lose weight, I removed the trough. That's what I did. It was just not working out for me.
Anyway, this is my green Hulk hand bowl. Okay.
Kind of weird looking. Looks like a bunch of green
is
dicks.
kind of- it does look like dicks. So there we go. We can
bowl
call
of
it
dicks.
dicks.
Eat a bowl of dicks.
Yeah.
It's a new term.
Which is what it says in the gents' toilets about Gem, coincidentally.
Eat a bowl of dicks.
Well, if it tells me what to do, I've got to do it, right? I like how I keep flicking my hair as well. Anyway, I hate being on camera, so that's why.
It's so windy in here. I can't keep my hair straight.
Yeah, that's really where James is today. That he's actually attending to the glory holes, so that's why he let me off.
You can't
Yeah.
Somebody's
He
got
let
to be
you
at the
off as
glory hole.
well.
Oh, didn't you know I worked there at the glory holes?
Yeah.
Anyway, so obviously we've got this amazing raffle gift which you've kindly put the picture up for. Thank you very much. And it arrived this morning, which also was awesome. But the artwork is actually done by the guest that we have on tomorrow on our episode when it drops, who is a guy called Tattoo Tom, and he's obviously a tattoo artist. It's kind of in the name, guys. But and he is a local tattooist who owns a company called the Rising Tide Tattoo Studio. So anyway, it's a fantastic listen. So if anyone wants to have a listen to it tomorrow, that would be fantastic. But again, if you don't, that's equally fine, but you're missing out. So in this bowl, I've got all of the people's names who have donated with regards to like the Salty Tadpoles, which is our listener base, Eddie. So just so everyone can see, there are names in there.
That's real. Can't fake that.
He's going to try to get us to pull a name out. I don't think it works like that, Jem.
It's like
you can try. If I can get it to the camera. There we go.
Okay. It's
Right.
legit.
Yes.
Sorry, hold up to the camera again. Okay. Oh, I got one.
He did. Who is it?
Leader of the mind.
Right.
There's only you can't mix them up that much.
I mean, there's so many. I have to. Right, I've got one. It is.
Pull one out.
Marcus Zimmer.
Marcus
Ta-da!
Zimmer. Congratulations, Marcus Zimmer.
Yeah, it's got such a cool surname. Yeah. So
Marcus Zimmer sounds like a dickhead director.
Okay. Well, he's one of my listeners, so please don't do
I'm sure he's a front. I'm just saying the name sounds like some asshole director.
Don't worry, Jem. He's already given us money. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you
Over
so much.
budgeted
This
action
is a very
films.
generous donation. Thank you.
I'm sure he's sweet as pie, but I'm just saying. The name sounds like a guy who does blockbuster films and just is a prick.
Okay, well, Marcus, thank you ever so much for your donation. And me and Squee, I'm not sure which way it shows on the screen.
You've got to point the opposite way.
That way. Anyway, so we appreciate your donation. Eddie is just a guest. So don't
I
worry about
appreciate
him.
it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Of course you do. Well, that was good, and obviously that's gonna be popped into the post. So yeah, Marcus, just let me know your address and whatnot. So he's a fellow American as well. So there you go.
We're gonna have to head towards the wrap up, I'm afraid.
Okay, no, that's absolutely fine. Because I know Eddie's got to go off to do something.
I have
this
an
afternoon.
exciting birthday party to go to, and then I have a show later, so I got a big day.
Okay, fantastic. Well, Eddie, do you want to give us your social media information?
Yeah, you can check me out. I'm my website is eddiepence.com, and it's a landing page for all my socials. And Twitter is at Eddie Pence, Instagram's at Eddie Pence, EDDIEPENCE. You can check out all my stuff there, and there's a link to my comedy special, which is on Amazon Prime. So, and I'm on the Ralph Report 5 days a week on patreon.com / the Ralph Report, 15 cents a day.
Yes.
And the Ramble.
And it's very entertaining.
I'm
and
on the Ramble too,
yes.
with my buddy Jerry. You can get that wherever you get your podcasts, iTunes, Spotify, all that stuff. We're on all that stuff. So
yeah, and that is 0 cents a day. So
that is 0. That is free. That is absolutely free until we can figure out how to monetize it.
Yeah.
So what we're saying is your podcast has no sense involved.
No sense. 0 cents in that podcast. And if you listen to it, you will agree.
Lots of cents. Lots of pence, but not much sense.
Tons of pence.
Yeah.
All the pence, none of the cents.
Exactly.
There's your slogan.
There you go. And with regards to Talking Codswallop, if I may do my own little plug here, it's the comedy and special is great. And
that's my comedy
I agree
special.
With that.
So thank you.
It is
guys.
amazing.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. And it's very, very good. Where can you actually watch that? Sorry, is it it's on Amazon Prime?
It's on Amazon Prime. It's free if you're a Prime member, but you can buy it on all transactional platforms, iTunes, Amazon, any place you buy videos, it's there too. And the album is also on all those places as well.
Yeah, stream them on, or whenever you stream your music, you can also get it in most places, at least.
Just type in Eddie Pence, the Unspecial Comedy Special, and it'll pop up.
It is wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes. It is. So yeah, with regards to Talking Codswallop, for anyone who doesn't know, our social media, I've tried to make it as simple as possible. For Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter is at CodswallopPod. So CODSWALLOP, and then obviously POD for pod. And so you can catch us there. And we're also on Podbean, and we're all on, any of the other podcatchers. So yes, so hopefully you've enjoyed today, and
if you want to find me on the internet, I'll be on it for the next 16 hours.
Oh, even the dog bailed. Even the dog bailed on you.
Yeah. I mean, she's had enough of my voice after the first date. She's done.
I'm gonna go lick my ass. This is
and that's Eddie saying that. That's nothing to do with the dog. This is just a statement from Eddie. I'm off to lick my ass.
If I could, I would.
Well, thank you ever so much, Eddie, for joining us.
Thanks for having me. It's fun.
Yeah, we'll have to get you on again when it's
anytime.
Bit longer next time, maybe.
Yeah, let's do a 48-hour one.
Yeah, we're getting the woos.
Yeah.
So it must be that we have to wrap
we'll get some meth and we'll make it happen.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just keep talking until it annoys him.
I mean, if only there was a way I could stop that happening. If only there was a device, Eddie, eh? Hey, good night, Jim.
Thank you.
Good night, Eddie. Thanks for
good night.
Bye. Okay, we're now going to go over to a video of me talking to Paul Gross from 2021 to close off this stream, and then we'll be heading over to the other stream where we're going to do Due South by Southeast. I'm joined by a rather special guest. He's the man without whom we would not be watching Due South right now, and we wouldn't be enjoying it in the form it is. You might remember him from such TV shows as The Witches of Eastwick. You might remember him from such films as Passchendaele, and from of course, Men with Brooms, along with many other. You might even remember him from an old TV show called Due South. Please welcome to Due South by Southeast, Mr. Paul Gross. Hello, Paul.
Hi, how are you?
I want to, though, focus back on when you were starting as an actor personally. Where did it all begin for you?
I'm not 100% sure, really. It's just something I think that I always kind of liked doing. I was a bit of a show-off as a kid, as my mother would say. I had a great drama teacher when I was in high school in Washington, D.C., and he was just a wonderful guy. And I thought, this just feels like a great place to be doing this sort of. And then it also coincided, I suppose, a little bit before that. My mother had taken me to Stratford, Ontario, and it has a big theatre festival. And I saw William Hutt in King Lear. And I don't remember anything much about the production because I think it was like 11 or 12 or something. But I do remember thinking, ooh, I'd like to be part of that world in some capacity. So I think it kind of started pretty early, but then it was compounded by the fact that I just didn't really like mathematics. So I kept figuring out a way to do it because we moved around a lot. So I could convince the new school board that math was not required of me in the previous school board. And so I managed to pretty much stop math at about the end of grade 8. And then you're suddenly useless for the sciences. You can't anything without, and I stopped, like in those days that was around about long division. I mean, I still don't even know what algebra is. If somebody says the word, I think, oh yes, it's something to do with science, but I have no idea what algebra consists of. So I was really kind of forced into the arts, and I have no particular visual capacity, so it seemed like I had to go into the acting. So it was kind of process of elimination.
Getting onto the Due South of it all, of course. So when did you first hear about Due South, and what were your first impressions when you saw the script?
I was actually living in Los Angeles, and I was kind of making the rounds and auditioning for things, and I got a call from my agent who said there is the script called Due South, and Paul Haggis is the writer, and it's be produced by Robert Lantos in Toronto. And at the time that I was there, I wasn't really looking to get into a series because you had to sign on for a long time, and I was sort of iffy about that. And my agent said, well, I read it, it's fantastic. And I said, well, I don't even want to read it because I don't want to kind of get seduced by it, So then a year went, I didn't look at it. And I think a year went by as they were trying to cast it with somebody else, and they never seemed to find anyone that they felt was right. And then it came back, and he just said, it's a great offer, and I just read the first 10 pages, because I mean, he knew that I was going to probably get completely hooked. And I was laughing out loud by the end of the second page, I think, or third page. It was so well written, it was so funny. It was also completely weird. It wasn't like anything else that was going on television at the time. And the part was just bewildering. I mean, I could kind of see what the character might be, but I couldn't understand how you would ever go about doing that. I mean, I really just thought, I have no idea how to do this, which actually seemed like the perfectly good reason.
I did want to talk a bit about the casting straight from the get-go in that pilot, which Gordon Pinsent, obviously, for instance, was in few scenes really in that first pilot. What was it kind of like working with him, and like how important was it to get just that casting dead right from the beginning?
Just about everyone will say this, I think, who works in this field, is that casting is kind of everything. It doesn't matter. Everything else sort of doesn't matter, because in the end, all the audience is really looking at are the people who are those people, who are those characters. And so if you get that wrong, it doesn't matter how great the writing is, or the photography, or the costuming, or anything. It'll all fall apart. And I think, I mean, Gordy is such an iconic figure in Canada. He's been, like, I just called him either Dad or he was Mr. Canada. and the Maritimes from Newfoundland, so he has that whole kind of oddball pedigree. And I'm pretty sure we met in the bar at the hotel in Skagway when we were in Alaska when we were shooting the pilot. And he was really weird at the time because he had lost a play that he'd been writing on his computer. It crashed and he'd lost it. So he was in a state of mourning. So my first encounter with Gordy was odd. I mean, he was in a bar in Alaska that used to be a whorehouse, and he had lost a play, and he was in mourning, and we were drinking scotch. So it was gradually it normalized. And our relationship became and he's a wonderful guy, crazy as a loon. He has the most whacked out creative ideas, and we laughed our heads off all the time.
yeah, can you tell us a bit about Men with Brooms? What a fantastic film, and kind of something which you put so much into.
Oh yeah, that was a lot of fun. I wrote it with John Krasank, but neither of us had ever even actually been to a curling match when we'd finished the first draft. We had all sorts of books like Curling for Dummies and consultants that we could call, and then I finally went to I don't know, it wasn't one of the big Bonspiels. The first one I went to was something nearby, and I loved it. I thought, this is crazy fun to watch, because the tension of watching that rock just slowly go all the way down that ice is really pretty intense. And it is astonishing what they can do. And particularly when you get on the ice, almost inevitably everybody's going to fall down. And then you try to do that nice, long, slow thing, but you can't hold your balance and you fall over and your rock goes way over off to the left. I mean, it is really, really phenomenally difficult to be good at that. But yeah, no, I knew nothing about it. I was an inadvertent snob about it. But it's like anything. I think if people are exceptionally good at it, it's really engaging to watch.
Yeah, and something I wanted to ask you about was both in Due South and in that movie, working with Leslie Nielsen. I have to compliment both you in that film and Makers Due South in Due South, the way it was written. It is one of the later performances by Leslie Nielsen where he was really well written for. They brought out his dramatic side as well as the comedy side. There are a lot of people, I think, who watched The Naked Gun and wrote for him in a very, very silly way, which I think is such a waste of such an actor.
I mean, Leslie started his life as a dramatic actor. I mean, he was born, I think, north of the Arctic Circle. He had rickets as a kid because they didn't have any fresh fruit or vegetables. And I think it was rickets. And then gradually he'd been moving south until he ended up in Los Angeles. But his early career, the biggest part of his career, was playing dramatic characters. I mean, he himself was a goofball, so that was always kind of part of his personality. And then finally it got capitalized on, and he had this sudden, huge, extraordinarily productive and fun last third of his career. So his third act in life was fantastic. I don't know if anybody's heard the story of his funeral. I couldn't go because I was working, but it was he had moved to Florida because he was crazy, and he kept moving away to wherever that had lower taxes. He was a little nuts. Anyway, he died and he was in Florida, and so he demanded that there be an open casket because he thought people ought to see what that old dead guy looks like. But the best part about it was Barbara was his wife, his widow now, had a list. He'd given her a list of people that she had to identify as they came to the open casket to pay respects. And hidden inside the casket was a fart machine, because that was his kind of signature thing. Is he would make these fart noises. And so the people would be coming along and they'd be all choked up and crying. And then there'd be this huge fart, and then they get, "Oh, Leslie, damn you." And then they'd move along. And Barbara just kept going down the list as the people came along that were identified that deserved a fart upon his demise.
Okay, guys, we've got Manu Michelle here. Hey. So just very quickly, thank you very much to Fred Rawlins again, who cut all these videos. We do appreciate it, Fred. Thank you very much. Guys, this is about it for the first stream of Squeefest. Yes, 8 hours down, just another 16 to go. What could go wrong? So we're going to end the stream in a second. The way it works is there's another stream coming up straight after. If it doesn't appear in the group you're in, it means some of the groups, because you only get so many sites you can stream to, even in the pro version. So some that it's streaming for one slot because that shows on, not the other ones. So if it doesn't appear, all you need to do is go to the Dr. Squee Show on Facebook or youtube.com/Dr. Squee. If you're watching this in the Due South by Southeast group, the next one will be up in a second, don't worry. And that's about that. I'm just going to read one more comment as we run out the clock. That was great. Thank you, Owen. That's it for this stream. See you in the second stream.